da. Let's go eat. Oh, I don't. Is these girls don't even know the name of. I love watching young people listen to Eminem for the first time. Listen to anything really for the first time, but specifically just like things that were important for my childhood. I was watching these boys listen to Eminem for the first time, and I was just cracking up. Those TikToks are really my favorite. I really appreciate watching people discover things for the first time, you know? Good morning. Hello. We're here. We're doing it. We're queer. We're all the things. Let me make this bigger. Let me bring this out for us. These girls don't even know the name of my band. Okay. La 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 la. Right.
I've heard
Cutie, please. I really gotta fix that, bro. I gotta fix that. Or maybe it'll just become a running meme for the next 20 years of our fucking stream life here. Da 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 la 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 la. Okay, 3 random things before we begin for real. Okay. Let's see. Jess says, why am I seeing a Rocket League ad? Bro, just, an ad is an ad. It's like being on TV. That's the thing about ad culture is I'm so used to being a television girly that like, yeah, when I never watched television and ever thought to myself, like, why am I seeing this ad? But we do this on internet culture because we think the creators have some sort of like say in ads or something. But I treat, first of all, I'm on YouTube Premium, so I don't see any ads. That's number 1. 2, if you see an ad, just know I'm suffering along with you because I couldn't imagine seeing an ice ad on a stream. Like I would be dead inside. And apparently some people are seeing ice ads on stuff. Ugh. Gross. Disgusting, really. Disgusting. Crazy though, but I'm a premium girly. I don't like Mr. Beast, but he said something that I never could have conceptualized. He said that most people don't have YouTube Premium versus my stupid brain literally thought everybody had YouTube Premium. I thought all of us were paying for YouTube Premium because I've been paying for it for so long. I couldn't even imagine not having it. And then he said, and since they don't have YouTube Premium, when they click on a video, by the time the ad is over, they forgot why they clicked on the video. So you have to remind people in the first 5 seconds why they clicked on the video because they will forget. And I was like, and that's the thing about people, especially, I guess his audience is a little younger. But yeah, I think that shit is so funny. Like, sometimes I log into my secondary YouTube accounts that don't have premium or my, like the premium's only for certain accounts. So if I'm on a different account and I'm trying to do stuff and I go to watch a video and there's an ad, I'm like, and the ads are in Croatian because my local area is Croatia. So I'm always like thrown because I never see ads, right? Anyways, the amount of ads I've gotten are crazy. The amount of ads have gotten crazy. Yeah, I will say the amount of ads have gotten crazy. But okay, do you remember watching television? Especially if you were a Dragon Ball Z watcher. Oh my God. Dragon Ball Z. I can't tell what's worse pacing, One Piece or Dragon Ball Z, but both of them piss me the fuck off with their pacing because you waited all week to see this fight with Frieza on Namek just for it to be a recap of the last episode, a ton of commercial breaks, and then it's done. And you're like, I got 3 minutes of new content, 3 minutes of new content here. There are some One Piece episodes that I look at my partner and I was like, are we gonna afford this? Like, I can't sit through, we just saw this. I know. Like, I'm so excited for One Piece, for them just to fix the new pacing. And we've been skipping filler, just FYI. I am not sitting through all that filler. I will say on the second rewatch, I'll probably sit through filler maybe, but I do want to rewatch One Piece again. I know, but I'm gonna rewatch it. Because you have like, there's so much that I know I'm missing. And I know because I know people who've watched it multiple times, or I read the Reddit posts and people are like, oh, you just don't realize how much you miss because you can only notice so many things on it. That's why I rewatch, right? Chess says, how many times has your partner watched One Piece? Well, he also reads the manga, though I think he is a little bit behind on the manga right now. So, but he at least a couple of times for sure. And so for me, I'm excited to give it a rewatch to see what I've missed. And again, it's hard to know because there were some filler arcs that we did watch, like after Skypiea, there's this arc where they fall from the sky onto this like marine island. We did watch that filler. And that was really good. Apparently, because it's canon, like some filler or some stuff can be canon. So I tried to like keep up. There is also technically some filler that was canon that we skipped. Like I think the Long Island, we did skip that. We watched some of it, but we mostly forwarded through a lot of it. And I was like, okay, I don't care about this. Especially, I'm so impatient. Like I'm very like, you know, but we just finished Wano. We're basically 2 episodes away from finishing Wano officially. And I truly feel like up to the end of Wano, this is one of the greatest shows that's ever been made. It is one of the greatest shows that has ever been made. It's one of the greatest stories. It's one of the most nuanced stories. Do I think 99% of the audience that's watching it is seeing it for all its nuance? Obviously not. I've watched some of your reviews, but I do think it is like truly just an exact reality check for life itself. It's such a good metaphor. It's just like such a good one-to-one of like what the world is like. You know, it's just so realistic about what it even means to be a good person. It's such a complicated concept of like what is a good person, you know? So I do think by the end of Wano, it really is so good that I told my partner, I was like, once people get to Wano, if they still don't like One Piece, like they're stupid. And he was like, oh yeah, that's it. Just 1,000 episodes of a show just to see if you like it. It's true. Wano is 1,000. It's like 1,100 episodes to get to Wano or the end of Wano. But I really think if you get to the end of Wano and you don't understand One Piece, you might be stupid. Like you might actually be brain dead. Like no judgment. Like I don't understand. Are you so lacking in the like, do you have no connection to art, no connection to story? Like I just don't get it. Oh, and also for all those who waited for me to get to Wano, no, Luffy's still not a freedom fighter, but I appreciate your enthusiasm about him being one. He's not a political freedom fighter. Okay, I should start saying that. He's not a political freedom fighter. He's not Kazo. He's not Sabo. He's not any of the O's, okay? But he's great, you know? Oh my God, it's so good. It's just so good, you know? But again, you don't have to like One Piece. There's a lot of really great animes out there. There's so many good stories. And so it doesn't just have to be One Piece. But man, I am definitely a One Piece. I'm a One Piece fan. It's hard not to be. It's so good. So good. Okay, now with that said, just watch the first 10 seconds of this clip.
You because you're a young man. Don't let anyone disenfranchise you because you're a young man, especially a young white male man. Don't let anyone disenfranchise you because you're a young man, especially a young white male man. Don't ever let anyone talk down to you. We need strong men out there, strong men who are convicted, that will be good leaders, good husbands, good fathers like mine. We need that. And young, good. Don't let anyone disenfranchise you because you're a young man, especially a young white male man. Don't.
Oh man. Wait, where's the picture? Hold on. Hold on. I know people don't like the picture replies on TikTok, but I think they're my favorite part of like, they're my favorite part. Hold on, there was one that was so good. It was like of a picture of a white male man like pointing at himself and he's like, me? It's like, I know, it's such a good edit. It's so funny. I love human. That's what I'm saying. Like, we all misspeak. We all say things we don't mean. We all say things wrong, but that shit is so funny. I really enjoyed my morning. Oh man, I spent all morning just laughing at that. Oh man. Hey, apparently male people have like a really high rate of like unaliving/depression. So, okay, apparently it's a good job though. There's a lot of jobs, you know? There's a lot of jobs out there that are just like a struggle job for sure. but at the same time, kind of a good job. It's really hard. It's really hard. It's like, it's a good job, but it's a hard job. Anyways, okay. Speaking of grief, I want us to set today's stream with a bit of grounding. We're going to go serious now. We're going to talk about the same old stuff we always talk about, right? It's not your damn phone. Are you a TERF if you're bigoted against trans people? The answer is yes. Like, or if you're a TERF, you're bigoted, you know what I mean? We're going to talk about things that we've talked about 100 times. But I want us to remember that there's the micro and macro of you in relation to the universe and you in relation to your community. So on the micro, we're all paying our rent and buying our groceries. And on the macro of the earth, there's like a genocide happening and Lebanon's being attacked. And there's maybe World War III. And, you know, well, World War III is around the corner. You still have to get up and like figure out, you know, how much you owe the IRS. Hey guys, tax day is April 15th. Like, are you ready? Right. And this is why I say, as much as the system will fix itself, we'll still have to deal with real life, and real life will be grief, and real life will be the reality of like knowing people and having them die and moving on with your life. And I found this really beautiful TikTok today from CNN, from Jamie Wooten, who shares his story about grief. And it just like, it really said, it just was a nice reminder that while you're busy, you know, reworking the system, and I think that's so important, you also have to come home to your real life. And yes, both of those things work together. It has to be both. It has to be you, the individual, and you, the system. Republicans wanted to convince you it's just you, the people. And then progressives are focused on the system. Guys, when are you going to learn it's both? You're not, though, but it is the answer. It's the answer you do not want to accept. It has to be both things. Systems are symptoms of people. People are impacted by systems. It's a symbiotic relationship, and right now we're in a negative one. We need to be in a positive symbiotic relationship with the system and the individual, okay? So this story covers the system, government intervention, and the individual's relationship to the people in their life. So check this out.
My name is Jamie Wooten. I was one of the writers and producers of the TV series The Golden Girls. Back when I was in my late 20s writing that show, 3 of the 4 women were widows, with the other, Dorothy, comically wishing she was one. And I knew nothing about grief or loss. But at 64, I now find myself where those 4 characters were all those years ago. I lost my husband, a wonderful man whom I had been with for 30 years, and married to for 10 of those, suddenly and unexpectedly on the island of Kauai. We had gone to renew our wedding vows on the beach at sunset, which we did, and a few short hours later, he just dropped, died instantly of a massive heart attack. No warning, no health issues, but only those few hours earlier, we had looked into one another's eyes and said how much we loved another and why. I lost my best friend this past September. She had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's, and she had chose to end her life at a clinic in Basel, Switzerland. There were 5 of us there with her and her wife. We spent the time having final cocktails and telling her that we loved her and what she had meant to us. When the time came for her to say farewell, she asked us to join her on the bed, and we held her tightly just as the song Tiny Dancer by Elton John started to play. We had only seconds left with her and automatically started singing along, "Hold me closer, tiny dancer." And she was gone. We sang her out of this world. It was beyond sad and wonderful and magical all at the same time. So much of what is valued in life, the love, the friendship, the times that truly matter, is now in the rearview mirror. And the only thing that powers us forward is gratitude and memory.
I was eating my vegan mac and cheese today, and I was crying into my bowl, and I was like, oh. Grief is so real, and it hits you so hard, you know? So that's why I want you to remember, for me at least, philosophically, the way I focus on staying grounded while the world is melting is that I know that while there's a war happening, you still have to go to work. And that's the craziest part about being a human. Like, life doesn't stop. Guys, Palestinians are still expected to go to work and buy groceries. Do you know that? When people say the price of flour is $15 a bag in Palestine, that's because people still have to buy bread. Like they have to buy flour. Like, I don't think Americans understand. You know, Palestinians' lives didn't stop because there was a genocide. They were still expected to pay rent. There were landlords who still expected their rent due. Well, they're being bombed by Israel. Like, that's what I want people to understand. Like, your life doesn't stop. No one's life does. Life doesn't stop for you. And if life isn't going to stop for you, you know, like, think about how that worked. Like, think about how just fucked up that is. Because I think there is an illusion that, like, you know, but if you take it and you relate it to any of the art you've ever seen, any of the shows you've ever seen, in Avatar: The Last Airbender, life doesn't stop because they're at war with the Fire Nation. The Fire Nation is going around destroying everybody, and everyone's going about their day, starting businesses, living their life, learning to do their bending, learning to shoot or throw a boomerang. Life never stops. You just keep moving forward. And you use the memories of your loved ones and you use the memory of good times to keep you going in the bad times. We literally rely on that feeling of hope to keep going because this is life and we know it goes in cycles. There are good times and bad times, good times and bad times, you know? And so I just thought this was a really good reminder that even if the system fixes itself and it does everything that it has to do, you still have to go home and sing your best friend into the afterlife. You still have to live with the unexpected of your partner of, you know, however many years dying on you in moments and seconds. You still have to deal with the death of your child drowning in a pool and your, you know, grandfather in the family getting hit by a car and cancer and all the other bad things that happen in life. We just have so much to carry sometimes. It feels like those things are almost secondary. Like, I'd rather have cancer than a genocide. But the truth is like, both are bad. Both are bad. Both are hard. Both are difficult. And sure, you can play that game of something I'd rather have more than the other. But even in a perfect world, you're still going to get cancer. In a perfect world, you're going to get Alzheimer's. In a perfect world, there's a lot that has to happen. And so, like, life is like this devastating cycle. And so I just want you to remember that, because I do think there's like a mistake being made. I keep getting these comments, and this is kind of why this was such a perfectly timed video to come across my feed, is I do keep getting comments, especially on my commentary channel, about, you know, like, therapy is not the answer. I'm so sick of therapy. Like, the system sucks. The system sucks. Therapy is just for your mental health. Everything else needs its attention, right? And so if you keep sitting there and you keep saying, like, therapy is not helping, it's the system, you're still missing the point. It's not just the system. Are you saying no human being in any time on earth has ever figured out how to live a good life because the system? Like, yeah, the system makes it harder because people make it harder. People build systems. They maintain, they uphold systems. You keep saying system like it's this abstract creature that came into existence. It was created and maintained by us. It's us. And so as long as you wake up every day and point at the sky and say, it's the system, it's God, it's the devil, you're never going to do anything about it. You say system the way people say God. And I'm saying, it's you, bro. It's all of us. And so again, we have to do our best to fix and to work on the like individual and the system, because both need our time and care, you know? Yeah, chat says being mentally healthy helps you fight the system. Yes, it does. Absolutely, it does. That's the other part of it. Being mentally healthy, you know, it really, really helps. Getting stable, actually being able to have a house where your comrades to come and sleep, very helpful. You know what I mean? Very helpful to have a place where people can, you know, sleep on your couch. You know, just that alone, like, just to say, like, oh, I want to be a community member, but like, okay, which one of us is going to have a house? Let's say you have a group of 15 friends. Which one of us is going to have an apartment or a house for people to sleep at? You know, which one of us is going to have the tools? Which one of us is going to be able to get on a plane and fly somewhere? Well, we're going to have to fucking make some money or something. Someone's going to have to be the responsible friend, and it can't just be one person. You can't let one person in the friend group be the only one who decided to save some goddamn money and put it aside for emergencies, you know? We have to do it. We have to do it. Right? Something, and the we is, again, it's all subjective, but you have to decide what role you're going to play in the story, which, is really the point here. What role am I playing in the story? Okay. Now let me give us some interesting, kind of good news, kind of interesting news, really. Kind of like, oh, what is this? Chat, I'm so sorry. You said my parents are separating after 29 years of marriage. So I'm very not mentally okay as of late. I am so sorry to hear that. Parents getting divorced are hard, no matter how old you are. If it's helpful in any capacity, just a reminder, has nothing to do with you. They are adults. They get to make their own decisions. They get to consent to any relationship they want. And you are not less, and their marriage is not less, and love is not less because your parents who are adults decided to get divorced. And it's hard. So absolutely, no matter how old you are, it's always hard to see our parents. I wouldn't even know. Like, if my parents got divorced, I'd be like, first of all, who's going to like either of you to marry you? Okay, second of all, what's happening? It's been 40 years. Are you serious right now? Who has time for this? And at the end of the day, they're also adults. They get to consent to not being together if that's what they want, right? You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Yeah, Chet said I just turned 26 and it just feels weird. Like, your foundation of what marriage looks like is crumbling. Absolutely. Absolutely. It is very difficult. To definitely talk to a therapist about it if you can. There are a lot of books out there. I haven't read any, but I've heard there are some really good books about like adult children of divorced parents. Like, I haven't read them, so I can't vouch for them, but I've heard really good things about some of these books. So maybe check them out, see if that helps, but you're not alone. A lot of people. When I was in my 20s, I thought if my parents got divorced, it would shatter my understanding of love. Feel reassured that in my 30s, I would not care if they got divorced. Because now I understand it has nothing to do with me. And if they get divorced, it has nothing to do with my relationship with love either. But I hear you and I feel you and I see you. Because in my 20s, I used to tell people all the time, oh my God, like, I'm never getting married if my parents get divorced. But now I'm like, girl, there are so many issues with my parents. Not their marriage. Their marriage is great. But there's a lot of reasons why adults go their separate ways. Matilda, the parents on Matilda, they got divorced, but they're friends, they're besties. But they were like, we've been together for 60 years. We want to do something else. And I'm like, you know what? It's not my love story, but you do you. Sometimes you got to look at it like that. Like, I can't believe you got divorced after all these years, but I guess you do you. Because I used to think like, oh my God, that's so romantic. They've been together for so long, but you got this. I believe in you. You'll do great. Okay, with that said, let's talk about representation because I think this is so interesting. Who knows this song before I show it to you? Who knows this song?
I'ma sit back with a blunt. You put my hand in the cuffs. Can't touch. Walk from the back to the front.
Okay, we all know this song, right? Who do you think sings it? You know what I mean? Like, who do you think sings it? Who do you think? Who? Because I legit had no concept or idea of who sang this song. It could have been anybody. Like, I had images of the person who sang it a billion times in my head. Like, I did have images in my head of like either way. It could either be this kind of person or this kind of person. I found out through this TikTok, okay? This TikTok.
I'ma sit back with a blunt.
Me watching y'all use another trans creator song while misgendering the artist, not giving him credit, and being transphobic and ableist. This is Jan or Ayana, not a dead name, gender neutral name. They are blind, Black and trans. Okay, this is his song. It's been like reworked a couple times. This is the official video.
I'ma sit back with a blunt. You put my hand in the cuffs. Can't touch. Walk from the back to the front. Arch and look back at the butt. I want you to strut. Turn. I want you to strut.
Right? Good video, huh?
Strut. to the front. Arch and look back at the butt. I want you to strut.
Baby, I need you to strut. I need you to strut. Walk like you don't give a fuck. Like you don't give a fuck. Look at you, bad to the bone. To the bone. You thick too? Yeah, that's a plus. Damn. Whole lot of junk in the trunk. Whole lot of junk in like trunk. Damn, can I get a touch? Touch, 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 touch. I won't tell nobody nothing, just trust. Look how she walk from the back to the front. From the pole. Show bitches why you the one. You the red bottom heels. Oh, you came here to stun. Oh, you came with a mission. You getting it done. Yup. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. That's what you're supposed to do. Girl, whenever you run into me, it's just one thing I need you to do.
I want you to strut, 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 strut. Turn. I want you to strut, 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 strut. I want you to strut, strut, strut. Yeah, I want you to.
Booty said
Okay. Oh, hold on.
she wanna fuck, but she cannot leave till I'm nut. Fuck it, I'm calling her bluff, but then she says she like when it's rough.
Okay, that line is a little crazy. But let me show you this. Hold on, I'm not done. Let me show you this. So first he says here, he's teaching us about his name.
Not my dead name. Ayana is not my dead name.
Not the dead
Just
name.
like if somebody's name was Jonathan, they don't want to always be called Jonathan, so you call them John. It applies the same here. I don't know why people think Ayana is my dead name. It's
Okay, so now we know Jan or Ayana. And then let me show you this that I think is so interesting. Hold on. Uno momento, I forgot to pull it up. Let me see here. So there's this one. Let me see.
cause why the fuck Fendi? Speakers get the dumping and that booty get the jumping, man. That thing be really thumping. It be dun 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 dun. And when she back it up and dump it, get the smacking up and punch it. When I grab it up and hump it, girl, I ask for I touch it. Can I hold that bob? Fendi.
The comment section was like, I love the ask for consent. Like, it was so fast, but the ask for consent was right there. And I just thought that was so, I was like, no, okay, there we go. Anyways, so, you know, there you go. I just thought it was cool. I love learning about, like, I love defying expectations, one, who doesn't? You know what I mean? But also, I really do appreciate bringing attention to the fact that, you know, that song that was so fucking viral, the artist behind it is trans and has 1 million followers and like is pretty popular. And like, you know, we love to support trans people, you know, they have a ton of content, you know, and they're disabled, which is great. Like, we love watching it. We love watching, like, you know, it's just good representation, I thought. And the song's a banger. Like, the song is so good. I love all the TikToks. You know, the TikToks are mostly like, you know, they pull their hand away and they shoot the camera and they come back and their, you know, their look is different. So there's like, you know, have you guys seen that trend? Is this just my side of TikTok? Let's see if I can show you an example.
I'ma sit back with a blunt. Blunt.
See?
You put my hand in the cuffs. Can't touch. Walk from the back to the front.
So it's like it's cute. It's like a cute trend. I'm glad people have been enjoying the song, but I just thought it was kind of cool. There you go. Now you know. Mike Super Short Show. Okay, now. Oh, hold on.
I want you to strut.
Okay,
Strut.
this is gold.
Strut.
Hello.
Turn. I want you to strut.
That's so hard. Oh, that's so hard.
Yeah, I want you to strut. Strut.
You guys do not know how hard this is.
Walk from the back to the front.
Oh my God.
Arch and look back at the butt. I want you to strut.
Oh, that's so obnoxiously hard. Oh, that's so obnoxiously hard. Oh. Okay. Anyways, there you go. What was that from? Here, I'll link this TikTok. You guys can check it out. Oh, Mike's Super Short Show. Oh, it's from Disney. Mike's Super Short Show. You remember the Disney Channel between shows? They'd go to commercial and be like Mike and his sister or something. And then he'd be like, Mike's Super Short Show. Anyway, this is my childhood. Okay. That's what it's from. All right. Let's go ahead and talk about the ick because I actually love that topic, and Discord asked me to talk about it. I think Jesse has a new podcast, JK Podcast. I don't know what this is. The Do We Know Them podcast, but like this is JK Podcast. I don't know what this is, but chat asked me to talk about the ick and if it's real by using this clip. So this podcast is 17 hours ago. It's just like one section of the pod about the ick. So let's watch it.
Didn't really notice anything. Basically, this person puts everyone sharing pictures of their man's ick postures, and then she's just laughing in the TikTok, and then everyone just started sharing in the comments their boyfriends.
That one kills me. That one's sitting down.
This one says writing his letter of recommendation. I mean,
Oh no.
yeah. When I first saw it,
Oh my god.
bro, I'm sorry, but
I don't know what it is about it.
791,000 likes would make me break up with him. Genuinely.
No, I would kill myself.
I would
And
literally.
not in Minecraft.
There's just no way. And honestly, bless him. Like he's just trying to like get his shit done. You know what I mean?
The thing is, there's nothing wrong with his posture necessarily.
I think it's that he's like popping his back a little bit, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
And then
he's giving a little back pop.
simultaneously like his head looks like humongous. Like it looks like kind of like somebody photoshopped it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it really does.
It really does.
Yeah.
I think also the chair is not helping it. Like something about the chair and you see the space
So
between
being
his back
so
really
far away from him,
accentuates his pop of the back, yeah.
dude,
Bless him.
almost 1 million likes, bro.
No, I'm
jumped
telling you,
off
that would
the
make me
building.
end it all. Oh my God, this one says 4 years later, still can't get over it. And he's literally...
Not the toes. not the
No,
toes.
I would be so disgusted by this. I really would. Like
No,
the
not the
tippy
toes.
toes while eating. And I get it because I've definitely done that. Like, of course I've done that. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah, like to try to bring your plate
yeah,
up
your plate more like to the...
Give some height.
Well, because you want it to
Height to
be on a
your plate.
consistent height. You don't want the plate to like slide down. Of course.
Exactly.
But what
It's
a
gotta be
sight.
level. You know what? I don't want to see it. Put some shoes on.
Oh my God, this one's so bad.
Okay, first of all, hands in the pants is my default. Okay, my hands live in my pants. I just need you to know this. It's warm. My thighs feel good. I like to put my hands right on my thighs and walk around the house, and I like to jiggle my own thighs. And then I like to do a little twerk. You know? Yeah, my hands are always in my pants. Okay, now, a few things. Discord said, I think this trend doesn't really sit right with me since a lot of women are posting their partners is more in a more effeminate positions, and it seems like it's meant to humiliate their partners the same way men will humiliate women, kind of like Selena Powell, Deshae Frost situation on stream. We talked about it a few weeks ago. But their girlfriend wives are utilizing allusions to queerness as a way to joke about men in order to gain some control. Okay, so yeah, I can see that for sure. I'm not sure if the girls are playing it up for stream. Like, I'm not sure if Jessie and her host friend are playing it up to sort of meme on it, but I would just say like all of these poses are very neutral and they certainly don't indicate anything. I will also say to the chatter who said in my chat, let me see. Hold on. You said it. You said, where did it go? You said that if you were really in love, like you wouldn't get the ick from someone you're really in love with. Maybe. I have definitely, I don't think that's true. I think you can get the ick from siblings, friends, partners. And I think what it is, here's what I think the ick is. It breaks the illusion of what you think of when you think of your partner, especially as it relates to something sexy and as it relates to family and friends, something more like mannered or someone you could vouch for. I think the ick is when someone kind of goes against or defies the idea of them in their, like you have of them in your head, especially if their reputation match like happens to have something to do with your reputation. So like if like my brother, if I vouched for my brother, if a girl came to me and said, I'll use a non-romantic example because I think it does, this is how I think of the ick. If my brother was like, hey, put in a good word with this girl for me, I'm like, oh yeah. And the girl was like, is your brother super clean? And I'd be like, yeah, as far as I know, he's like super clean. And then I caught my brother being the most disgusting piece of shit ever. I'd be like, oh, and I'd get like an ick. Like I'd be like, ew, I can't see you the same. Like, hold on. Like, what are you doing? And yeah, Chad said, would it be synonymous to cringe? I think it's very much like an embodied cringe. Yeah, like, I think ick is like a cringe that makes you doubt your relationship to this person. It makes you doubt your like association with this person or how you feel about this person or like, you know, it just doesn't matter. At least for me, when I feel like I get the ick, I'm like, oh, this image I had of you in my head was more charming and better than the reality of the situation. And now I'm like getting a genuine ick. and I don't know what to do, and it makes me feel like I don't want to be around you anymore. And that's what the ick for me can feel like. So maybe some people don't have that extreme of a response, and maybe for them they just think it's kind of funny. But I feel like all of these poses are very neutral right now. And also I do all of them, you know, so I feel like they're all pretty neutral. But, you know, I will say, my partner and I both have, you know, we sit at the computer all day. So sometimes we both have like a troll posture, and I'm like, and up, or goblin. We call it goblin. I'm like, and so sometimes he'll come in my office. He's like, holy fuck, you're such a goblin right now. And I'm like, look, okay, I'm not trying to be sexy, but it doesn't give each other the ick. But I can see why somebody else, it would give them the ick. It's very unflattering. Like, it's very unflattering, right? But, you know, Chat says, okay, but unconditional kind of overrides, right? Like in sickness and in health vibes. Nope. I've told my partner if the ick persists, I'll break up with them. If I get the ick from you and it's like serious and you don't stop, I will break up with you. I have one life to live, girl. I'm not going to do it for nobody. No, if there is a true ick, like it is so embodied. Like imagine you woke up and you found your partner. What's a good example? Like I'm trying to use one that isn't real, but is like, you know what I mean? But is, you know, gross. So hold on. So one that's not real for my marriage, but gross, and, you know, what's one that people do? Hold on. Okay, I'll do one that's kind of harmless but real. If you go and hide in the bathroom on your phone to avoid time with me, that is such a big ick. Or if you like, if you were eating your own hair or biting your toenails. Biting your toenails is a great one. Thank you, chat. If you were biting your toenails, bro, oh my God. If I walked into, if you were Aiden Rossing it in my living room, do you know what I'm saying? It's not immoral. It's not unethical. It's disgusting. I am getting a physical vomit response from this thought. Absolutely not. Okay? Absolutely not. Yes, like Edmund eating your boogers, Edmund on Love is Blind. Yeah, I eat my boogers. And it's like, Edmund. That's great example. So toes, boogers, eating things, you know, whatever. I love you, but I can't live with this. I love you. I can't live with this. Great examples. And these boys on the internet just get out here and brag about a girl. They brag about it like they think it's cute. Literally think it's cute. And I'm like, anyways, the point is, great examples. So we agree. Though the ick, not unethical, not immoral, disgusting. You know, Chet said that is more like disgust more than an ick. I feel ick is different. For me, ick, it feels the same. I will say that's how my ick response has always felt. I don't know if somebody's having a different response. I do not know what people mean when they say ick. So that's also okay. Like if somebody has a different relationship with the word ick, that's great. We can talk about it. But yeah, I don't have, but that's how I think my Discord chatter was trying to say, I feel like they're getting a disgust response from their men, which feels homophobic, right? So for me, I think that works, but I don't know. What do you guys think? Because, you know, when people say like, oh, women are dumping their men over the ick, they're dumping their man because we're associating the word ick with like a disgust response. So I don't know if somebody else has a different relationship with that word, but it's valid if you do. Okay, let's go back to the video really fast.
Oh no, why would she share that? No, stop it.
I do think putting your man on blast is bullshit if he didn't give consent. Like I really do think it's really fucked up if these men don't know they're being posted.
Hands in his pants like a 4-year-old?
No, I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
No.
Repairing our life.
Okay, wait, chat says, I feel like knowing you actually love someone is when you see some behaviors that give you a bit of an ick and still seeing them in the same light and being able to look past their weird and icky behavior. Respectfully, I think that's why people stay in abusive relationships. Because when you look past things that bother you, that are genuinely weighing on you, it builds resentment in marriage and causes for divorce. I would rather us divorce in a good spirit than us divorce because I grew resentful of you. It's disgusting. Stop eating your goddamn toenails. Grow the fuck up, right? I'm not looking past this. Stop biting your goddamn toenails. With peace and love, I'm not looking past it. Okay, if you wanted to marry me, it's informed consent. I do not consent to this relationship. If you hid from me that you bit your toenails and then I saw it, I have the right to say, hold up, I did not know I was marrying somebody who bites toenails. Absolutely not. So make a decision. Either stop this behavior or like, I'm out. That's what I think, you know, personally. But you know what I mean? Chad says, oh, great question. Can I bite my toenails in private? You can, but you're never going to kiss me again because every time I kiss you, I'm just going to imagine you biting your toenails. Nasty. What if you knew somebody who was drinking their pee or licked their poop on occasion just to see what it tasted like? Girl, you're not kissing me anymore. There are people who do that. I've met people who do that. I'm not doing it. That's what I'm saying with peace and love. We don't have to be married that bad. Damn, I'll be single. I don't need to be married that bad.
Socket looking like a question mark.
You. No, I don't believe you.
You know what that reminds me of? Like in Meet the Robinsons, there's the bowler hat guy, and he like, you know what I mean? Like, he
say, it's like a bad guy like tiptoeing and like trying to run.
Okay, wait, but when I really do this at home, I go like, there is something, okay? There is something icky about it, but it's very not sexy. That's what it is. It's just not sexy.
Something like
like, you know,
yeah.
No, there's no need for that. Like, I get you have to bend down, but like, I don't understand it regardless.
No, horrible.
Oh my God. I do have an ick pose for Nasim.
No.
Oh my God. I'm going to see if he'll let me put it up. God, please.
Oh
please
man, I
let
bet you
him.
he won't. I bet you he won't.
Okay, wait. Also, Discord made a great point. It says, I also think it relates not just to homophobia, but ableism as well. For some of the photos being posted. Oh, that's a good point, actually. On Love is Blind, there was an ableist comment that I was like, but I wasn't shocked because she's a Trumper. But she was like, the way you talked about me made me feel so ugly, like I was Quasimodo. I was like, hey, don't throw Quasi under the bus like that. And I know she didn't think about it because conservatives don't, and a lot of us aren't raised to think about it. But like, why are you saying Quasimodo? Like, people don't live with disability. And you're basically saying like you treated me like I was, you know, someone with a disability. And I'm like, hey. But like, she obviously, you know, she doesn't hear the ableism in her commentary. But yeah, I definitely.
Okay, when we first went to Nashville, he was sleeping.
Oh my God, we talked about this. Yeah, that's not a Jesse. That's not an ick pose. That was like something happened to him.
No. Wait, are you talking about the sucking the thumb thing?
Oh, I'm talking about him sleeping like a dead raccoon.
Oh no, I don't have a picture of that. Oh yes, that's definitely an ick as well. But oh my God, the other one happened in Nashville, but it wasn't like, it was the first trip we went on with like Yesenia and all of them.
Oh, I thought you were talking about this Nashville.
No,
Okay.
the dead possum thing definitely gave the ick for sure. But basically, I turned over and I kind of looked at him in the...
Yeah, that stuff wouldn't give me the ick. So now I don't know what the ick is to them. Because if I saw my partner sleeping like a raccoon, I just feel like that's fucking hilarious. I love that. I love this. This is so funny. You know what I mean? I just think it's funny. So I think ick can be something casual. For me, ick is like pretty serious. Like if I get the ick, it's like, uh-oh, I might never love you again. Like ick is like, uh-oh, okay, I'll give you one. How about this? You want to hear a serious ick? One of my little brothers, there was a bunk bed and we went to go, basically, I don't remember. Oh, I went to go lay down in the bed. That's what it was. I was like, he was on the bottom bunk and there was a top bunk. I went to go lay down on his bed to take a nap. And I looked up and I was like, and there were boogers smeared on the whole mattress. He was picking his nose and he's a grown up. Okay, he's not a grown up, but he was like 18. And it was all over the mattress. And I got out and I screamed for my mom. And I said, your son is, I wasn't living at home. I was visiting. I said, your son is disgusting. Oh, I'm going to puke just thinking about it. And he was just like, what? I didn't want to get up. He ruined a whole ass mattress. Like, what the fuck? And I'm like, you raised this boy. This is proof my parents gave up raising their kids as it got to the end. Because none of my siblings had ever done that. None of us had ever done that. My parents absolutely abandoned ship for those younger kids, okay? And I'm sitting here like, oh, I'm gonna tell people. You know, so again, when we talk about the ick, I'm saying like something that like makes you think like, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? There's something fucking wrong with you. But then he was just like, what? It's just boogers. Ugh, gross.
Dark. And I was like, is he sucking his thumb? Like that was like the only thing I could see. And then I put on my flash for a second. I was like, this motherfucker is sucking his thumb. So I took a picture. He wasn't sucking his thumb, but he kind of fell asleep, like kind of like this. Like his thumb was like folded. And
yeah, I don't see why this is an ick. I don't, but you know, to each their own. I would just be like, oh, he looks cute. Sweet baby boy.
And like right by his mouth. So it looked like he was fully sucking his thumb. And
Oh, Chad says they're talking about mild turnoffs. Oh, I'm not even thinking about turning on, turning off. I'm thinking about more like, ew, like icky, like gross. Because that's what an ick is. Like it's icky, you're gross. You know what I mean? I don't think this is icky or gross.
I remember thinking in that moment, like, if I find out this guy's sucking his thumb, I am gonna be so disgusted. Like, genuinely.
If I find out after
It is a little weird that you weren't able to break the habit. I sucked my thumb till I was 12. Fun fact. It was very comforting. It was a very nice stim. I could see it being weird. I would say that I think it would be weird if my partner was like a grown ass person and they were like, I still suck my thumb. I'd be like, oh, let's get you a mouth guard. Let's figure that out. I kind of do get it. Yeah. If my partner if they were bragging about sucking their thumb, I think that's what it is. If they were, yeah, Chad says autism taking ick literally. Is that what I'm doing? You know, is that what I'm doing? Maybe is what I'm doing, right? Yeah. I think like when I see adults brag about especially women still sucking their thumb into their 20s, I'm like, girls, I did not need to know this about you.
15 years.
I'm gonna be just absolutely horrified. Like, I don't know how I'm gonna recover from that. Like, genuinely. I don't think I'll be okay.
I can't.
But luckily,
No.
I zoomed into the picture because I took it with like the flash that the front camera has. And when I zoomed in, I realized it was just an optical illusion. And then I showed him the next day. I go, motherfucker, I spent like 30 minutes trying to figure out if you were sucking your thumb or not. It was horrifying.
It was like, of course not. You're crazy.
Oh my God. Sorry. I just started scrolling
No.
down. This
No, is that him clenching his ass?
I don't
It's hilarious. That's so funny.
even think it's that he's clenching. I think the pants just got caught. I don't know if I can
Listen, it
recover from
happens
that.
to me with my dumpy sweatpants all the time.
No, girl,
That's
do not
unacceptable.
do that to yourself. This is nowhere near what your dumpy looks like. This looks like a sad, because it's like ruffled at the bottom. I don't know. That wouldn't, I don't like that.
Wow, that's bad.
Oh my
I'm sorry.
God.
Guys, I know this is very, very Miami of me, but if I see a man con chancletas, me da algo. I cannot see a man if I see a thong, this is not a thong sandal.
What are you talking about? You haven't seen Bad Bunny with his little chancletas on stage when they turn all to the side and he's like trying
I
to
know.
dance with them? It's so bad.
And I hate it.
And his
so
jorts.
bad. I hate
Get
it.
out of here. Get
I
out of here,
hate-
Benito, por favor.
Especially
That did look really bad with no sound on. But also, I'm from California. Wear your sandals, girls.
if you're going to wear sandals, please let them be basketball sandals and please put on socks.
They need to be slides. 100%. I agree.
Slide and you have to be wearing socks.
Yeah.
Girl, my man could wear high heels. I don't give a fuck.
With your
No,
slides.
100%. Oh my God. This picture of him swimming.
No, but it was mid swim and he was like doing the frogs.
It's funny. It's funny. It's not an ick. It's funny. I laugh at a lot. Like, we are a big laughing family. We laugh a lot. So I feel like all of these would just be funny, not icks.
I know, but it's
Which is
horrifying.
very embarrassing.
It's horrifying.
Very embarrassing, actually.
Awful. I hate it. Oh,
It's not even like, and these aren't even like cringe. Like, cringe is like, oh my God, I'm so embarrassed for you. Like, that's how I feel about cringe. Like, oh, this is so embarrassing. But it's not like life or death. It's just embarrassing. Like, ugh. Ick is more like I'm disgusted, and funny is just like, oh my God, this is so funny. Like, it's harmless, but I can't stop. It's so funny.
come on. This one, he's just going back to when he was a baby in his mommy's tummy. I feel bad for him.
First of all, this is the best sleeping position. The only difference is I would have a pillow between my knees, and if I don't, I use my hands. This is the best sleeping position. Okay? Or I go partially on my chest. I turn my top half onto the bed and I kind of like jackhammer my legs. All he needs is a pillow and he's sleeping like a king.
With his
That
little
was so
Pikachu
funny.
stuffy pillow. I feel bad for him. Come on. With our newborn.
There we go
Oh my
again.
God, the tippy toes. But he's just trying to, he might be a short
Listen.
king. He's trying to level out. You don't
Okay, pause. Let's be serious for a second. If this is what women mean when they say they get the ick, you guys are fucking crazy. Because people tell me this, they're like, no, Brittany, women are getting the ick out of like the most casual shit. I was like, no, they're not, bro. They're probably mad you're eating your boogers or something. They're like, no. And I'm like, that's probably what it is. And they're like, no. If this is genuinely your ick, you really gotta fucking get it together. Like, nothing is happening in this photo. Like, absolutely nothing is happening in this photo. So I actually now am concerned that there actually is a group of people that think there's anything happening in this photo.
want your baby falling.
Yeah, you don't want a slanted baby. Like, I get it.
Oh my God.
No.
What is this? Oh my God.
First of all, it's called frog. Isn't it called frog or something? I do it in yoga all the time to stretch my legs. It feels really good. But also, yeah, ladies, like what's happening right here? Like, there's really not, I haven't seen one yet that was the ick. Somebody like show me a guy picking his nose and then like try to finger you or something, and then I'll be icked out. Like, there's nothing gross happening
Oh,
yet.
frog pose. I don't like that.
Oh my God, it's giving like stripper move. What the?
Okay, this is hilarious. My toes also change color really dramatically, so like no judgment. Like my feet look crazy when I've been sitting on them for too long, but this is hilarious. This is just hilarious.
Wait. Stop the fucking movie right now. What is happening? He has had those toes curled for so long that the circulation's
That
cut off
they're
their
yellow.
whites. Yeah. They're dying off. And where's his fifth toe? I can't. There's too many
Oh
questions.
my God, for real. Maybe he's got 4.
And he's wearing sandals. So like it's like a
Yeah.
quadruple threat here.
Actually.
Oh my God.
Interesting.
I don't like this. Lots of feet things. Oh, come on.
Hey, come on.
This guy's just sleeping, pobre.
I know, for real.
Yeah, some of these girls are ruthless, I'll say.
I know.
Yeah, I think they're just having fun, like Jessie and her host. I don't think they mean it rudely. I think they're just trying to have fun with the they might not even be, I'm being serious because this is a philosophy channel, but I think they're just trying to be funny. And I do think like I can struggle as a content creator on when I'm going to be funny and when I'm going to be serious. And it's a hard line because when we're trying to be funny, we also can come off really mean, but we don't even mean it. We're just trying to like make people laugh, you know? And so I can see them struggling to sort of express like humor, especially if this is a casual podcast. So I want to say that I don't think the girls are, meaning to be mean girls. I'd hate to think that's what they're doing. Let's see. Chat wants me to look up the definition of ick. What is the ick? The ick is a sudden feeling of disgust, revolution. I'm revolted. Wait, why do I feel like that word is wrong? A deep cringe towards romantic partners, often triggered by minor, trivial, or previously overlooked behavior. It marks an instant loss of attraction, making it difficult to continue the relationship. Often linked to Gen Z slang and popularized by Love Island in 2017, it is a visceral, uncontrollable feeling rather than a logical decision. What do you guys think about that? I think that's right. Revulsion. Thank you. I knew I was saying it wrong. Revulsion. Yeah, what do you guys think? What do you guys think about that? Yeah, I think that's what the ick is to me. But I do think like the third part, previously overlooked behavior, is the part that it could be a deal breaker. Like, hey, I didn't know you did this, and if you continue to do this, like, what, like that's gonna be a problem. Or triggered by a minor and something trivial. Like, yeah, maybe like, I don't know why that gave me the ick, but it did. Something like that. You know what I mean? But I think like some people are just, it's just slang for a feeling we already know, which is like, I'm turned off. Like in my generation, you should be like, you're turning me off right now. Even if it's not a sexy moment, you would be like, it's a turn off. Like you farting is a turn off. Right? So like, that's what my generation would say. So this generation is just calling it the ick. Right?
Oh my God.
Oh, no, come on. He's just...
No, come on, nothing. No, come on, nothing.
I mean, it's just funny. It's just hilarious. But it's not giving me the ick. It's just funny.
I mean, it looks like somebody's in front of him laying out like that, you know?
Like, I'm not turned off. What I'm seeing here is the potential if he bent over a peg position. So honestly, I'm turned on, really.
I mean, like,
Yeah,
somebody's laying
and
down,
he's
he's
missing
sitting
his
on top of
legs.
them. Yeah.
He's, like, missing his
I mean,
legs.
it's not that bad. Oh, I wouldn't
Why
like
he
this
pose
one.
like me?
Yeah, I wouldn't like that one. Oh my
Oh.
God. Wait, that actually looks like he's trying to like fuck the wall.
That is so funny. This is so funny.
Like, I don't like that. What is
Yeah,
happening?
actually, like maybe he's like, listen, when I was younger, I used to like lean on the pool like that.
Don't stop. No, we're not doing that. We're not.
And I do think this kind of discussion can actually lead to people not sitting a particular way. Like growing up, if men sat like with their legs crossed in a particular way, it'd be considered like feminine. And so people would be like, don't sit like a girl. And then that kind of changed up and men crossed their legs more. So I think, I think there's that part of it that plays into this. So, people can you can just make people uncomfortable. I think it's good to embrace silliness though and healthy laughter to say like, oh, I am sitting like a goblin and it's like kind of funny and you like lean into it, which is kind of funny because it's not an ethical issue. It's not a moral issue. And then there's the other part of like, hey, seriously, are you getting disgust when you look at me? And I think that's important. I think like if you've ever had a breakup with somebody, you really start to get the ick about their behaviors. There's that great scene in that show I don't like with Kristen Bell, where she starts to get the ick about his behaviors and things that previously looked okay started to look really icky. I've had that happen with exes so much, where like something your ex does is like you think it's kind of cute, and then after a while you're like, wait, and then you like realize things about them are kind of gross, and you're like, it's like the rose-colored glasses break. And then you start to get like the ick, or you start to realize like, uh-oh, so there's that part of it that I think comes into play here. Jess says, what do you think about Kira saying coffee dates are an ick? Yeah, I think she's okay to have that experience. I would deconstruct it personally the same way that I would tell a woman, if you got an ick because a man wore high heels, like, you should deconstruct that. Or if you got the ick because a man crossed his legs or looked a little bit more gay, like, you should definitely, or feminine, like, deconstruct that. Like, it's okay to come to that answer at the end to say like, oh, it's just like not a thing for me. Like, I just see it and I'm like, this isn't the image of my partner in my head. But then again, like, again, I'm so queer that I wouldn't care if my partner came, their regular clothes, which they are not, but if they were high heels and a corset every day, to be like, cool. I'm actually more turned on, honestly. But like, that's not, you're asking a person who's like so deconstructed that I don't give a fuck about any of this. None of this matters to me. What matters to me is hygiene. What matters to me is manners. What matters to me is how you treat people. What matters to me is like, you want to talk about an ick? Treating wait staff badly. I will get an ick. Like, my brain will just malfunction. If I see a grown man yell at a waitress, if I see a grown woman, if I see a grown adult yell at somebody making minimum wage, the ick will be so real. You know what I mean? So I care more about stuff like that personally. But yeah, like, I think any response you have in your life, you should sit down and think about. Because even though, again, it's not about morals all the time, it could be about like the overall picture. Like, eating your toenails, as an example, isn't a moral issue. You really can't argue that it's unethical or immoral. What you would argue is, when I see you bite your toenails and I'm processing the reality that, let's say your person wears sandals, you've been in sandals all day and there's all that dirt and you're willing to put it into your mouth, I'm just getting very animal. I'm getting like ill-mannered. I'm getting disgusted. I can't help but imagine it when I kiss you. And I just feel kind of embarrassed. And honestly, I just think it's kind of gross. So I'm not saying you're an evil person for biting your toenails, but if you continue to bite your toenails, I can't. And that would be like a good example of how the conversation would go, because like, you really can't argue the ethics. Like, there's nothing, society isn't going to burn down if everyone's biting their toenails. And I would say, for the sake of this relationship, okay, is Aiden Ross listening? For the sake of whoever marries Aiden Ross, other than everything that's wrong with about him openly, actually, XQC did the same thing, didn't he? Didn't XQC eat his toenails or like bite his toenails on stream too? Streamer boys are disgusting. But there's something about that where it's like, I don't want to be with somebody who bites their toenails and eats them. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to do it. Okay. Now, I feel the same way. Are you ready for this? I feel the same way about fingernails now. Now that I stopped biting my fingernails 3 years ago, I feel the same way about fingernails. If anything, I feel worse about it in some ways. So when I watch like people on stream bite their fingernails, I now know what I looked like all those years. Now I know why people thought I was disgusting. People literally be like, Brittany, biting your fingernails is gross. And I'm like, no, it's not. And now I'm like, oh my God, I'm disgusting. I can't believe I used to bite my fingernails. And like, I don't do that anymore. I'm so proud of myself. Now I trim them with a nail clipper and a file. But I used to bite my fingernails. Yeah. And that's what it is. Like, that's what I think at the end of the day. That's the way you have to seem to have, like, you have to have the conversation that way, because there's, again, no one's like killing anybody out here.
Doing that. No.
When I was younger.
No,
It's just a nerdy pose. It's just not very sexy, which, by the way, I hope you know, every time your man hitting it from the back, that's what it looks like. Your man hitting it from the back, what do you think he's doing right now? Especially if he's super tall. I dated a very tall man. Let me just tell you, if you saw that angle from the back, it would be hilarious.
And they had a jet. I used to hang off.
I know. Just stop. I don't want to hear. I actually don't want to. I don't want to do this with you.
I didn't know what I was doing. I just knew what it felt like.
Oh my God, I can't. That is too much. Oh no.
Oh hell no. I'd wake him up and be like, who are you dreaming about? I'd slap him. Be like, what are you biting your lip over?
Why are you biting your fucking lip like that?
Who are you sexing in your dream? No.
I know Discord brought it up again. I already talked about it, like the contempt you'd have to have for your partner. Yeah, but you don't know if these men consented to it, right? So like, I don't know if these men consent. A lot of men would find this funny. You have to remember, there's a lot of guys out there that'd be like, oh my God, post a photo, make me viral. That'd be so funny. So I'm going to assume all these women got consent from their partners. Just like Jesse said, let me make sure I get consent from mine, right? But I have to assume that's happening. If it's not happening, that's really fucked up. But these men should dump these women if that's the case. Because why are you posting my photo to make fun of me? And I really fully believe that a lot of these men think it's funny. You know, so it just depends on the situation, right? It just depends. But yeah, I think a lot of people don't think it's abnormal to take photos. I mean, I was with somebody and they took a photo. Okay, so my partner and I don't take photos casually. Like, my partner's not the biggest fan of having their photo taken, and we're very private about photos in general. And my friend was visiting and she pulled out her phone and took a photo of us without asking. And I was like, oh my God, like that was so weird because I'm so used to us being so private about photos. But she's coming from the perspective of like, we're just taking a photo together. And I understand that too, because when I'm with some of my friends, we just whip out the phone. When I'm with her alone, we whip out the phone. We take like 50 photos together. But my partner is just not that person. So I was like, hey, in the future, because I don't know who you're sending it to, just let us know if you're going to take a photo. And that sounds so weird, but that is like some people's boundary is like, don't just like take a photo of me. But then for young people, or especially for people on the internet, it's so normal for them to take a photo and then post it. They don't even ask. But millennials, they tend to be like, hey, can I post this? You know? So everyone is different, right?
This is too much. I can't handle these. Like the ones on their knees, I can't handle the ones on their knees.
No, I know. Oh, hell no. If my man was playing like this,
know.
I'd have an issue.
Like, what is he holding on to? Oh, that's a computer.
He's like leaning
like a
in
mouse.
front of, yeah, like he's leaning to the computer. But his ass stayed back in my
He
ass.
needs to move that desk forward, girl. You can't game like that. You need to be up in it. You ever see that guy who games and he's like this? His head is like on the screen. You gotta get in it. You gotta get closer, you know?
I mean, and he's enjoying it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Oh, this guy looks like he's
Honestly, I stand like that all the time.
really.
I swear to you, this little. Oh no, this is a joke.
That's a joke. That's a joke.
That's a joke.
Oh,
Pobrecito. No, I don't like this
hey,
movie.
he's kind of rocking your dumpy. Your dumpy.
Yeah, I feel like if my partner's booty looked like this, I'd be like, I love you so much. We're gonna get you new pants.
Looking the denim.
Yeah,
He's kind
we're
of slaying
seeing
it.
that.
If
I will say that. I will say that if I think my partner's looking goofy, I'd be like, change. If I would never, I love my people too much to let them leave the house goofy. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, not goofy is different than even PJs. Like you could leave the house PJs, you know, dress down and not look goofy. Goofy is goofy though. Like you know, maybe it's my family too. My parents are very like, they dress really well and they would tell us before we left the house, like, no, change. It doesn't work. And like, it kind of gives you a sense of like how you show up in the world, especially in a world that judges so harshly. Like it is kind of nice to have somebody who's in your corner, especially since for a lot of my life, like people, I think didn't want to tell me I wasn't pulling it off. It's nice to have people who are like, you're not pulling it off. And I'm like, oh, thank you. Like, thank you for not letting me leave the house if I'm not pulling it off. Or to acknowledge I'm not pulling it off, but we're doing it anyways. You know?
he had covered up how absolutely comically high-waisted his jeans were, I think that genuinely his dumpy would have been like fine for me, you know?
Okay.
Especially since in my marriage, we do deodorant checks all the time. We're like, spin, deodorant check. And we check to see if we got deodorant on our clothes because we wear a lot of black. You know what I mean? It's nice. It's nice to, you know, have somebody who has your back for those things and isn't just like, oh, it doesn't matter. It's not a big deal. It doesn't matter. On the scheme of things, it matters to me. Do I have deodorant stains on my clothes before I leave the house? How about cat hairs? There's too much cat hair. Like, should we use a thing?
For sure.
Oh, is he with
don't like
us? Is this guy still here?
Honestly, when I was a kid, I used to do this in the pool. See how long people notice I was drowning. I was never drowning.
I don't think so.
Or has he passed the
Is
one?
this like the
Did you
the Fifth
drown him?
Element?
Yeah, what is happening? Oh my God. This one says ruin my day.
Oh, girl. Like, I get it. Like, having a bad posture is difficult. We don't know why he has that bad posture, but I obviously think it's a joke because she said, ruin my damn engagement photos. So laugh emoji. It's a joke. They think it's funny. But yeah, like, I get it. I get it. There are certain photos of our wedding I won't post because my fingernails are trash. That's when I stopped biting my fingernails after my wedding because the wedding photographer did a zoom in on our hands and I was mortified at my own nails. I was like, oh, and I can't post them. I don't show anybody those photos. They look so bad. It's me. I ruined our wedding photos. And I was like, that's it. No one's ever seeing these. And that's what changed my life. And now you can zoom in on my hands all you want, girl. At least they're organized. They're short, but they're organized. Okay. I also just recently had to retrim everything because I broke like 3 of my nails. I hate that. That's the worst part about nails. It's you grow them out, they get long, and then 3 of them break, and you got to restart everything all over again. Anyways,
engagement pictures.
No, why is he standing like that?
No, God bless. He has a condition for sure.
Oh.
I mean, I don't know actually if he like knows it, because her saying like he ruined it, like there's no way he doesn't just stand like this.
He's like,
yeah, like if he has a condition, we don't know. But I doubt if he had a condition, she would make fun of him. But maybe.
he's like standing like this. Like,
I think he has like scoliosis or something, you know?
yeah, oh, for sure.
Although
Totally.
I'm not gonna lie, this is how I looked when Alex told me on the cruise, like, girl, straighten up. Like, because I was literally like hunched over the coffee bar like that. Yeah. Yeah, I have very bad posture, for sure.
I mean, so do I. If our chairs didn't have backs, oh boy.
No, some of these girls are brave for this, like, for real.
Oh my God.
This is funny.
He's just thinking while he sleeps. He's like Nassim.
Oh
That's
my
a philosopher
God.
right there, baby.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry. Okay, if you know you're rock climbing and you want to go from one little pebble to the other side all the way like that, then you do it slowly and gradually. You don't do a cheerleader split move and looking like a damn, like, ew, that's such an ick.
Or, like, at the very least, like, it
I mean, he's bouldering. Like, I don't know what the ick is here.
wouldn't have been bad if, like, you go to the rock that's far away, but then you kind of, like, bend the knee, you know? Like, you do, like, a side
Right,
lunge
okay,
there.
like, give me some athleticism. Give me
Yeah,
some
yeah, this is
athleticism.
giving you're stuck now. Like, we have to go rescue you.
It's giving your first time on the wall.
And listen, I do understand icks are funny because they're pretty harsh. They usually are just like icks because you're like existing weird. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like,
Exactly. And I have so many. It's my weird ass queer. I stand in many icky ways.
Okay, see how Jesse defined ick? You're just existing weird. I didn't think that's what an ick was, but it's good to know that in different bubbles, an ick is just like when you're kind of being goofy, versus for me, an ick is like a real repulsion response. So, okay.
I know it, but it's just
oh
fun
no,
to
no,
make fun
I
of a man.
definitely do. And actually, they have made fun of my toes. Remember that Joey said my toe looked like Cinderella, like the stepsister's trying on the glass slipper? Like, yeah, I do agree. I have very weird habits, and I'm sure while I'm editing specifically that my toes are in all sorts of, And Nassim has so much grace in his heart for me,
For
He doesn't
sure.
call it out.
Imagine if he just started taking pictures of all your ick poses.
No,
Oh.
literally, I would be horrified. Meanwhile, then there's me with his damn thumb sucking while he's unconscious, he's asleep, and being like, if he is sucking his thumb, I'm not gonna be okay with this. You know what I mean?
That's different though. That's
That is
different. That's
different.
not
I
him in
agree.
like a random ick pose. That's him sucking his thumb secretly for years. What's that about?
No, that was my first thought. Is I'm like, why would he go to do this? Like in his subconscious, like he doesn't suck his thumb at night. Would you ever be with a guy who sucks his thumb at night?
No.
What if he's the best guy ever? Is like everything on paper that you could ever ask for, but he sucks his thumb at night?
Okay, but like, is it like he's actually for real? All those things?
Yes.
Like not just like a serial killer. pretending
No,
to be
he's
all
the
those things.
best guy you could ever like ask
then.
for on paper.
Yeah.
You would be fine with it?
If he's the best guy ever and what he sucks his thumb, I mean,
Yeah.
Oh.
Not a
it
non-negotiable
would
for you.
give me the ick. It
Yeah.
would give me the ick, but
I feel like people can't hide that they suck their thumb because their teeth show it. You know what I mean?
or it's different.
People always say that, but no one's ever looked at my teeth and said, you sucked your thumb as a kid. I don't know. I think everyone's different. That's just a stereotype. Yes, some people have teeth problems, but never as a dentist. None of my dentists ever asked if I sucked my thumb. When people find out I sucked my thumb till I was 12, they're like, wait, really? And I was like, yeah, never noticed. So I don't know. I don't know if that, obviously it doesn't happen to everybody, but
It's actually different because sometimes either your teeth go forward or like the top of your mouth goes up. Trust me, I know because I sucked my thumb like majority of my life.
Oh
when I was
my
younger.
God.
Not majority of my
Shout
life.
out.
Like, okay, so I was a tete kid and I had a tete and like everywhere all over the house. And then they put a pool. This is the story. They put a pool in my backyard and my parents sat me down and said, you cannot get into a big person pool, a big kid pool unless you get rid of your tetes. Like,
Oh my
you have
God.
to get rid of the tete. And like, I really wanted to get in the pool or whatever. And so I was like, okay, I could do it. I could whatever. They threw away on my, I remember this like if it was yesterday. I must have been like 6 years old. When
Oh
this
my
happened.
God. And your teeth weren't completely fucked?
No, like the tete didn't fuck up my teeth. And I was like, okay, I'll get rid of all my tetes, whatever. And I had a mental breakdown
Oh.
when all my tetes were gone, like so bad. And instead of being like, listen, mama, that's the way the cookie crumbles, my parents were like, you know what, just suck your thumb. Like, try this.
Stop it.
And I
You were
sucked my
like,
thumb until I was
perfect.
like 10 years old. Yeah.
Oh
I was
no.
like 10.
What made you stop?
Yeah. I was like, okay, I'm going to middle school. Maybe I should
You were
stop.
just self-regulating. That's good.
Yeah. But yeah, it doesn't always like stick your
Wow.
teeth out. It didn't happen to me, but it did. I feel like it did something to the roof of my mouth. I don't know.
Oh my goodness. Well, I'm glad you did stop. Okay.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Is this
Oh
the
my
end of
God,
the
dude, I had
segment?
written down because I was watching TikTok and a clip.
Okay, I'm going to say that's the end of the segment. I will say generally, when you communicate things, it's important to talk to the person that you're actually building a life with because words do mean different things to different people. So not everybody defines ick as the same thing. Obviously, as we've learned, not everyone defines cringe as the same thing. And I do think it's important to process what is good for your relationship and in your even friendships, honestly. Because I do think these things can impact the way you socialize and the way you look at people. And I do think, like, look, at the end of the day, whether you like it or not, Like Andrew Tate gives me the ick. Like Menosphere Boys give me the ick. Okay. Like they literally make me never want to have sex again. Like when I see Andrew Tate and Justin Waller and Sneeko, they make me never want to get naked again. Like they make me want to just like, I can't believe I've even looked at a man before. Like they make me wish I was a lesbian, and I'm pansexual, so I can't help it. But like sometimes, you know what I mean? Like that's the feeling I get. But that's because I'm disgusted by them. You know, I'm like disgusted by them. So I do think for me, the ick is like a disgust. Like, ooh, absolutely not. Cringe is like, oh my God, I'm so embarrassed. Like, oh, this is so bad. Oh my God, I'm so embarrassed. You know, like I feel your embarrassment. And then like, just like not being interested or not attracted to somebody is like nothing is happening. So like there's a difference between like nothing is happening, there's nothing here, and like there's so much negativity here. Absolutely not. You know, my friend was telling me about a coworker of theirs who at a restaurant was like very dismissive of wait staff, and my friend was like, I was so embarrassed, I didn't know what to do. Like I didn't know what to do. And I was like, just don't go out to lunch with them again. Be like, you're rude to wait staff. You know, remember how I dated that guy in my early 20s who refused to tip? And when I tipped, because I'm a tipper, he like got in a big fight with me and like was like, I can't believe you did that. That's so fucked up of you. You know what I mean? Like, I can't believe like you would go against. I was like, your values are your values. My values are mine. I'm not going to a restaurant and not tipping. I would never date somebody who didn't tip. Okay. We're in Europe and we often tip. And like Europe doesn't even need you to tip. Okay. So like, I just need you to be completely like, you need to understand. There is a whole, he is not alone. Like he is not unique. There are a lot of people who don't believe in tipping, and I think you all fucking suck. Okay, make your food at home. Okay, stop putting people in a position to do labor and then not understanding the culture around that labor. Okay. And again, like even in Europe, we mostly tip delivery drivers if we get anything delivered, because it's like they're going out of their way. They're on their scooter. A lot of them are also immigrants or, you know, foreigners here on a visa. And it's like, yeah, I'm going to tip. Okay. Know what I mean? Okay. With that said, I think we covered this topic. Any last thoughts about the ick? Are we over this? Okay, let's go to this next topic that I think is going to be interesting. Do you remember this woman? We watched her a while back. Her channel has gotten so big. It's kind of crazy. Like, am I confusing her with someone else? No, I'm not. Isn't she the philosophy girl that started on TikTok, like, or YouTube? Like, yeah, with like a really clear ID. Didn't we watch her videos and we thought she was like 20? But she's actually not 20. We thought she was like so young. And her content just did really well. I mean, obviously her thumbnails are great. She's fucking beautiful. Her background looks very cool. Anyways, she's doing really good for herself. And I didn't know she had been married for 10 years. And she said, what I learned from 10 years of marriage to the love of my life. And I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. Let's see what she's learned.
Today I'm here to share everything I learned from 10
Hello, Brittany?
years of being married, so you can either apply it to your current relationship. Today I'm here to share everything I learned from 10 years of being married, so you can either apply it to your current relationship or a future one and know what to look out for in a partner. I feel that it's very important for me to talk about this because there aren't many good examples being set out there of what a beautiful relationship looks like, and I have been in one for 10 years, a stable, gorgeous, simple marriage. So maybe that's also why I don't feel the need to talk about it a lot, but I'm really happy. What else can I say? But also many people have asked me for this specifically because a lot of you guys are genuinely surprised that I am married, let alone for 10 years. I should really be a dating coach. Everyone in our lives want what we have. They envy our relationship, and we know how precious it is because a lot of people don't.
Okay, rough start. I'm going to be really real. Super rough start. Not sure about the language use here. So now I'm a little like, to say like everyone in our life envies our relationship. Like, that's a rough start to me, but okay, I'm listening.
Have it, but we also work hard at it to get to this point, so it wasn't easy. But people are also very jaded right now. I'm seeing a lot of talk about how having a relationship is low-key embarrassing, causes you to glow down, they harvest your energy, you're better off alone and focusing on yourself. And I understand where a lot of this is coming from because a lot of people have been burned, including myself, or have poured into relationships that gave nothing back. So I'm not here to dismiss that at all, but I do disagree
Chat said ick. Did we all just collectively get the ick?
with a couple of caveats. One, you will have your energy harvested if the other person adds nothing to your life. If they're not bringing anything.
Now, do you remember? I remember thinking her content isn't for me, and it's giving a little bit like, by my course a little bit. Do you remember my criticism of her when we first watched her? That's why I want to be optimistic going in, because maybe I misjudged her. Is I remember thinking like she's using philosophy and like kind of like know yourself stuff, but in a very like, I don't think she knows what she thinks she knows, but I think she got popular because she has a really good set and she's very pretty, right? But like she does feel like she's selling me something. So I'm trying to be optimistic here.
To the table at all, then you're just out here doing charity work. Two, if you're a lover girl or a lover boy and you don't choose yourself first, no matter what, you will suffer. People who lose themselves in relationship and get wrecked lose themselves because they don't even have a stable, solid sense of self to begin with. And then three, I also had to find out firsthand what terrible bad relationships look like first before I know how to cherish a good one. So if you've been through the ringer of bad relationships, that's your education. Your time is never wasted. You're just paying tuition. But honestly, if you hate the person that you're with, then maybe that's a sign that it will be better for you to be solo or continue looking for the right person. Because I'm going to tell you, it is very hard to undo resentment. So one of the comments on my Instagram post recently said having a glow up while getting married is God tier, and I have to agree. It is so important for you to be with the right person, because the right partnerships forces you to evolve and level up, not just for yourself, but for each other. I genuinely wish for my younger self to have more people that I
You guys know Anna, the other lady who does like the level up content, who kind of runs, she's going through her own philosophical journey. They kind of talk similarly, which I feel like is the feminist philosophy bubble that's adjacent to the level up hustle bubble. So they're capitalists usually. So that's what I'm getting from this. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Looked up to, because I started off completely dysregulated, thinking that I had all kinds of personality disorders. I had a terrible temper, and we started off in our relationship constantly fighting, and it really wasn't easy, but somehow I came out the other end healed and transformed, because in a way we healed each other. But of course I did a lot of work too, I'm not dismissing that, but having the right person next to you really helps. So if you're new here, my name is May, and on this channel we talk about complete transformation of the mind, body, and spirit. If that's what you're here for, hit the subscribe button, because we talk about it all the time. Speaking of glow ups, in this video I will also have an audit worksheet for you, as well as an in-depth guide to all of the points I'm talking about as a digital guide.
Yeah, Chetsa wondered if they were in an age gap relationship. I don't know if he just looks older than her, because I know she's older than she looks, but I don't know. But this is why I did like her content to begin with. I'm trying to be positive. I'm trying to be positive.
It's free for you to download, and you can download that in the description. So one of the biggest shifts for me was reconnecting with my body. When I finally felt safe in my relationship, I stopped wanting to punish myself through exercise and started wanting to move in a way that felt good to me, like a real good reset, feel good moment. So Nord Pilates has been part of my routine. They're the sponsor of today's video. It's an at-home Pilates workout app that's personalized to you. And you don't need any equipment to do it. So first you take a quiz, and it builds a plan based on your level and your goals, then gives you short, low impact sessions that actually feel effective. They have instructions as well and videos showing all of the moves, and you really don't need a lot to do this. It's mat Pilates, you can even do it in bed. When you're in the middle of their Pilates workouts, you might think, oh, this is kind of easy, but I remember how my abs were hurting after day one, and I'm fit, so it low-key challenges you if that's what you want. Plus, you also get helpful extras like meal ideas, recipe inspo, and food trackers, as well as challenges to keep you consistent. This is the kind of app that I love. They make it so easy for you to work on yourself. You can get 83% off your Nord Pilates plan at try.nordpilates.com/May. That discount is only available through my link, and you won't find it anywhere else. It's right at the top of my video description. Now, let me tell you the version of me that walked into this marriage, because she
Wait, chat says I would get so annoyed if my hair was in my face while I was working out. I like it. I feel like it's a shield. I like when my hair goes over my face and it covers me. It feels like I'm in my own bubble. Maybe that's you know, kind of interesting. But yeah, I like it. I like when my hair is down. That's why I like to flip my hair upside down and do this. Yeah, it feels like I don't know why, it feels like I'm serious. Like, I know this sounds so silly, but sometimes when I'm on my yoga mat and I'm working out or I'm lifting weights, I worked out this morning. Sometimes when my hair gets in my face, I feel like I'm really trying. Like, you know that image of an anime person working out so hard that their hair comes undone and it's in their face? It tricks my brain to make me feel like I'm doing something.
Was a lot. I was literally a storm, like a handful. When I first met Pete, we met on a dating app, and I didn't think it was going to become anything serious. I don't think he did either, because it really didn't start off serious. I thought he was attractive, a little bit dark, and
But chat, let me say, because Jet says you've inspired me to look at it in a new light. But listen, but this person above says, if my hair touches my face or neck while I'm working out, it makes me angry for no reason. Also valid. It's all valid. It's all valid. If it's overstimulating, you know what makes me react that way? Tags in my clothes. Oh, I'm angry for no reason about it. You know what I mean? So you know what? It's all good, girl.
Serious, and he really liked my taste in music. But personally, I was also kind of all over the place. I was swinging between emotional extremes constantly. I had a terrible temper. Like, I seriously thought I had BPD.
But did you have BPD? Did you go to therapy? Do you have autism? Like, did you go to therapy?
Even though the psychologist I was speaking with at the
Oh,
time
there we
didn't
go.
really diagnose me. They just thought
Okay.
that I had some symptoms, but they didn't even feel confident enough to give me a diagnosis.
Great. I'm glad she checked. Awesome.
However, I do have depression, but the intensity
out.
of what I was feeling made me question my own sanity a lot on a regular basis, and I had to accept that I am just in general a very intense person to be around with. That seems to have always been who I am. I don't really have neutral relationships. If we're not a good fit or if we're incompatible, your world is going to be turned upside down. But then
Is she giving autism vibes though? Maybe she's autistic.
on the flip side, I also actually trigger growth for a lot of people, transformation simply from my presence. I don't know, there's just something about me that makes people confront themselves and sometimes realize things that they need to change in their lives.
Okay, I know she's saying that in a really obnoxious way, but to be fair, I feel the same way about myself, but it's because I'm a Taurus. So she is giving autistic a bit. Like autistic people sound narcissistic. So she could be a narcissist or she could be autistic, because I do think that's also true of my life, except I don't say it that way. You know what I mean? So I just, you know, the way she talks is a little bit, she's suffering from being pretty. This is what we talked about yesterday. When you're this pretty, you're just untrustworthy, but not because of anything. Like, everything you say starts to sound crazy, but it's because she's pretty. It is. I think because and also she's a capitalist, which is hard for us because we're not capitalists. So we're also annoyed at the courses and we're annoyed at maybe the hustle vibe. So she doesn't have enough humility for me to trust her. You know what I mean? She doesn't have enough humility for me to trust her. I don't think we share the same values. So I think it's like watching somebody in a different world. It's like watching a Christian talk. Like, we don't have the same values, which is so interesting. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's what's rubbing us the wrong way. So don't watch her like we're going to agree with her. Watch her like we're jumping into her bubble and seeing what did you do? And what do we like and what do we hate? Because right now, this is not the video I thought it was going to be when I clicked on it. Where I'm like, I thought this was going to be something else, like something kind of sweet and grounded and maybe a list. You know what I mean? I did not think it was going to be this, but then it was me also giving her a second chance because I already dismissed her content. And then I tried to come back to it, you know?
Almost like I hold up a mirror to them, whether anyone had asked for it or not. And if they don't want to take accountability for what they see in that mirror, then they will literally hate me. So I have love-hate relationships with a lot of people in general. It's hard for anyone to have a neutral opinion about me. But Pete and I have chemistry.
But it's because she has a strong personality. Strong personalities, she has a strong personality. Like, that's just what it is. So that's either you hate or love it. That's, I think, reasonable.
From the beginning, and he wanted to get serious about us. He wanted me to get
Okay, let's
better,
see.
which meant he also had to stop doing whatever he was doing as well. And he literally wanted to set a good example for me. And
Yep, Discord was right. She's giving divine feminine because she's giving he leads me. So I think she's in the divine feminine bubble or something.
was the first person who was able to stabilize my mood swings. He didn't tolerate it or enable them, which is super important to me. He held strong boundaries around them while also supporting me through it. And he had to learn how to do it himself too, because like I said in the beginning, it really wasn't easy. We had to figure it out, but he didn't abandon me. And that distinction ultimately changed my life, because the people before him were either matching my energy, not in a good way.
Wait, instead of a man was saying these things, I would be seeing it as a red flag. Yeah, but men and women aren't the same, and they're not opposites, but they're different in the sense that we're raised differently in culture. So a woman who is confident, a woman who is aggressive is seen as less than a man who is. But the issue is do we dislike her because she's not fitting into a stereotype? Do we dislike her because we know we're not in her bubble? This is a chance for us to decide, why don't I like her? I do not like her. I don't feel any connection to her personally, but I feel like I'm watching one of those situations where the toxic couple stays together and feels like they found stability. So they're 10 years in, but I wouldn't recommend this kind of relationship, but it's not my life. But there are a lot of people who are going to be these people in the story. So is she a red flag? because it doesn't work within your bubble? Yes, definitely. Is she a red flag in her bubble? That's the question. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Is she the red flag in her bubble, or is she just the red flag in my bubble?
Or they left eventually. I also need to be really honest that our issues were not one-sided, right? He also has his own issues with jealousy, with trust. He was carrying emotional baggage from past relationships that hurt him. And I had my own jealousy issues too.
So she's already telling us they're toxic. She's already telling us we don't have to say it. She just said it. We're toxic. We started off toxic. We had problems. So she's not trying to trick us into saying it's not toxic, right? She's saying we are toxic. And I'm saying, okay, so you're toxic. Now, maybe unless she uses that word, we'd have to talk about it. But we're like, oh, so you're a toxic relationship that started off toxic. And people always ask me, right, Brittany, do you think toxic relationships can get healthy? I do, but I don't think it's probable. So let's see if they actually did get better, or let's see if they were the exception or what, because I would never recommend that somebody get into a relationship like this, right? I would say both of you aren't ready to date. Both of you need to work on yourselves. And there's going to be the exception.
Because his last real relationship was with a beautiful Brazilian runway model and they had traveled the world together, but none of that matters today. I also didn't give him any reason to not trust me. I'm a very loyal person. I will never betray him, but he didn't know that at the start of our relationship. And his nervous system and his body was still responding to all of these old wounds. So it took a while for both of us to get over our issues. And a lot of people who were watching us at the time, they probably thought that we wouldn't make it because we had some terrible fights, mostly because of me. But ultimately, the turning point was I learned a lot from that, and he ended up becoming the regulated partner for my dysregulation. So if you're dysregulated, it's so important that you also don't find someone who's dysregulated unless you guys can grow together. They should not be matching your freak like that, because then you will both be dysregulated together and it will destroy everything around you as well as each other. Two people in survival mode cannot build a life together. They can only survive one another until they burn out.
Interesting, because so she's saying he wasn't in survival mode when they met, but he had his own issues with jealousy and other things to work on, which I mean, that's interesting to me. Yeah, that's interesting to me. I mean, there's going to be some good advice in here, but also some like not so great advice. Like no one, guys, pause. If you feel like you're trying to see through her, I did not show her to you because I think she's a good person. I don't know anything about her except I've never liked her content. I am not showing her to you so like you can point out the obvious. Let's jump into a bubble together that is not our bubble and recognize like, oh, okay, so this is what they're doing. Can we do that together? Is that okay? We already know. I already told you at the beginning, right? Like I never liked her content. She always like was the faux philosopher to me. And I do think she got famous because she's pretty and she's got a good background. But I do like, we already know. You pointing out all the things, it's too obvious. But what else can we learn from watching her? Because I think there's something interesting happening here that I think could be explored maybe. Let's see if we can do that together.
On the other hand, it's also your responsibility and your duty to heal, not just for you, but for your partner too. If I'm the only one who's dysregulated, it's my job to regulate myself and face my own issues. He's here to support me in the process, but he's not here to enable me. It's also not his responsibility to fix me, by the way, but he's here to help. So be so deeply grateful that if you have someone in your life standing by you like that, who believes in you even when you're flawed and imperfect, you have to be so thankful because not everyone gets that. And the ones who do oftentimes don't even appreciate it until it's gone. There's that Marilyn Monroe quote, he truly helped me through my worst, so he deserves me at my best. I also think that's why we got married. I was a completely different person than I am today. I was messed up. I had low self-esteem because I didn't know what he saw in me at the time. And maybe he felt the same way, which is like, why is she with someone who has trust issues and emotional baggage? And we both have our answers for that, by the way. He thinks I'm a genius, that I can succeed in whatever I set my mind to. And he admired that. And I saw his devotion and how much he believed in me and believed in love. And I admire that. He didn't invalidate me in any way. And I knew at the time from having been in previous relationships that this is different. He is really, really good to me and he helps me become a better person. That's how I know this is the kind of person I want to marry. And when you meet the right person, do not hesitate, because I didn't and I still don't. If you know deep in your heart and your soul that this person brings out the best in you, even though you yourself don't see your own best, don't let them go. Obviously be careful of love bombing, and one way to tell that you're being love bombed is if their actions don't match up with your words and they don't make you feel like how you imagine you should feel. If they say or do a lot of nice things so that you feel like you're chasing constantly after that nice feeling, but you're not actually getting it, that's how you know it's not real. So here are 10 lessons I learned from being married for 10 years. The simplest days are the best. When you're practicing your love for one another in your own ways, those are the best days. I can seriously care less if he sent me a truckload of roses or buy some bags for me. I really don't care about grand gestures, and that's also how women get manipulated. They think that's love. There are statistics that show the more money you spend on weddings, the more likely it is to be divorced. None of it is really necessary, and oftentimes can be covering up for real issues that only come up when you strip everything else.
Yeah, actually, Chad said it perfect. She's superficial in her communication, which is why I think she's more popular. I think our community will struggle to see her because we're judging the simplicity of her language, but that's why she's also very popular, because the simplicity of the language appeals to the most people, and it's hard for us to follow because we're like, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? But if she started to explain it, she would lose her audience's attention, but gain ours. And so I think when I see people like this in this bubble, it's like they know the right words and they know that things are happening. She gave herself credit and she gave her partner credit. She's saying things openly. Like, she's not trying to hide that they were fucked up. She's not trying to deceive anybody. And she's also trying to say, like, make sure you're with someone. So the way she's talking, I think it's hard for me to really... She's not wise. She's an adult, but she's not wise. She might be on the healthier side of her former toxic life, but she's lacking the wisdom that usually I think this audience tries to find in content creators. So I feel like we're judging her more. We also know she's not 22, so we're also judging her harder for that. And so I think that in her bubble, though, she's probably appealing to a lot of girls that probably watch, what's that girl who just had a really toxic relationship with that guy who she got pregnant and she was like the Andrew Tate for girls. She's probably like, her audience is probably those girls, right? So they really need somebody to say to them in a way that they can hear that, make sure you're with the right person who's really going to validate you, and make sure you're not, you know, yeah, the wizard Liz. Exactly. It's like, you know, make sure that you're not ending up with somebody like the wizard Liz in a way. So maybe that's what's happening, right? Yeah, that's the problem, is like, so what I do when I watch a Christian couple talk about their love is I remove any of the red flags about their religion out of my peripheral, and I just focus on the good of their relationship. There's a lot of really healthy Christian relationships in the world. There's a lot of really healthy Muslim relationships in the world, a lot of really healthy religious relationships in the world. And I know a healthy Christian couple when I see one. And even though I personally would see like Christianity as a red flag, I'm not going to judge their relationship off of my worldview. I'm going to jump into their bubble and judge it off of their worldview to try to figure out, is this healthy in this bubble, right? Like, my brother and his wife have a really healthy marriage in their bubble, but in my bubble, if I had their marriage, we would be toxic, right? Like, my brother and his wife, they don't have like opposite sex friends. They both agree, like, that's not interesting to them. They don't even want to entertain it. Versus if I was in a marriage, I would never marry somebody that didn't want me to have an opposite sex friend, because I don't even believe in opposite sex. I don't even believe in sex that way. So I don't even believe in the concept, right? It's a value difference on perception of reality. Right now, what she's explaining is that they agree on reality. The one red flag that we might be seeing here is the perception of also the way she describes her mental health compared to his. Is like, she said she went to the doctor. She wasn't diagnosed as BPD. She could have other things going on. Maybe she's autistic or neurodivergent. But again, it's like, our job, when you guys hop into a bubble, the way you understand the bubble is very important, because you will form ideas about that bubble, right? So again, I don't know if what we're seeing is correct because we're judging it through our own lens, or if it's correct because, like, she is ignorant to her situation. She seems to be very aware of her situation, right? And yet there are some things in my brain that I'm like, oh, can you expand on that? Right? Chad says she seems to be taking all the blame. She does seem to be taking more of the responsibility and the blame. And I will say that one of the things I'm waiting for, because I agree, I could see that too. One of the things I'm waiting for her to do is to explain what the answer ended up being. What was the problem? Why were you having mood swings? Why were you having outbursts? Why were you having intense feelings? Because there is a why. So you've been together 10 years. It's been happening since day one. In these 10 years, did you figure it out? Or is it still just your fault because you exist? Right? Because it's through her lens, it's through her perspective, and everyone has a different perspective. But that's what I'd be curious about. So let's see if she answers that question, because it would definitely give us some answers.
Down. Pete and I were so simple together, so easy. We got married in City Hall, nothing fancy at all. I thrifted the dress that I wore that day, and nobody can take our marriage from us because it's not attached to the material world. You notice how sometimes people's relationships
I mean, I think that's a good thing to send to an an audience that primarily might be thinking that the only type of man that would be good for me is a man who's a millionaire or something. So I think that's like an overall better message to send, that in her bubble, they didn't value this need to like go over and beyond. And so I think that's kind of a good sign.
fall apart when one of them loses a job or becomes broke or something like that. Yeah, that's not us. Not money, not our looks or even our backgrounds or the things that we have. We didn't marry each other for that. He married me at, in my opinion, my physical worth, okay? And neither of us had much money at the time. So it wasn't like we could have a lavish wedding or anything, but we also didn't need it. All we have is we love one another, we don't give up on each other, we help each other get better. And isn't that the best thing ever? Who cares about anything else when you can have the best? When you're making coffee for another without even being asked, when we keep each other comfortable in our own little ways, out of love and respect for one another, consideration and regard, and sitting together watching TV in just comfortable silence. Because when you're having a nice time, you don't have to say anything to try and make up for the silence and be performative, because what's there to perform? So these simple days are the ones you should be keeping score of. Not the fights, not the did you buy me a rose this week, because that's not what our relationship is built on. I remember
Let's listen to that again.
of not the fight, be performative, because what's there to perform? So these simple days are the ones you should be keeping score of. Not the fights, not the did you buy me a rose this week, because that's not what our relationship is built on.
I do believe that keeping score in a relationship is always unhealthy. I think keeping score in a friendship is unhealthy, right? Like, I think you should do things out of the goodness of your heart. And also, like, if you feel like you're being taken advantage of, ask, but don't bring up shit from the past and be like, I lent you money, I did all these things for you. Just say like, hey, as of late, I've really noticed that I feel like I'm being taken advantage of. Let's talk about it. Because I think like keeping track of like, well, I did this and you did this and I did this. It's like, that's not going to help you. But I will say like, if you're still fighting 10 years into your marriage, that's the red flag. So is she saying that they're fighting 10 years into their marriage? Let's see.
I remember one time we were in Venice and he bought me roses, and I don't know why I got so mad at him, because I was like, you really didn't have to do that. And it means nothing to me. In hindsight, maybe I shouldn't have gotten so mad. I was kind of mean, honestly, but at the time I still had my anger issues, and it was also very sweet of him to do that. But I just didn't want our relationship to start going in that way of like, what can you do for me? And what can I do for you in return? It's very transactional. And constant transaction is the very last thing that I want when it comes to our relationship.
Okay, so she admits she's like going through stuff, and she was going through stuff at the time. And I feel like she is adjacent to that transactional bubble. So it's good that she's saying it's bad, right? Because what if you're a woman who was raised in that bubble, which I was not, for the record, right? So I wasn't raised in a transactional bubble. My parents never mentioned the word transactional. It just never came up in my whole life. I never heard it till I got to the internet and got to Red Pill. So then, okay, that's a part of it, right? Chess says, has she said anything about his issues? Yes. Jealousy, anger, frustration, baggage. She already mentioned he has shit as well. So did anybody miss that? Did anybody miss that? Because she said it multiple times that he's fucked up too. So I just want to make sure that people are recognizing she is saying he's fucked up. So, because I think that's important. If you're only hearing her blame herself, she did also say he has problems. Which I think is why I'm like, okay, so two toxic people got together, fell in love, had to work out their baggage in their relationship. Did they settle their relationship, that baggage stuff, before, or did it come into the marriage? Because like some things will come into the marriage. Like I said, me, my partner, the marriage. I have stuff to work on. He has stuff to work on. And our marriage is something we work on. Like you don't get married and all of a sudden your childhood never happened. You know, you don't get married and all of a sudden your ADHD is in disability, or all of a sudden you get married and your autism is in a disability, right? So we will be working on ourselves for the rest of our life. What we wanted to do, at least what I wanted to do before I got married, was to make sure that by the time I got married, the only baggage I brought into this relationship was stuff that I had already started working on, and or was heading in a direction of handling any new baggage in a way that wouldn't break down the marriage. So like, getting a diagnosis for my fibromyalgia, working on my autism diagnosis, stuff that like for me was like stuff I could work on, and I wouldn't make it my partner's problem, and or if it impacted our marriage, we would talk about it, right? So something like that, okay? I think for her and her relationship, the reason it's so difficult for me to relate to it is because just the way she's describing it sounds bad then, but I'm trying to figure out what was then and what is now. 10 years is a very long time to be with a human being. I've never dated anybody for 10 years. ever. So right now we're just hearing about the beginning of the relationship. What happened now? Where are you guys at now, right?
When it comes to marriage, you have to spend your life with this person. That's what you agreed to. And if there's something about the marriage that can't be reconciled, like you have to ask yourself, like, what's worth it to you? I love the consistency and the mundane devotion. That's the most beautiful part of a marriage. You also marry multiple versions of the same person, and that person will be different again in 3 to 5 years, by the way. Change is the only constant. If you expect someone's personality to never change, you will suffer because they won't end up like what you expect them to be, unless they are a fixed sign in astrology, then maybe they will. But seriously though, if you expect your relationship to evolve and grow, then you need to hold space for your partner to grow too. That way you will also both evolve together and grow together instead of growing apart. I think that's really important because not only do we have to work on ourselves, our identities, but it's also you and them. That's an identity that you both share together. And there are certain aspects of my old self that I had to let go of. I spent years building this identity of like a hyper independent woman who doesn't need anybody, who has anger issues or whatever. I could just handle everything myself, you know, even though realistically I could use some help here and there. But
Okay, FYI, I did go through a stage of my life where I thought my anger issues were a part of my identity. So I kind of relate to this. Like, I used to think my anger was like a strength. Like Zuko, very Zuko coded. And I used to think my anger kept me independent. And that's why I say like be angry for the world, not at the world. I was busy being so angry at the world. I thought it kept me independent and a boss bitch, you know? So I will say like I relate to that a lot. And I also say, I don't think my personality is ever going to change. She said personality, but I do think my lifestyle desires will change. The only thing that has significantly changed about me throughout the life is my lifestyle desires. What I want for my life, what my daily life looks like. My personality is never going to change though.
I wanted to stay in control, and my marriage stripped all of that away because me feeling safe enough in the relationship made it impossible to keep putting up walls like that.
Oh, also before I got married, I worked on my anger issues and they were gone. So I didn't have anger issues being brought into this marriage. I had worked on it through therapy. I'd already worked on it through philosophy stuff. So by the time I got married, they were done.
I had to confront myself that this independence of mine was a trauma response and coming out of my own hypervigilance. I didn't want to be vulnerable enough for someone to actually hurt me, but I had to feel safe enough to know that he wouldn't hurt me. And even if he did, so what? We can talk about it. Because if you don't feel comfortable enough to talk,
that part is where I keep hearing the toxicity. So what if we fight? So what if he hurts me on occasion? Let's talk about it. Does she mean hurt my feelings? Because that happens all the time. Does she, like, that's why, like, we're very open about, like, you will accidentally hurt each other's feelings. You're two adults. It will happen. Okay. Sometimes I hurt my friends' feelings. Sometimes they hurt my feelings. We just talk about it. Or does she mean like hurt, like in a really bad way? Do you know what I'm saying? Right? Chad said, what would attribute a desire for a lifestyle change if not a personality change and shift? Personality to me is this, like the way I talk, the way I act, the way I move through the world. Like personality is like the attitude. Like, it's personality to me is that, like Toph's personality versus Katara's personality. Like I changed as a person, my personality did not. Like I changed my lifestyle choices. I went from being a girl who thought she was going to have a big poly household with like 50 people and like drugs every day to like partying every day to like maybe raising kids in a commune in the like in a farmland to like realizing like everybody relax. I'm not doing any of that. Like everybody relax. I'm not doing any of that shit. You know what I mean? Like I wanted different things for my life. I thought I was going to be like a van lifer. And then I was like, well, maybe I'll be this. And then I was like, okay, this is what I want to do. And then like, even like traveling, I used to think traveling needed to be a part of my life. And so I'd be like, I'm going to travel. And then I traveled and I was like, I hate this. Do people like this? I hate this. And then I had to like really own the fact that I do not like traveling. And it actually like pisses people off. Like people hate that. They're like, what do you mean you don't travel? I was like, honestly, with peace and love, it's boring. It is not fun. It is exhausting. I'm tired. I need a vacation for my vacation. I'm just not that girl. I do not like it. And that is so important. That's why my mother-in-law said to me, I'm so glad my son found somebody who likes to stay at home as much as he does. And I was like, because even my in-laws are always like, why don't you guys go somewhere? Why don't you do something? Because they're like travel girlies. And I was like, we're not that person. We're not those people. So every time people are like, what have you been up to? I'm like, the same. And everyone's like, don't you do something or go somewhere? And I'm like, no. And also, we don't have the money. Like, just a reminder, y'all, do you guys have money? Because we're not swiping a credit card. Nothing is going on the credit card. Okay? Unless it's an emergency, we're not putting shit on that credit card. So no, we are not going anywhere. You know what I mean? So like, listen, I talked to you yesterday about this with Indiana Jones. The one thing we want to do, we can't do. There's a hotel in town we really like, and we've stayed there before when we were recording. and we'd love to stay there again for a few days, but we can't leave Indiana. She needs medication twice a day. She needs to be fed twice a day. She needs her litter box cleaned twice a day. And we can't have anyone cat sit her. So like, we can't even go to a hotel for a few days, and we don't have a car. So we're not going to take the bus twice a day back and forth. Like, that's not going to feel like a vacation. So when Indiana dies, we'll take our vacation. You know what I mean? Like, we're busy.
My own hypervigilance. I didn't want to be vulnerable enough for someone to actually hurt me, but I had to feel safe enough to know that he wouldn't hurt me. And even if he did, so what? We can talk about it. Because if you don't feel comfortable enough to talk things through with your partner and talk about anything, then that's kind of a red flag in my opinion. But at least you know that you don't have to put up walls anymore. You can build something together with someone and be a team. Love is also a practice. It's not just an emotion and not just affection, but also the constant practice of patience, regulation, showing up as your best self for your better half, teamwork, logistics, being able to handle all kinds of projects and things that happen in our lives, including the good and the bad, and showing up for something greater than yourself. And that greater purpose is the marriage, because the feelings of, crushes and infatuation, none of these things matter in the long run. It just comes and goes. But true love is a practice that carries you through all the weeks that you feel terrible, and the other person will understand that and can hold space for it, or better yet, help you through it. Good communication is also not saying whatever comes to your mind. So one big thing about our marriage is that he taught me how to communicate better, because remember when I said I had really bad anger issues? I said it like a million times, but I would say the nastiest things in fights and act out a lot because I didn't know how to show up properly. Like, I didn't grow up in a stable household and wasn't shown good examples of how to behave in relationships, unfortunately. I had to learn all of these things, and I'm glad that I learned it from the right person who taught me, even though he himself also didn't grow up with amazing family either, but he had always known deep down that that's not the way things should be. And he deserved better. I deserve better too. Most people think that having good communication means just being super brutally honest and just say whatever you feel and hash it out, but that is not good communication. But it is a form of emotional dumping, and your partner is not dumping ground. You really got to treat each other like your better halves, and if you don't, then you got to question, like, why are you together? Like, would I talk to my significant other like that so rudely? So good communication in a relationship is getting the message across in a way that the other person can understand you and hears you. So learning to say the right things that can still help you solve whatever issues you're going through. There's actually something Pete said to me recently that really made me think a lot, actually. He said, whenever I say something that's kind of mean, or I do something that he doesn't really like, and if it's not a...
Hold on, what did that say on the screen?
He said, whenever I say something...
May stop being mean to Pete challenge. Oh.
That's kind of mean, or I do something that he doesn't really like, and if it's not a big deal, like if it doesn't get in the way of our relationship, he rehearses the conversation in his head. If it doesn't go according to what he thinks it will go, he will drop it. And I asked him, baby, why don't you just tell me and we can talk about this. And he said that he assessed the situation. If it's going to somehow lead into us having a bad day, into a big fight, then is that tiny little remark that I said really worth bringing up? He can always bring it up later when I'm in a better state of mind. And that's very, very mature of him to say that. Timing the conversation correctly and understanding that the delivery matters as much as what you're saying. You can be right about everything, logistically speaking, and completely destroy the conversation and ruin your day by how you're saying it. Conflict is also inevitable, but contempt is the poison.
Okay, let's talk about that. I think there's a lot of really good things here. If you're coming from a really bad background, especially, because I do think a lot of people normalize talking really badly to their partners because they just think everyone does it. And that's something that I didn't want in my marriage at all. That's what was happening. Like, it wasn't really happening. I've never really had a relationship personally where people were really talking. I would say we weren't talking cruelly to one another, but we were being unkind. And the unkindness often came from a defense mechanism, especially since I was hyper independent. I was really suffering from I don't need no man. I don't need no woman. I don't need nobody. I don't need my family. I don't need nobody. I was very so if anything went weird, and to be fair, now in hindsight, I really was with all the wrong people. I really dated my whole life with the wrong people. So I can understand this. I also think it's good that she knows she does come from a rough background, which helps them understand that they have a lot of generational curses to break here. And then I do think that she's right okay, what my partner and I do is sometimes I'll be like, Yellow, I have a thought and I want to share it with you, but I'm afraid if I share it with you now, it's either going to ruin my day or I'm not going to be able to go to work, and I got to share it with you though. Do you, I don't want to lie to you or keep it from you too, because we don't keep things from each other. So we'll tell each other okay, hey, I want to tell you this thing, but I think it might fuck up your day. And I'm like, what's it about? And they'll be like, oh, it's about whatever. And I'll decide in that moment if I want to hear it and I'm ready, or if I just okay, tell me after stream, I can wait. So we try to make our life easier. And most of the stuff is just I'm trying to think of an example that would make sense that, sometimes my partner will say like, hey, I want to tell you something sad, but I know you're about to go stream. And I'm like, oh, is it sad like about our family or is it sad like about public? He's like, it's on the news. I was like, tell me after stream. I don't want to cry right now. Like he will do that. Like, so even when it's not stuff about our relationship, because it's often not about our relationship, it's often about the things happening in the world, or like, you know, he'll be like, do you want to hear it now or do you want to hear it later? I'm like, oh, you know, stuff like that. You know, or even when I'm having a bad day, like, yeah, this week I was like, I'm having a bad day. I'm mad. He's like, what are you mad about? I was like, I'm mad at adult people for blaming children more than they hold themselves accountable. And I just went on like a 10-minute rant about how adults put so much emphasis. You heard the rant yesterday on stream on the accountability of children, but they would never hold themselves that accountable. And I was like, I'm in a bad mood. And he knows it's not at him. He knows I'm just frustrated with the adults, right? So he sits there, he listens, he lets me vent. And then, you know, he's just like, and I was like, okay, thank you for being, I appreciate you. And then that's nice too. So I think all of this, you know, is good. Yeah, there's a lot here that's good, but I think because it's so dysfunctional, it's hard for us. I didn't grow up this dysfunctional. I was medium dysfunctional my whole life. So even though I can relate to some of the words she was saying, mine's like a better version of her world. Like it sounds like she's more dysfunctional than I am, even though I do and was diagnosed with BPD, even though I am autistic, and even though I could say I had outbursts too, they were different than the way she's describing them. She is coming across like it, and again, this is why you have to know, like, were you medium dysfunctional, severely dysfunctional, barely dysfunctional? Like you kind of got to know where you've come from, because that's going to change everything as you move forward, you know?
In relationships, you're going to fight at some point, and that is not the problem. How you fight matters the most. If you have contempt.
This is the Gottmans say this. The Gottmans run, you guys know who the Gottmans are. If you don't remember, you'll know. And they always say you will fight. It's not that you will fight, it's how you fight. I don't like the word fight. Personally, it's a little too triggering to me. I don't want to fight with you. I would like to problem solve with you. So I'm a little autistic in this way. I do not want to fight with you. Okay. I am open to problem solving with you though. So use whatever word works in your relationship, but I have very negative connotations of the word fight because of my relationships, because of my ex who was like, this is normal, people fight. I have a very bad taste in my mouth when it comes to that word, but that word is my personal problem with it. So my partner and I, we do not fight. We problem solve together because first of all, nothing we're problem solving is that deep anyways. And two, it's never about each other, you know? So I don't like that fight word.
Or you build up a quiet state of like hating your partner, and you start looking at your partner with disgust instead of with love and compassion, then that is one of the biggest silent killers of marriages. I heard someone tell me this years ago that every time you feel a fight coming on, ask yourself one question: what's more worth it to you right now, winning or peace? Because even when you fight and you win.
I don't like this rhetoric. This is conservative rhetoric right here. I didn't like earlier too, like something here sounds wrong. Like maybe because I don't have it here. Listen, in my opinion, all of the feelings she's describing that I could even relate to, I try to relate it to my ex. And in that case, all of that was my body screaming at me to get out of this fucking relationship. There's just not a healthy relationship Brittany could have, i.e. my marriage, where I don't even have feelings of fights. I don't look at my partner in disgust. We don't have feelings of fights. I never sit there and doubt our marriage, you know? I also know like what will lead me to doubting the marriage. So it's easy for me to say like, hey, I love you. If we keep doing this, I'm going to doubt this marriage. And it like before it's even happened, I could just tell him. Okay. Which is why we listen to a lot of call-in shows, and I'll be like, oh my God, you see, if you did this, I would break up with you. Or if you did this, like I would start to feel resentful. If you did this, I would be bitter. But I don't do it. You know, I don't do it. It's not even there yet. We're not even there. She's talking like they're already there and they're trying to come back from it. And I'm saying we're not even there. Okay, so I'm curious. I want her to expand on this.
What's more worth it to you right now, winning or peace? Because even when you fight and you win, you don't actually win. Nobody wins when you fight. You might get the last word, you might prove your point, but ultimately everybody still loses because you've created more distance. Now there's even more resentment, and someone's going to bed angry that night and nobody wins. But if you
hold on, Chatter, you said he's definitely reminded me of my highly devout Catholic ex who claimed he was healthy, had a healthier family, and he's somehow so much better than me since I grew up in a toxic family. Who's the he? If you meet her husband, I'm confused. He also said he grew up in a very dysfunctional home, and he also said he had problems. And he's not even in this video. So I'm a little confused. Like, do you think maybe you're projecting a bit, or are you seeing something I don't see? Because she already said he also grew up fucked up. So he's not claiming to be better. She said that at the time they got together, he was in a slightly better mood spot, but that's it. I'm getting the vibe that they are both fucked up together, right? I don't think he thinks she's better than him, right? So I don't know. I don't know if you're hearing something. Maybe I'm missing it, right?
Learn how to communicate properly, then everybody wins. And isn't that the best? So be gentle on the communication and tough on the problem. These are two completely different things, and it gets confused all the time because instead, most people go hard on the person and soft on the issue. You have to flip that. We have to learn to set our ego aside and not try to win all the time because it's not you versus me, it's us versus the problem. The moment you start fighting to win an argument instead of fighting to understand each other, you've already lost before the fight even starts. Everyone has flaws and they have
Okay. I agree with the premise. I would not say it's a fight. I would say it's a miscommunication. Hey, I think we're miscommunicating right now. And you're about to see Passionate Brittany. So let's sit down and let's revisit how we're using language because I don't feel very seen right now. And then we sit down and we talk about it. And we go, okay, you said this and I'm saying this. Are we saying this? And then we sit, and that's why like we never go to bed in a miscommunication. Because if we communicate well enough, not just talking is not communication. If we communicate well, then we go to bed happy. Okay?
limits. Every single person you will ever be with will have something that annoys you or triggers you or tests your patience. But if it's not egregiously bad, like if it's not abuse or harmful to you or to other people in a way that you're not qualified to help with, or if it's extremely serious, then we can help each other get better. There's the whole point.
Okay, let's listen to that again.
Have limits. Every single person you will ever be with will have something that annoys you or triggers you or tests your patience. But if it's not egregiously bad, like if it's not abuse or harmful to you or to other people in a way that you're not qualified to help with, or if it's extremely serious, then we can help each other get better. That's the whole point of partnership. You're not looking for someone who's perfect. Nobody's perfect. You're looking for someone whose flaws you can work with and who's willing to work with your flaws too, so you can help each other evolve. Attraction matures eventually.
Again, I don't know. I wish you would give examples, like real examples, because I'm an example girly. Because when I hear her say this, I go, oh, yeah, I'm really loud. Like my biggest flaw in this relationship is like I don't get triggered by loud sounds similar to how my partner does. So like if I bang stuff, if I drop stuff, if I pick up glass or something and it makes like a really horrible sound, it only bothers me because I know like it can be frustrating for my partner, versus I grew up in a very loud family, a very stomp family, a very slam the door family. Like I'm very self-conscious about how loud we are as a family because everyone around us is so quiet, but we're not. My parents are loud. We're loud. We're not angry slamming either. We literally slam because we're like, it's faster. Like, why turn around and close the door softly when I can just kick it with my foot on the way or like slam it down so it closes? We're lazy. Okay. We're just like, it's quicker. I don't have time. And that was my whole life, you know? So we don't slam it too hard. Like if we slammed it too hard, my dad would be like, hey, don't slam the door. But if we slam it just enough to close, no big deal. Right. And so like, it's that kind of thing. Like we're not like slamming it as hard as we can. It's just like you push open the door, you push close the door. Versus my neighbor, guys, I had a neighbor and I would like, okay, bye. And she would close the door like this. Like if this was the handle and it was like one of these, she would close the door like this. She would close it and she would like this. So it would close the quietest thing, like the quiet. And I'm like, I don't have time for that, girl. Nobody has time for that. I do it for my partner though. When I go into their office, I try very hard. I don't do it every time, but I try really hard to close the door really softly. And they do appreciate it. But the point is like, that's what I think of when she says we all have like flaws. Yeah, my flaws, I'm a stomper. Okay, but it's not the end of the world. And we both accept that. But it is something we'll have to deal with. And sometimes it can be triggering. So we do have to deal with that, right? But also, this is why I'm like my parents and I've never wanted to live in a place with neighbors, because I want to feel trapped in my own home. I want to be able to fucking sing at the top of my lungs at 4 a.m. and slam my feet down. And that's why I was like, I always wanted a house out in the middle of nowhere so I could do those things. So it's like weird because you want to live in an ideal world where like everyone has a place to live, but also you have to live with people, and living with people is hard because you do have to limit yourself. My parents live on 5 acres. My dad plays music. He can play guitar at any time of the night. He can sing. They can watch TV. But here, even here in Croatia, like our insulation is really, really good. And we still try to be so considerate of our neighbors because we're up so late that I tried to like, you know, I try to live a little less comfortable so my neighbors are comfortable. And I'm willing to do that as a community member, but sure, ideally I wouldn't have to do that, right?
It is not a loss. You will go from novelty to feeling safe. You start to develop deeper trust in each other. And a lot of people do panic when this happens because they think that the spark is dying, the relationship's starting to get boring.
Let's rewind that.
Work with, and who's willing to work with your flaws too, so you can help each other evolve. Attraction matures eventually. It is not a loss. You will go from novelty to feeling safe. You start to develop deeper trust in each other. And a lot of people do panic when this happens because they think that the spark is dying, the relationship's starting to get boring, like the 7-year itch, for example. But you didn't lose attraction for your partner. It simply matured into a more later stage, a stable stage. And a stable marriage comes from staying stable. A lot of us may have gotten used to a lot of drama happening when we were growing up, and a lot of intensity and tea and fights. And intensity belongs to temporary infatuation. Intensity is also very up and down and very stressful. And that kind of stress does not belong in a long-term relationship because you would just burn each other out eventually. The deepest love that I felt is not nervousness or butterflies in my stomach, but just knowing deep in my bones that this person is not going anywhere. They're here for me. They will follow me to the ends of the earth. And me as well. I will do the same. And that is more attractive than any rush of novelty. Knowing and
I do think this is very true for people who have toxic relationships, is you think the toxicity is the proof of the love. And I will say, like, you know, I hear from these couples a lot who are like, oh my God, we're in a roommate situation. I don't really know what that means. Because for me, my ideal marriage is kind of like we're roommates. So I'm a little confused. Do you guys know what people mean when they say that? When they're like, oh my God, we got to being just roommates. What does that mean? Like you do different things? Because that sounds horrible. When I think of roommates, I think of best friends. Like you're living together. But I always liked my roommates. Hold on. What do people mean when they say roommates? You mean like you're two adults cohabitating? Like, you know what I mean? I don't know what that means. Like, what do people mean when they say that? Chad says, I think they mean no romance. Oh, yeah, that would be bad. Like, no romance, I guess? Sure. They usually mean no sex. Oh, lack of intimacy. Lesbian bed death. Yeah, they're too focused on sex. Maybe lack of intimacy and dating would be bad. Yeah, because we're intimate every day. It doesn't always mean sex because I think that's so reductive. But we are always cuddly, always kissy, always all that other good stuff. Or maybe people mean that's not even happening. But I have a feeling when these men say like, oh, there's no like intimacy or love, I think they are meaning sex. You know? I don't know. I'm going to have to talk to those people and be like, what do you mean by roommates? And because usually online, it's always like, we stopped having sex. Okay, but what does that mean? Like, I agree. Again, if my partner and I stopped having sex and we didn't talk about it and there was no explanation and they were just like, I have a headache, I'd be like, okay, well, this headache's lasted 20 years. We got to talk about it. That's crazy. But also, are you talking about it? What do you mean by it? You know what I mean? I just think so many people are settling that it's inevitable you will get to the point where you won't even want to be around each other anymore. But when you're not settling, then everything is kind of better. So I guess I'm confused when I hear people say that.
Seeing the level of devotion and how much they care about me and how much I care about them, like we're not going anywhere from that. Your partner also cannot be.
Also, the way she talks about her relationship as a devotion to one another versus an agreement on values. My relationship is not about our devotion to each other. To be honest, we're not even that important to the relationship. I mean, we are, but not really, because it could have been anyone. You know what I mean? It's just like but it couldn't have been anyone. It had to have been our compatibility, our values, our desire to be together. But there were like millions of other people that would have been high compatibility. So it really is just like, I met you, I love you, you're the best thing that ever happened. Yes. And more than it just being you, simply you as a consciousness, it also is our values. Like, I don't care about your devotion to me. I care about your relationship, like your participation to this marriage, your relationship to yourself and in this marriage. So
everything for you, you cannot have the expectation that they will do everything for you. That kind of expectation will kill your romance. They are not your therapist. They are not a replacement for a butler. They're not your only source of entertainment. They can't be your only source of happiness. Or even worse, your partner should not be your parent. No, they're here to play the role of your partner. So if you have the desire to go out there and live a full life and live your best life, to have your friendships, your passions, and your own growth separate from the marriage, that's fine. But all of these things should not be threatening the marriage or the relationship. Instead, it should protect it in the process. It takes courage to stay, but also takes courage to leave. And I say this with so much care and love because some of you need permission to stay in your marriage and fight for it. And some of you also need permission to walk away from a bad relationship. The correct choice depends on one thing. No matter what you're going through, no matter what kind of challenges you're facing, are you moving towards your integrity and values or straying away from it? Staying out of fear is not courageous, and leaving out of avoidance is also not brave. But staying because you believe in what you're building and you recognize how good this relationship is, how fulfilling it is for you relative to anything else that you've experienced, how happy it makes you, or you leave because you know that you're not getting what you want, that you should be getting something better and you deserve better because the other partner is not giving back to you and you're not happy and they don't care enough to try hard for you. Both of these things are very different and they both require the same level of bravery. There have been many times in the past when we fight and I think about divorce, I talk about divorce, but what kept me staying is, will I become a better person without this marriage, or will me leaving this marriage leave me worse off in the process?
Okay, here's my theory. They weren't high compatibility or very compatible when they met. They were probably like at 30 or 40% compatibility. And then as they dated, got higher percentage. But that's what I'm thinking maybe happened because I can't even imagine. I never think about divorce. But to be fair, I'm not 10 years into my marriage. We don't think about divorce. We barely even joke about divorce, though we openly talk about the realities of divorce because we're adults. We don't talk about divorce. Like, I don't think about it. It versus my exes, I was always thinking about breaking up. I was always one foot out the door because I didn't want to marry them. Oh, that's the other thing. Wait, did I tell you this yet? On my podcast channel, I realized people were talking about their boyfriends. Like they were saying, like, get engaged and test out the relationships, see if you want to marry them. That's what a boyfriend is for. That's why I don't think having a boyfriend when you're old makes any sense. Like dating somebody, like a boyfriend is something you have when you're young and you're just dating somebody. You know what I mean? I don't want a boyfriend at 45. Like I just want a partner, like, or somebody I'm dating. Because like a boyfriend, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even know what we're talking about here. I don't want a boyfriend. And that was actually one of the rules of my relationship was like, I don't want a boyfriend. I'm not interested. I don't want a girlfriend. I'm not interested. I want somebody that I am partnered with and or seeing, but I don't want a boyfriend. You know, that's just not interesting to me. I already have had boyfriends. They weren't worth it because boyfriends were, again, it was like we were dating, we were living together to see if we want to get married. But some people are like, oh my God, I'm with my boyfriend. We're like going to get married and have kids. I was like, so it's not your boyfriend. It's your life partner. Because I don't believe in legal marriage needing to happen to be your lifelong partner. So I say marriage as a shorthand, but like, is this your lifelong partner? Then he's not your boyfriend anymore. You don't need the legal piece of paper to show the change. Right? When my partner and I got engaged, that was it. We were married. The marriage coming later was just secondary. We were married. We started our life together. We combined money. We moved in. That was it. You know? So like, again, when we have these conversations, this is why words are so important. Like, what do you mean when you say boyfriend? What do you mean when you say fiance? You know, what do you mean when I say, you know, this, that? Because they're different things. When I was dating in my 20s, it was different. Boyfriend and partner did not mean lifelong partner. This is new for me in my 30s. So to be clear, in my 20s, I would say, oh, this is my partner. Are you guys going to get married? But once I deconstructed marriage as being like the thing, and now it's like, okay, this is my lifelong partner for real, for real. Because I would see a lot of people say that, like, oh yeah, we're going to do life together. And I'm like, yeah, but are you? They're like, what do you mean? I was like, but are you? Like, yeah, we're living together. And I was like, okay, but living together doesn't mean you're going to do that. Are you going to do life together? They're like, yeah, we like share a mortgage. I was like, okay, what does that have to do with anything? You keep saying that, but I know friends who share mortgages. I know siblings who share mortgages. I know lots of people who share mortgages. None of that is truly understanding. It's like your friend who's like, oh yeah, I'm going to get my law degree, but like never studies for the LSAT. It's like, okay, but are you going to be a lawyer? And they're like, yeah, I'll be a lawyer. And I'm like, okay, but like, are you going to be a lawyer? Or are you just saying you're going to be a lawyer? Because like, that's the other part of it that I had to contend with my own life. Like, yes, are you actually going to do this thing, Brittany? Or are you just saying you're going to do this thing? But like, are you going to do it though? And that's the question I have for a lot of people. Like, okay, but like, are you going to get married? When I talk to my girlfriends, I remember one of my girlies was in a 5-year relationship. And I was like, hey, have you guys talked about marriage and kids? And she goes, yeah, we've talked about it, but I don't know if he's going to propose. I was like, so are you getting married? She goes, I don't know. And I was like, do you want to marry him? She's like, yeah. And I was like, so are you getting married? And she was like, I don't know if he proposes. And I was like, what's happening? How are we miscommunicating? Did you talk to your partner and decide to marry him? And she was like, I don't know. I'm waiting to see if he'll propose. And I was like, oh. Do we see that? How do we understand? Okay, like you have to talk about it before, but people don't. People live in a bubble where they want to be surprised. They don't want to know. Yes, they talked about it, but they didn't confirm it. They didn't agree. They want the surprise of like, oh my God, is he going to propose? She would go on vacations with him and be like, oh my God, I think this is the proposal vacation. I'm like, is he proposing to you? Oh my God, that's so exciting. And she goes, well, I don't know. And then when he wouldn't, we'd be like, oh, he didn't propose. And I'm like, why didn't you just like plan it out? Like plan out the proposal or like plan out. So do you guys like understand? There's like a whole bubble, but she's not alone. This is very typical in her life, right? And so I'm like, what's happening? Versus my partner and I went shopping together. We picked out our rings together. There was no formal proposal. I mean, there was a private one, but it wasn't even that big of a deal. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. Like, yes, I understand all these things are contextual towards the relationship. They're also like subjective, but this is why you have to have these conversations with your person because everything means so many different things to so many different people.
I am not saying that I am doomed without him, but in a way, it's like, if I'm letting go of something so beautiful, am I betraying myself too? You really have to do that risk analysis for yourself because everybody's relationship is different, but Pete has never given me a real reason to leave, and neither have I with him. A long-lasting marriage is also a constant delight. A lot of people fear staying stagnant and stuck in a long-term marriage because we picture it as two people sitting on a couch watching the same show for 40 years with nothing to say, and it's boring and they want something more exciting than that. But a long-lasting relationship does not have to stagnate at all. Not if you're both committed to being interesting and growing and surprising one another and always bringing something new to the table.
I don't believe in the word interesting or boring. I really don't like it when people are like, oh, I was dating this guy, but he was boring. First of all, that doesn't even make sense because your partner isn't a drug to stimulate you. 2, I don't, and I resent this idea of people being like, oh, like I want to stay interesting in my relationship. You're not a documentary. You're not a movie. You know what I mean? You don't have to be interesting. You can just be you. You know what I mean? Like I'm not obligated to be interesting to you. I'm not your entertainment. Go watch a movie. You know what I mean? Like I am interested in you is not the same thing as you are interesting. I am not a puzzle to be solved. I'm not a, you know what I mean? Like I don't like this idea of men being like, oh, you're so interesting. I want to get to know you. And I'm like, fuck off. Versus like, oh, hey, I'm interested in you. Can I get to know you? You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't like boring. I don't like anything else. I don't know.
And you're keeping your curiosity alive. It should all be a constant delight and just having a good time and not a feeling of dread where every day you wish you had something different. And I know a lot of people go through that. I think my marriage is exciting. We can do everything together. We're into the same things. We have the same taste in music and home decor. We love to travel. Like if he doesn't like something I'm wearing, he tells me that, which I appreciate, but I don't always listen to him. And if he does something that's kind of annoying to me, I make light of it. And when we joke about it, we're always making fun of each other in like an innocent way and not bullying. That also boils down to good communication, right? Like nobody's offended. We're just out here having fun. Like, yes, we still fight sometimes, but the good days massively outweighs the very, very few bad days. I can count on.
I'm going to need a description of a fight, please, ma'am. This is not my marriage. I'll just say this. I'm glad she's happy. They seem to be, by the way she's just explaining it, it's working for her. This is nothing like my marriage. There's too many red flags for my marriage, for this to be my marriage. But I would be very interested to know, like, what do you mean by fight? What do you mean, like, yes, we still fight? What does that mean? What does that look like?
One hand every year, how many bad days we have. And those days seem to get less and less as we go. And we both know that we have it in our power to give each other more enjoyment and more things to look forward to. Because if it's not a constant delight, that's a problem. And you have to be honest about that. It could also be a you problem and may not necessarily be a marriage problem, right? If you want a delightful marriage, you should also become someone who's delightful to be around. Also, the person that you're married to should also feel the same way about that.
You know, I think the format of this video isn't helping her either. I kind of do think the format of the video is bad.
way, you will be guaranteed a lovely and enjoyable relationship. The last point is to marry your best friend. I know this sounds like a greeting card, so cheesy, but I really mean it at the deepest level. They should be your best friend in the whole wide world. They're your soulmate, your twin flame. Like, yeah, you can have your girlfriends or your boys if you're a dude, like your besties, but you spend the most time with your partner.
Well, let's rewind that.
This deepest level. They should be your best friend in the whole wide world. They're your soulmate, your twin flame.
Uh-oh. There it is. That's why we think it's toxic. Yeah. Twin flame, super toxic bubble, super bad. Yeah. That's what it is. Okay. Now we found it. We found like what's going on? Like, why does this sound weird? Why doesn't it sound right? Yeah, that's really bad. Twin flame is really toxic. It's really unhealthy if you guys don't know about it. You should look into it, but it's really, really, it's like pseudoscience. It's bullshit. Okay. And like soulmates, when I say high compatibility partner, that's like a database, scientifically based understanding of connection, right? That's why I say like, I want a high compatibility partner. I don't want a soulmate or a twin flame or any of these bullshit things that aren't real. I want a real relationship, a relationship built off of, yes, a liking for that person, that consciousness, and we have shared values. One of my values is we don't fight. You know, like one of my values. Now, I do think twin flame and soulmate have been basically in regular internet speak, been sort of like watered down. So people don't know what twin flame really means. And so they'd use it, but they don't know what it means. So I will give her the benefit of the doubt that she might just think it's like a really romantic relationship or like the feeling that the universe made a partner for you. And so maybe she doesn't mean it literally. And so I usually ask people like, what do you mean by twin flame? You know, do you know what that is? Have you Googled it? Or have you heard it online and you kind of think you know what it means, right?
Like, yeah, you can have your girlfriends or your boys if you're a dude, like your besties, but you spend the most time with your partner. That should be the person that you want to road trip with over everyone else and sit in an emergency room with, to commute with, go to shows with, go to the supermarket, whatever, and then follow each other across the universe through.
Okay, I will just say, she almost has it. It feels like she almost gets it, but then she doesn't get it. Because I think a lot of what she's saying, I would say too, but I don't say it the way she says it. The way she's saying it makes me feel like you almost have it, but you don't have it. I want to spend the most time in my life with myself. Okay? I want to do most of my life with myself. I wanted to marry somebody that it felt like I was basically with myself when I was with them. And so obviously I want to do the most things with my partner because it's like being with myself. I love my sister, but even my sister and I are eventually like, okay, I love you, go home. I love my brothers, but even we're like, okay, go home. I never feel that way with my partner because I never feel that way with myself. I never look at myself and think, okay, Brittany, we've had enough, go home. No, I like myself. Thank you. I worked really hard to get here. With my partner, same thing. I never feel like, okay, go home. I chose to be with somebody who I met at the perfect time, because if we had met at a different time, we wouldn't have been perfect together, right? Okay. And when we're together, it feels really, really great. Just really, really great. Okay. Chess says, wait, girl, I'm just joining. Did you get a haircut? Hair is herring. Thank you so much. I just washed it. It's just washed. It's just washed hair. It's not, I haven't gotten my haircut yet. It's just washed. Thank you. So yeah, I feel like she almost gets it, but she doesn't. So not my favorite, but maybe this is the answer to people who ask me, you know, can you go from a toxic to healthy relationship? Sure, I wouldn't recommend it, and I think you'd have to be the exception. And I still feel like their relationship isn't as healthy as I would prefer it to be for myself, but it's not my marriage.
Through every season of your life, through every version of yourselves. That's the entire game of marriage, is how are both of you traversing your universe? How are you creating your universe together? That's it. That's the whole formula to a simple and beautiful marriage. Oh, also be true to them, obviously. Don't run around and cheat or whatever. And of course, lastly, be grateful for everything that you have and everything that you don't have, including the problems that you don't have. And also be grateful for even the problems that you do have in marriage, because if it's not a serious issue, then whatever. If it's something small, stupid, and silly, then who cares? It's still better than something that's really awful and terrible, which obviously you don't put up with. So yeah, 10 years being together, it's never perfect, it's never effortless. We both put in a lot of work into our relationship, but our love is so deeply real and always refreshing and beautiful. And it also comes.
I just feel like if you have to describe your marriage with anything negative, It's a settling relationship that you made work, and that's fine. No judgment. I think they both settled, right? I don't think she's the victim. Like, I know some people in chat might feel like, oh, he did something, it's him. Two people can settle. People settle every day. You know what I mean? So they probably both settled. It's fine. It is what it is. Maybe they got more compatible over the years. If they're happy, that's all that matters. Like, if they feel like they're doing their best, that's all that matters. I can't know the exact inner workings of their relationship. But this doesn't feel like high compatibility to me.
When I least expected it, I was not expecting to marry this person at the beginning. So give yourself a chance. Give the people in your life a chance and believe that you will find true love. In fact, comment, affirm with me, I will find true love. And don't forget to download the free guide I made for you guys in the link in the description. And thank you to Norpalava. And don't forget.
Okay, let's do this. Let's read the comments. Girl, I thought you were 20. Okay, does anyone know her age? I said, I remember making a comment being old enough to be her mom. I'm 48. And she was like, probably not. She's in her 30s, if I remember correctly from her IG story. Okay. Let's see. Chet says, you're married for 10 years. Okay, 10 years, but aren't you like 25? You carry yourself with so much independence and self-love that I didn't have a clue you were married. And for 10 years, this is honestly the biggest flex. Girl, you're married. You're like 25. When the vampire, what do you mean you're not 20? I thought, like, everyone literally doesn't even know. Okay. I thought you were single, living in your 20s. She can be in her 20s and have been married for 10 years. She possibly got married at 18 or 19. Finally, someone talking about marriage who's in a healthy marriage. Someone talking about marriage who's in a healthy marriage. I'm 41 and have been married 20 years, and I had the same exact experience. Part of my journey of self-development, including stoicism. And naturally, that leads to becoming more conservative and valuing the maintenance of your body, environment, and close relationships. It makes you hold yourself accountable and take responsibility for your own shit. It also, it feels great to reach the point where the good days outweigh the bad and the struggle becomes ease. Let's see. I found my people. Okay. Time is never wasted. You're just paying your tuition. Your partner is a mirror of you. Relationships reveal, reflect, and amplify our own unconscious beliefs, unresolved wounds, and hidden traits. You must strive for peace in your relationship. Boundaries are essential. Yeah. Yeah. Chad says, how is stoicism and conservatism related? I think they meant more conservative in the way that you are. Like, I thought I meant more like conservative, like conserving energy. That's how I read that. A lot of, you become more conservative in valuing the maintenance of your own body, environment, and close, important relationships. I think they mean like protecting relationships. That's how I read it, but maybe it could be the other way. Because that's true too. Like, some people have said to me, like, nobody close to me because, okay, I come from a bubble where like your partner is priority, right? So nobody would find it weird that I would prioritize my partner over anybody else. That's just like not a conversation that I've ever had to have with anyone close to me. Well, if they were close to me, and they had a problem with it, it was because they came from a fucked up background where they didn't have parents who showed them that you have to like prioritize your marriage. Because as much as we love our friends, and we do, your friends aren't growing at the same pace as you. So some of your friends are still acting like they're in high school. And those friendships do naturally come to an end, or you're still friends with those people. But like if you have a friend that's still out and partying, which is so valid, they're single, they're having a great time, they might be like, you changed after you got married. Yeah, life changed, I got married, right? So there's like this mistake that people have where like, as I've gotten older, as I've gotten healthier, I have become, like I said, my personality is the same, but my lifestyle is different. Okay, my personality is the same, my lifestyle is very different. And most people see it and understand it. Like I said, I've never really had an issue with it. If some people had an issue with it, it was because they felt like we couldn't hang out anymore. And I was like, we can hang out. We just got to hang out in a different context. So it's like, you know, there's a confusion. And also I'm getting older. And also, even if I wasn't married, I would often push myself to do things with people, but like it comes at a consequence. So like, that's why I asked myself, my biggest philosophical growth came from really saying, what do you want to do, Brittany? do you really want to go out and party or do you want to stay at home? And I was like, yeah, I think I'm done partying. I loved it. It was fun. Maybe on a rare occasion, I'd have fun with my friends, but I don't want this to be my life. Like I've had some people in my life, and by some, I'm trying really not to call people out here. I've had an invisible amount of somebody's, okay, say something like, they were dreaming, you know, oh my God, we could get together every year and go travel countries. And I was like, I don't want to do that with you. And it's like, oh, what? And I was like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. They're like, you don't want to do that? I was like, no. They're like, but all the friends could get together and we could all hang out. And I was like, every year? They're like, yeah. And I'm like, fuck, I'm not doing that every year. No. And they were just like, oh my God, like that was shocking to them. Because in their head, they're like, wait, why not? And I was like, every year? Guys, a year goes by so quick in my head. I've already been in Europe like 3-4 years. What do you mean? Like, that's what I'm trying to explain to people too. Like, I love that for you. I'm not shitting on your party. Go have fun. But it's too hard for me. It's too stressful. Okay. One of my besties was in France with their mother. And she calls me. She was like, I'm going to France. I was like, oh, France, bro. That's like a plane ride away. I could see you. And we got really excited and we started planning. And I was like, I'm going to be real. I can't do this. I would have to drive hours to the airport. Then I would have to pay a plane ticket for $400. Then I would fly to France for 2 days. And then that would be like $600. And then I'd fly back just to see you for 2 days. Yeah, you're the closest you've ever been to me. You're literally in Europe, but I'm not doing this. And she was like, yeah, I didn't, honestly, what were we thinking? I was like, what were we thinking? We were thinking besties and we were getting excited to see each other. And then we were like, we're not going to do this. You know what I mean? Like it's a fun thought. It's like you start dreaming like a kid. And then you realize, like, that's not who we are. We're not spontaneous girlies who jump on airplanes to go see people. Like, that's not who we are. You know what I mean? It's a nice idea, but we're not going to do that. You know? And I feel like there are some people in your life that would be like, I can't believe you didn't go do that for me. I do it for you. Okay, that's nice. You know what I mean? I do think there are people who would get their feelings hurt. Like, I can't believe you didn't come see me. You live across the ocean. I'm finally on your side of the world and you didn't come see me. And I'm just like, I'm not doing that. You know what I mean? And that's why I think things can get hard in life, is there is an expectation, a misunderstanding of why things can be difficult for some people, not for others, and or I just don't want to do it. You know? So I love that people do that. I love that that is your life. You have to be okay with the fact that it's not other people's. And so I do think for some people, again, you're not a bad person if that is your life. That's so fun. But you have no right to judge other people that don't want to do it. Just like I wouldn't have the right to judge you that you do it. If you want to go on a party cruise every year and you want to travel and go to fucking cons and stuff, that's so cool. I don't want to do it. Because I always have people inviting me like, oh my God, Brittany, you would love this thing. Don't invite me. I'm not coming. And they're like, oh my God, do you like, they take it offensively versus understanding that you keep inviting me to go to a place that at some point I should be offended that you don't see me. Stop inviting me. I don't want to go. If I want to go, I know who to call. You know what I mean? So it feels like that. You know what I mean? And it also feels like this, I'm not in my 20s anymore. You know, the life is different. You know, even like, okay, somebody in chat earlier, I don't know who it was, said they travel locally and it's like within budget. This is so important, but I also want people to make sure that you're not saying subconsciously, when I say like, who has the money to travel? I don't even have the money to travel locally. So people who are trying to be responsible, like within their budget for their life, people will say, oh, but it's $20. Oh, but it's $30. Oh, it's $40. Okay, I don't have $40. I don't have it. And like people will say like, but you do have it. And I'm like, well, I mean, but I don't have it for that. So yes, I agree that it's within budget for those people, but sometimes what people hear, and I know, because remember that person I dated, right? The person was like, I don't want to spend $30 on that for your birthday. Remember I was dating that person, and that really changed my brain. I was like, oh yeah, I gotta realize that not everyone, just because they have the money, wants to spend it. And also like, we really don't have it. Like girls, I didn't even buy Pal World. It wasn't in my budget. I was like, I don't have money for that. My sister's like, I'll buy it for you. And I was like, okay. I'm not putting money into a video game when I'm saving for a house. Not unless it's in the budget. And I didn't have Pal World in my budget. We already have a video game budget for my partner. If I wanted to put in the budget, we put in the budget. So we did talk about redoing our bills to fit certain things in the budget. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not that I don't have money. It's that that money is assigned to something else right now. And I can't take it away without it taking away from something else. And that is a sign that Brittany is getting better with money. It's actually literally the sign that I've changed as a person. I am a brand new person because old Brittany would have spent that money. Old Brittany would have put it on a credit card. And I'm saying your friends have to recognize that this change in you is actually a good change. You know what I mean? Versus a bad change. Yeah. Oh, chat, great example. Me and my coworkers who want to chip in for lunch like every other week, and despite me being the only one without kids, being like, nah, bro, amazing. My friend was just telling me this, that they have coworkers that want to go out like every Friday for dinner. And they're like, how am I supposed to budget in an extra $150 a month just to go out with my coworkers? And I'm like, damn, that's so true. It's like every week and you're tipping. That's a big deal. That's a great point. You know what I mean? So that's the example of like, you know, when we have these conversations, it's so hard because, you know, you look at people and you say, but don't you have a savings? Don't you literally have money? It's like, okay, but that money is for something else. Okay, so I'll give you an example. The way we budget, if this is helpful for new people, because this is really helpful for us. Let's say we have like 5 items, okay, that we are budgeting. Okay, here are the things that are actively, we have money going to. Okay, money is actively going to these things. Okay, let me do this actually. Okay, money is actively going to these things every time we get paid, right? But let's say I've got some more things over here, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different things that I hope to eventually put over here. Right? So I have these other things I really, really want, but we're not putting any money to them yet. There's no money being allocated to these things. What we do is, let's say we found a way to accomplish like our number 1. Okay. We did it. We saved enough money. Now, number 6 gets put up into number 1. Or if we don't want to do it that way, we go, okay, 6 gets put into number 5 and 5 moves up and 4 becomes 3 and 2 becomes, and you know what I mean? Whatever else, you know what I'm trying to say, right? The idea is that it moves up, okay? And that's how we're doing it. If we have, let's say we have all of our goals, okay? But then we get a surprise goal or a surprise thing that we weren't expecting. What we do is we move things out of the way and we slip it in the middle. We go, okay, we're going to finish this, but then we're going to get to this really fast. And then we're going to go back to this because it was unexpected and we got to put it in the roster. The idea is like, okay, when my friend called me and said, hey, I'm going to be in France. Do you want to come see me? We had all of these goals and I didn't have one for travel and I didn't have extra money. And this surprise thing happened, but we just didn't have anywhere to put, I couldn't put it anywhere. So I was like, fuck, my hands are tied. I got nothing. You know, I love you, but I can't. I don't have an extra $800. Plus I'd have to miss stream and then I'd have to miss that income. And like, I don't have it, you know, and it was no big deal, right? It just didn't make sense to try to put it in. What happens is I do think people try to say, if I can't live, you know, I got to make it work because you never know how long you're going to live. You never know if you're going to die tomorrow, right? You never know like where life is going to be. And yes, that was my absolute attitude in my 20s. And I have absolutely $0 saved to show for it. Versus my siblings who saved their whole 20s, they own homes. So, you know, give or take, both were good options. But if I could go back, I would have saved for that house. I would have found a way to save for that house and go out with my friends. But I think I was bad with money in a way that, yes, those memories were great. But if I had been saving for money as a millennial, I would have had a house by now. And now I won't have it until I'm probably 45 or 50. But I would have had it. Even in this market, even as bad as it is, I had so many opportunities in my life to find houses that I could afford if I had had the same savings that I would have had if I had started. There were opportunities and I just wasn't prepared for them. So yeah, like I'm trying to be prepared now. So the idea is not that I guarantee I'll get a house in 10 years. It's the idea that I'll be prepared if the opportunity comes. And if it never comes, hey, at least I got this big wad of cash. What do we go do with it? You know, it's about saying I already did the other thing. You know what I mean? I'm going to do this now. And saying like, it's exciting and I'm stoked. I'm really proud of myself. I feel like I'm so healthy for Brittany. The sign of my healthiness came from my lack of spending. When I went for my BPD consultation, the one thing she was looking for was, where am I deeply irresponsible when it comes to being a functional adult? And I said, money. That's why when Americans talk about the fact that they're bad with money, I'm like, do you have BPD? Or are you just like really bad with money? Or is it the economy? Because for Brittany, it was really the BPD. Because like, you know, if you just, I don't know how to explain it to you that like, you know what I mean? Like it wasn't just the economy. I was genuinely bad with money. And so that's what I'm trying to get people to understand. Like, there isn't just the economy. You got something going on, homie. You know? I said you're right, but remember to be kind towards yourself, your younger self. How could you do it without the tools or support? I mean, am I not being kind to her? You know what I mean? Right? I wouldn't want it for anyone else. Let me say it this way. Just like I wouldn't want people to have my exact childhood, I would not want you to have my 20s. So I'm not being unkind to her, but you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't want that for you. It wasn't good. It was nothing about it was romantic. You know what I mean? You know what? It was bad. So yeah, I hear you, but like living with the anxiety and the self-harm that came out of me not knowing how to utilize money was bad, guys. I mean, I'm talking about like lowering insurance on my car, constantly getting new cars because I didn't know what to do, like losing my insurance, not being able to pay rent. I mean, you know, not being reliable as a community member. I mean, it was really bad. So I hear you. I definitely am not mad at younger Brittany, but I wouldn't want that. There's nothing romantic about it. Let me just say it that way, right? Okay, let's see. Anything else to go over before we take a wee little break and then we get back into let's see. Chess says, I think they have a passion. It's what they want. I didn't watch it all, but if they settle, there's still something worth staying together. Yeah, I mean, look, people can settle. There's nothing deeply unethical about it. People do it all the time. So if they want to settle and their relationship seems like it's good for them, it's none of my business. You know? Yeah. It is interesting, though. It is interesting. Yeah, chat says, wait, hold on. Where's the first? I see you saying, example, the people that drink on a regular basis probably spend $2,000 a year on cigarettes or interests or hobbies. So we budget in our drinks. We don't drink alcohol. We drink like energy drinks or coffee or juices. We budget it into our drinks because, you know, this is a great example people don't think about. My pineapple juice is €2 and €2.50 a pineapple juice. And if I could either drink one a day or one every 3 days. And I drink one every 3 days because that's the pace I drink my juice. My partner could drink juice in a day. You know what I mean? He could take it. And $3 a day for 30 days, that's €90 a month. You know what I mean? Like, am I going to spend, you know, about €90 a month on pineapple juice? Or am I going to take a fucking chill pill? Okay. And be reasonable with how much juice I drink or soda or anything else. Like, you think it's not a big deal, but it adds the fuck up. It adds the fuck up. So yes, my pineapple juice isn't the reason I don't own a house, but it's definitely the reason I haven't been able to save $50K. It's definitely a part of the reason I haven't been able to save $40K, because that extra $1K a year for the last 30 years or 20 years would have been very helpful. You know what I mean? Like, that's the irony. Girl, I've been working since I was 11. No, since I was 9. My first babysitting gig was like 8 or 9 years old. I've been making moolah since I was literally prepubescent. Okay? And if I was anything like my farm brother, I would have graduated high school with $10K in the bank. You know what I mean? But I didn't. Okay? I was... Okay? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, damn. Now, this is a perfect scenario. So if you're in this stage, I'm just letting you know you can do this. You are not silly for being good at saving. Like, I'm not saying you have to do it, though, because I certainly couldn't. But if you can, that'd be great. You know, so we put our stuff into, like, a budget. That's why we have a food and drink budget. You know, like a household expense budget, right? But yeah, drinks especially, juices, shots, not alcohol shots, like health shots. Yeah, even buying berries is so expensive. So, you know, okay, example, when I buy berries, I get dried berries because they're cheaper than buying fresh berries. But if I buy fresh berries, I have a dehydrator, so I can also do that. But I like every penny, every 50 cents matters, because when your food budget is €50, it means every single euro matters. It means like the difference. Okay, like if I save, we do the coupons. If I save $3 on a purchase, And let's say I thought I was at my budget level, but I have €3 extra. That's another slab of tofu. That's a whole bag of potatoes. €3, a savings of €3 is a whole other bag of potatoes. A whole bag of potatoes. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's no joke. A whole bag of potatoes? Like, that's fucking cool. That's amazing. So I'm like, sign me up for a $3 saving. Thank you. It's like that kind of stuff. It was like, oh my God, like, I can't believe. Oh, yes. Discord said those dried beans must have been life changing. The dried beans, holy fuck, $2 a can, €2 a can versus $2 for 3 cans worth of beans. I'm saving €4. That is crazy. I'm saving so much. I feel like I stole from the store. Did I steal from the store? That's how it feels. I am saving so much. I feel like a thief in the night. I feel like I stole these beans. And I was like, how am I saving so much money right now? And that's why, you know, those crazy couponers that leave the store without spending any money? We're not like that at all, but we are so good at couponing. We went to the store the other day and we had saved up so many points on our coupons. I think the bill was like €45 and we walked out paying 0 from points. We don't have a credit card. It's not a credit card. It's just points with the store. It's not a credit card. We do not have a credit card. We don't have a credit card. You know, it's not one of those store credit cards. It is just a point system with the business. And we walked out with no bill. Now, what we do though, is even though we didn't spend that money, I put the bill into our budget. We do still put it in our budget like we did spend the money. But it's crazy. Like, I am shocked at how much money we save sometimes. Or the other day, I went to the store and she was like, hey, do you know you could sign up for a coupon too? And I was like, oh, my husband already has it. She goes, I know. You can get your own and both cards will go towards the household. So right now we have a deal where you'll save 75 cents euro on a body wash, but now you'll both get 2 free body washes. And I'm like, oh, and I've been using this body wash for like a week. So like it was free. It was only like €1, but it's still free and it's still nice. It was a nice body wash. And then, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh my God, like, yeah, we'll take 2 free like body washes. I'll take it. And that's all I had to do was like sign up for a card. So now both of our cards go on the point system. And that's what it is. Like, stuff like that goes such a long way. Like, you don't even know it until you're doing it. Like, these are all little things here and there that I know sound so stupid. I never would have, this sounded so dumb to me when I was younger. My mom would show me all these tricks and I'm like, I don't get it. Because you have to imagine, my parents raised 10 kids on like 6 figures or less, right? Over the years. And I had to figure out how they did it. And I was like, how do they do this? And so it never became fun to me until recently, you know? It's so fun for us. Like, we get so excited to like leave the store. So, you know, it is about the timing of your life. So there's really no judgment. You know, it takes time to get places. It takes time together. It took me all of my life to really get to this point. So absolutely no judgment to anybody else. You know what I mean? Absolutely not. Chat says my grocery store consists of 3 different stores, one of them being a wholesale produce store. I save so much money. There you go. There you go. Yeah, so okay, with this said, oh, in chat, Great Point says you have to be intentional with couponing since it encourages you to buy things you don't normally want or need. Exactly. Okay, so that's the trick. We are at a stage in our life where we never overbuy. We go in, we get exactly what we want, and that's it. The only time we experiment is like with food, but I think you're so right that the coupons, okay, so the store is giving you coupons to incentivize you to come into the store to spend things you would never spend money on. But we don't do that. So not only do we rack up points already spending the money we would, but we never get tempted to spend money we wouldn't. So we're really the worst kind of customer. We're genuinely like, the people at the office hate us because we're like actually the ones who are like, yeah, no thanks. Can I just give me my coupons? Like we definitely, but that's what I'm saying. I think in my 20s, I was the girl that would be like, oh my God, I'm getting points, but I was actually overspending. So then I wasn't even benefiting from the points. And now I get it. Now I understand how it works. Now I'm locked in. It feels really good. Like, I get really excited about this topic because money is such a personal subject and it's so hard to get. It's so hard to maintain and it's so uncomfortable. And I also know I'm never going to be rich. And if I'm never going to be rich, then I better lock the fuck in. Because like, you know, get rich feels like such a cheat code to like worrying about money, but I'm never going to get rich. I'm never going to be a rich girly. And if I'm never going to be a rich girly, then I better learn to save. I better learn to coupon, That's kind of how I feel about it. But, within reason, like I said, we definitely give ourselves some leeway with stuff. We enjoy spending money on we give ourselves like a snack, if it's a new food we've never tried before, it can go on the home budget instead of our food budget, right? So that way, if we hate it, so we give ourselves a way to enjoy our life still. It's really exciting. So don't do it until it's really exciting, because I'd hate your mental health to suffer for the sake of saving $10 a week. You know what I mean? Like, your mental health isn't worth saving $10 a month. But if it helps your mental health, then it's definitely worth it, because $10 a month or $10 a week is a big deal. So things to think about. Okay, with that said, let's take a 2-minute break. We'll come back. We'll watch Your Phone Is Not the Problem and see if this video is as good as I want it to be, because the comment section implies that it is, and my Discord asked me to watch it. And then we'll end with an SBS video. New one just came out. We'll watch the migrant one on Monday, but this one, because that one is about racism and people moving into your country. But this one is about freedom of speech, which I do find more stimulating right now than the other one. So everything has its place, but that's the one we're going to watch. Okay, give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. You can listen to Elvin while I'm away. All right, I'm back. I got some pineapple juice because we were talking about pineapple juice. I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna get some pineapple juice. It's so like, honestly, it's almost like too sugary for me. But it's so good and that's kind of why you want it. But sugar's so bad for my fibro. But I really only have like a little bit because of that. Because it's like a little bit too much, but it's so good. My partner just said, who's that fat guy you used to watch on the internet? And I was like, Ethan! He's like, no. And I was like, oh. Ethan! That Jordan Peterson voice really happens way too often in this household. Oh man. Ethan! Anyways, okay, let's do this, okay? Chat says, sometimes I wish I had cooking autism. Honestly, chat, I need to hear that right now. That feels so validating to me. Because you're right, I think I have cooking autism maybe. Listen, I love to cook. When people ask me, like, how do you cook vegan food or how do you cook good food? It's like, it's almost like asking me, like, how do you have good sex? I don't know, bro. I just close my eyes and it works. I don't know. It just happens. It just like, I also like it. I like studying it. I study it like I study, you know what I mean? You just study it. Like you're into it. You watch videos. You're like, oh, how do you do this? Like when I was learning about sex, when I was a virgin, I read all the books, looked up all the photos, learned all the positions, learned the body. When I look at food, it's the same thing. I'm like, how do you do that? And and I'm not even that good of a cook, but I do feel like I really love food so much. Like I love food that I don't believe in like bad food. So like vegan being bad food just doesn't even make sense to me. Especially since when I dated my them partner at the time, they weren't, I don't think they were vegan, but we would eat a lot of vegan food. We would go to vegan restaurants a lot. And I love that shit. I loved it. Like I've always liked vegan food. So for me, you know, also, I think it's the way like we look at food and the way people look. Like some people really don't like vegetables. Like some people really struggle to find a vegetable they like. I struggle to find a vegetable I hate. You know what I mean? Like I love beans. I love everything. So like bananas are truly the only thing in life I don't like. Bananas and plantains. God bless. It's the only thing I don't like. I truly just like, I struggle to find things I don't like. So when people are like, is there anything you don't eat? Well, I guess now it's different because I'm plant-based, but basically it was always just not bananas or plantains. You know, I went to a Cuban restaurant once and I was like, surprise me. I accidentally put a plantain in my mouth. I was like, what is this? Is this a banana? And they're like, it's a plantain. I was like, oh, it's a banana. And I ate it. I still ate it. Obviously, I'm not going to spit out people's food, but I just do not like banana or plantains. But everything else, oh, you know? I will say the hardest thing about being vegan right now, my Discord really came through the other day, is I'm really struggling to perfect a pancake. So I'm going to retry it until I get it. But my Discord, literally, I logged in and my Discord was like pancake recipes. And I was like, you guys are so cool. Like, I love my Discord. But yeah, I just like, that's the hardest thing about being vegan right now. I'm trying to make it from scratch and not a pre-made mix because I haven't gone to the store. There is a store in town that has a lot of vegan options. So I think I'll just see if they have a pre-made mix and that might be helpful. But I'm doing something wrong with these pancakes. I'm just really fucking them up, you know? Okay, let's watch this video together. La 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 la. Crimes New Roman. We've watched them before. Okay. Sadly, they said this YouTube killed the monetization on this video due to fair use. I hate that for them. That's the worst feeling in the whole world. So I'm gonna link their Patreon, just like in good faith, you know, just so you guys can see, because that really sucks. You know, you don't have to do anything about it, of course, just out of respect to the fact that like from a YouTuber to YouTuber, it fucking blows when that happens. That Trump video. Guys, that Trump video on Andrew Tate and Trump I made on my commentary channel, 80,000 views, and I made like 10% of the revenue I would have made if it was monetized. You know, just fucking bummer, bro. That shit sucks. You know, I hate that shit. It sucks. Chad says, does this mean you will also? You will also what? Hold on, did I miss a question? Scrolling up. Did I miss a question? Scrolling up. Did I miss a question? Are you talking to me or somebody else? Let me know. Flax is great. I'm making cookies. I use flax. Oh, my mother-in-law makes me really amazing vegan snacks with flaxseed. I really got to get into that. Oh, sorry to lose the monetization. That's a great fucking question. You're so smart. Yeah, maybe. You know what I do? Here's what happens. Usually, okay, like obviously when I covered Iran last week, I lost monetization. Okay, I knew that was going to happen. Chat even super chatted me because they knew. Okay, for this stream, if I lose monetization because of the song, what happens is when stream ends, YouTube will send me a message right away being like, hey, you're demonetized or you're blocked. And what I'll do is I'll tell them to trim out the song, but leave the audio in, which sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And they will bring monetization back. But yeah, I guess technically there is a chance I lose monetization for this stream. We're going to risk it. Let's do it.
In the year 2000, I think I'll probably be the spaceships in the moon dictating robots, 2 robots. Or else I may be, I don't know, in charge of a robot court, judging some robots. Or I may be at a funeral of a computer.
I think it'll be much more efficient. Because there'll be more cures for the diseases, and not so many people will get sick.
I don't think it's going to be so nice. I think sort of all machines everywhere.
I wonder if this is the section that got demonetized. Because when I use old footage like this is what fucks me over, which is why I make all those weird edits on the video. Like I add like wiggly lines and I add like color gradation. Because I'm trying, and that's why I put it into a TV, because I'm trying to like basically get past copyright.
Everyone doing everything for you, you know, you'll get all bored, and I don't think it'll be so nice.
I think it'll be, people will be regarded more as statistics than as actual people.
In 1882, a theoretically homosexual German guy famously declared, "God is dead," as Western civilization's longest source of meaning took its dying breath. And now here, in the year of our Lord 2026, you are doom-scrolling goth girls on Reels while hoping a waifish bisexual on your screen can give you a cure for your terminally ill attention span. What's up with that? Also, stop trying to look at the comments and get back up here. The video just started. What's wrong with you? I'm gonna cut to the chase here, sport. You know as well as I do, it's not your phone, it's not the apps, it's not the internet that's the source of the crippling dissatisfaction gnawing at the remains of your soul. I'm not here to give you bullshit advice like the rest of the people on this hell site, fetishizing productivity or promising how childless avoidance in the form of screen timers, dumb phones, or going analog will solve your attention problems, give you the direction you've been yearning for, and stop you from gambling thousands of dollars on anime women. She's almost yours, bro. You got this. Just one more temple. Just one more. You got this.
Key with the super chat, thank you so much, says Gransom manifested the super chat to the both of you. Thank you so much. And you're a member already, and I appreciate that so much. Thank you guys.
All you need, that's it, I promise you all. I'd say it's hardly revelatory to say that these electronic scanner boxes are just the symptoms and not the disease, but Jonathan Haidt has an entire career from pointing out that social media is turning your kids trans, so maybe not. That's why the many technological snake oils you've tried have done fuck all, and thus you finally ended up here in my...
I'm gonna make, should I be a grifter that says Christianity is making your kids gay, and that's the grift? Oh my God, is that a good grift? It's like, Christianity is turning your kids gay. Jesus, surrounded by 12 men? What, the homosexuality? Is that a good grift?
Lanky, yet tender embrace. I'm also not here to just tell you to find meaning in your life, to touch grass, to read books, to start journaling, to get real life hobbies like firebombing ice agents or crochet, even though you should do both of those. I'm not your dad. I actually came back from my trip to the store, and I actually think that you can do something with your life. I just know that saying just find meaning is useless advice when given to people who are incapable of figuring that out. It's like telling a quadriplegic to go on a jog to clear their head. It's just insensitive. What I am here to tell you, though, is that old god that Nietzsche spoke of didn't just die on its own. It was replaced, dethroned by something it helped create, something so familiar we don't even think of it as a god. Technology. The elevation of one god requires the demotion of another, after all, and this one didn't even have the decency to announce itself. It just quietly took the throne while we were busy marveling at what it could do. Thou shalt have no other gods before me applies to technological deities just as it would any other. And just like the old god, there's a lot of people being exceptionally annoying and reductive about the new one. As the unstoppable lurch of entropy continues, more and more people have become spouting hate-pilled, doomer-centric rhetoric online around social media, about phones, general internet bad sentiment that I have developed an escalating frustration with. People moralizing under these things, under the guise of wanting to protect the kids, to improve their mental health, to get their attention span back. There have been a billion of these moral panics over the years, and God, it is so exhausting to see yet another one creep out of the woodwork. All I see is a bunch of scared, lost souls so ready to correlate a causation that they'd cut off their own hands to keep themselves from accessing Instagram. Don't get me wrong here. The companies that have colonized the internet and our mobile gambling boxes work very hard to design the most psychologically exploitative systems imaginable, and the people who do this should be murdered, and not in a video game.
I nodded to that, but I don't agree. No murder.
But also, why does no one seem to care that every major piece of research says that...
I was like, oh man, I got tricked. I was so enthusiastically nodding. Oops.
social media has no impact on mental health at all? Why are people and institutions still viewing draconian content censorship, screen limitations, and full-blown bans as the optimal solution for these problems, despite them being provably ineffective? I owe so much of the beauty in my life to the internet, to my phone, and it really bothers the fuck out of me.
Like, listen to me when I say this. I don't think we should kill sharks and bears that eat humans. I don't think we should kill humans. You know what I mean? I don't believe in killing people. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's kind of crazy, but like, okay.
That this swelling wave of doom and gloom has blinded people to its potential. Honestly, how dare you, who say they want to improve themselves, improve the world, succumb to this propaganda and cede the second greatest invention man has ever created to an ever-encroaching horde of tech bro ghouls trying to grind you into biomatter to fuel their data centers, to limit or cast away the most powerful tool for connection, empowerment, discovery, and the ability to hit the subscribe button and check out my Patreon. Please support my work. This website hates me. It hates me so much.
I just want you to see something because I think this is important. 700 members, but $328 a month. Is that what that means? Because I have over 600 members on my Patreon, but I don't make 600 paid. They're not 600 paid members. They're free followers mostly. Because like sometimes people will be like, oh my God, Brittany, like I'm so proud of you. Like, look at all these followers you have. Yeah, they do not equal money. Like most of them are free followers, but yes, I'm very grateful. Like my Patreon is amazing. I'm so happy to have it. Like I'm so happy to have my members, but sometimes there is like a deception in the brain. And I think it's interesting to see what the actual number translates to.
Please support my work. This website hates me. It hates me so much. Where's your chutzpah? What kind of revolutionary are you? Today, I'm fixing that broken brain of yours. Oh, and what's the number one greatest invention, you ask?
Chat says this deliberate psychological manipulation of Taylor Lorenz insisting social media addiction isn't a real thing. It's not a real thing. Like if we're going to be like, it's not real. You are not addicted to social media. You are dependent on the habit of social media. It's a habit, not an addiction. So not to be like, if we want to be really accurate, she is correct. It is not a literal addiction. Like the news has had to come out, like real journalists have had to come out and apologize for calling things an addiction because it's not an addiction. It is a habit, and habits look like addictions, but they are not addictions. You can form new habits. The recovery is different. So yes, I understand, like that's totally a thing. Like porn addictions aren't real either. They're habit building things. That's why I say stop blaming the porn, stop blaming the phone, stop blaming these things. It's our relationship to things, but also like it's our sense of meaning. So, you know, it's a very destructive habit, but that's why I say you better form good habits, y'all. Good habits save your life, you know, right? Chad said, can you say the same thing about smoking or is it different? It depends. Most people aren't addicted to the nicotine and cigarettes. That would be the addiction. Most people they have a habit of smoking the cigarette. For like my father or other people in my life who used to smoke cigarettes all the time, they quit overnight, like next day, because they formed a new habit and they're like, don't eat it anymore. They were never addicted to cigarettes. Some people have a dependence on the nicotine and they have like an addiction to or have a chemical. So like a lot of people just have the desire, they just want to puff something. They just want to, I saw these e-cigarettes because I have that thing too. I want to smoke something too. That's why my favorite part about smoking a bong was smoking the bong. I mean, I loved being high, but my favorite actual part was hitting the bong I loved inhaling. I love an inhale. You know, Bill Clinton saying, I did not inhale. Well, you missed out. You missed out because that's the best part. Okay. Yeah, it's a stim. I could stim inhale. Absolutely. Versus, you know, so it just depends on the context.
We got another God to deal with.
Like if you can't stop biting your nails, you're not addicted to biting your nails. It's a comforting stim. It's very comforting. You know what I mean?
When I say technology, you're probably thinking beep, boop, bop, technology. phones, laptops, wires, apps, algorithms, that Boston Dynamics robot that's doing sick backflips that isn't
that little fucker did a, look at that.
wires, apps,
These little robots I do find them interesting.
algorithms, that Boston Dynamics robot that's doing sick backflips that isn't very concerning to watch. See, that's not technically wrong, but it is incomplete. Technopoly by Neil Postman is going to be our North Star for this, dear viewer, because it was helpful in crystallizing the untethered mass of internal yelling that is my own thoughts on the matter, and I cannot in good conscience keep this resource to myself. Also, I know y'all can't read, so I'm going to read it for you. Postman cites the author Paul Goodman in saying that technology is a branch of moral philosophy, not of science. Technology isn't just machinery, it's any systems of procedures, rules, or methods that shape.
And let me just tell you, I think about smoking all the time just for the sensation of inhaling, but I never pick it up because I don't really like cigarettes that much. They're not interesting to me. They're not as fun. There's no benefits to it. But like, I do think about it all the time. That's why I fake inhale. It feels so good. Like, oh, that mimic, it feels so good. It's like I feel it all the way here. But, you know, at the end of the day, like, that's why I don't moralize cigarette smoking at all. I don't think you're immoral for smoking. Some people are like, you're unethical for smoking. You're immoral for smoking. You need to fucking shut up. Okay? Shut your mouth.
Shapes how we act, think, or relate to each other. Every technology carries what Postman calls an ideological bias, a predisposition.
Oh, and by the way, that's what people are doing with cell phones and everything else. Y'all need to shut up. It is not unethical. It's not immoral to do things unless the consequences of which aren't always guaranteed. You're not a bad person for masturbating. You're not a bad person for smoking a cigarette. You're not a bad person for doing meth. Meth does not make you a bad person. Like, the simple act of smoking meth does not mean you're a bad person. Okay? It's the relationship around these things that we can talk about good or bad, but you are moralizing. This is the panic. This is the, what do they call it? The moral outrage panic thing you're doing that is so annoying. What are you, a boomer?
To construct the world as one thing rather than another, to value one thing over another, to amplify one sense of skill or attitude more loudly than another. To a man with a hammer, everything looks like a nail. To a man with a camera, everything looks like an image. To a man with a computer, everything looks like
satanic panic. That's what it is. Thank you, chat. You're satanicking panicking. Okay.
And to a person with a screen time app, every problem looks like too many minutes on your phone. Did you know that a grading system is a technology? Before 1972, no one had ever formally assigned a number or a letter to a student's thoughts. Then a tutor at Cambridge named William Farish invented the practice. And now we can't imagine education without it. The idea that a human mind's output can be quantified is a technology, even though it involves nothing more than some letters and numbers. I'm sure this hasn't had any serious ramifications whatsoever. An IQ test is a technology, a poll is a technology, a bureaucratic form is a technology, management is a technology, clothes are a technology. Call me communion, because I'm a cracker with the juice, baby.
Yo!
There are no...
Okay, first of all, I just want to say, this is why people say, I just want to go natural. I don't want to eat tofu. It's a processed food. Girl, you might as well kill yourself right now because you can't exist on this planet in a natural state. All of it is a natural state. Like, this is why I'm annoyed with human beings because they're just like, oh my God, AI is ruining the world. Brittany, is this AI? Everything is AI. You stop. You're done. It's over. You're doing this thing. I get it. You don't want degenerative AI. You don't want people making art out of other people's art. Fine. I'm with you. But you can't say you're anti-AI. Everything is AI. AI has been around for decades. Like, you're doing this thing where, like, also you're confusing CGI for AI. You're confusing B-roll. You're confusing real human beings for AI. I have used real human beings in my videos and people are like, Brittany, is this AI? That's a person. That's a person. And like, I get it. You can't tell the difference. I get it. But that's what I'm saying. All of you have to accept that you're fucked. We're all fucked. Calm down. Let's focus. You keep doing this thing where you keep trying to stop the tsunami from hitting your village. It's coming, girl. Get ready. Okay? We are nature. We are nature. And we have designed these things, whether you like it or not. Whether you like it or not. And I agree with you. There's a lot of downsides to AI. It's absolutely not good. And it's absolutely not exactly what you keep thinking it is either. Both things are true. Okay? Again, this romanticization of keeping things the way they were, this romanticization of like, you know, like everyone's like, oh my God, what if truck drivers don't have jobs? Girl, I don't know why you want truck drivers on the road. They have some of the worst divorce rates, some of the worst infidelity rates. They're literally never home with their families. They're driving 15, 16 hours a day, which is so unhealthy. They're completely stressed. They're literally battling diseases alone. They're on the road and lonely. Why wouldn't you want to get rid of this industry and get them into something else? Like, This obsession with keeping things traditional, you mean the same tradition where these politicians are getting on stage and talking about homosexuality isn't a part of our country because this is not our tradition or culture? Your tradition and culture. Okay? Stop. Stop. You have to learn. If you're really angry about something, be specific about what you're angry about. Do not lump everything in one category because you're going to hurt real people in the process. Don't be like our parents. Don't be a boomer. Don't say, oh, I'm against all premarital sex because it's just so bad for you. That's what you sound like when you're like, I hate AI. What do you mean you hate AI? AI is used in so many ways for the benefit of the universe. Like, do you mean you hate specifically something about AI? What do you mean when you say AI? What do you mean when you say it, right?
Wires and circuits in any of these, but procedures and rules designed to standardize how people behave and prevent me from causing another uprising at work. Language itself is a
Chat says, maybe you need to keep the watermark on the stock footage. Guys, again, okay, let me show you. Because I don't know what people are talking about when they say, like, oh, maybe you need to do this. It wouldn't matter what I did. People won't care, right? You pay a service. These services have existed forever. You pay a service for footage to use in your YouTube videos. Stock footage doesn't have a watermark on it because you already paid for the license. So there's no watermark on it because you paid for a package from the editing software and they give it to you in hundreds of files and then you find one that works for you. That's what I'm saying. Like that's how it's always worked. It's always been that way as far as I've been a YouTuber for the last 10 years. You pay for music the same way. You pay for the license and the band will let you use the music without copywriting you. That's the point. So like, I feel like, you know what I mean? Yeah, Chad says you pay to get the watermark removed. You literally pay so it looks flawless. Like, that's the part that I think is confusing to my brain, where that's why as a creative, you don't pay attention to the audience. The audience does not know what they want. This is why marketing companies don't listen to you, because you don't know what you want, because you prove it every time you still buy from them. You prove it every time you don't know how to advocate for what you want. You say you know what you want, but you can't even tell if the thing you're seeing is something scary or not. Like, how can you come on a video with absolutely none of this generative AI stuff you're worried about, worry it's AI, and then miss out on watching the video because you're too scared it might be AI, and then tell me you're the one with the right answer? Come on, girl.
Technology, and one of the most important ones, because it instructs us not only in the names of things, but more importantly, what things can be named. These kinds of invisible technologies are the most dangerous. Those that do their work without criticism or even awareness. We don't see them shaping us because we just assume that they're just how things are done. They're natural, they're inevitable, they're neutral, they're common sense. Now, I'm sure you're thinking, Noah, you're looking dripped out as fuck today. And to that I say, thank you. I know. But you're also thinking, if technology has always carried ideological bias, even if language is a technology, why does it feel like things are different now? Why does it feel like the tools are running us instead of the other way around? It's because something did change, you hot piece of ass. Not technology itself, but technology's relationship to everything else.
The timeline. Tools.
For most of human history, technologies were tools. Like my handmade wooden spoon that you all loved so much in the last video, I'm bringing it back.
That's a pretty nice spoon.
They solve specific problems. They serve purposes that came from outside technology itself, like religion, tradition, ethics, cosmology. A water mill grinds grain. A cathedral glorifies God. A sword follows the code of the warrior who wields it. Tools had biases, but those biases were checked by a larger framework. The tools didn't set the agenda. The culture did. This isn't about technological simplicity, mind you. Medieval Europe was highly technological, with clocks, sophisticated agriculture, and engineering achievements that still ball hard to this day. But it was a tool-using culture because tools did not attack, or more precisely, were not intended.
Do you know what I think the fear of AI is? Because Chad said I feel like the hate of AI is that most people, specifically generative photos and videos. Okay, I genuinely think if you deconstructed your fear of AI, it's probably largely also connected to the fact that there's no going back and you're still hoping we can. It's too late, girl. World War III, the end of the world, apocalypse, nukes, something's happening. We don't know what it is, but we're in a new change. We're in a growth spurt. The universe is about to change. You're in that time. You're living history. And it feels like AI probably signals to us like, oh, it's the end of an era. It's the beginning of a new era, right? It's here. It's happening, but it was always going to happen because it's happened every time before. AI is not different or unique from any other time in human history when something changed, you know? Like, this is it. This is one of those times. And hey, congratulations, you get to live through it. You can either decide that that's pretty interesting because like you really are living history, or you can decide this is the worst thing ever because it is going to be hard. But it really is our creation. We created this. This is us. This is us in motion. AI is us. And it's going to be interesting. You know what I mean? It's going to be very interesting. And just like with anything else, the bad people will use it for bad things and the good people will use it for good things. And it will always come at the expense of something else. So yeah, I agree. There's a lot of really negative things to AI. But I think the larger issue, if we zoom out, is probably that it just feels really scary. Because it means there is no going back. There's no secret 90s, no 1999. You know, this is the idea of like, I read a comment. I think it's on this video, actually. Wait, I think it's on this video. Someone said, I can't find it, but someone said, it's crazy to watch people who were glued to their TVs growing up argue that we should be glued to our phones. My mom used to call them latchkey kids. She'd be like, oh, these kids come home from school and their parents are working and they just sit in front of the TV all day. These are bad parents. And then now the new world is your kid is glued to the iPhone or iPad. Like, millennial parents are upset because they weren't any better than their parents. Like, that's why I think people are really mad too, is like, you're not that great. Millennial parents sticking a screen in front of their kids before 2 years is crazy. You might as well be a boomer. Like, you're not even learning. All these studies, all of this data that has come out about screen time with your kids, and you're still putting them in front of a screen. You want to, like, you don't care. So that's the thing, is like, people are upset the world is a reflection of themselves. The world is us as a whole. You know what I mean? It's like, that's what it is. And I get it. There's so many reasons to be upset, right? Chat's right. The data centers are making people sick. There's pollution. But is pollution new? Have we not always been making people sick? What was that big case where there was cancer in the land causing the whole town cancer, right? And they won their lawsuit. It's always been this way. You keep making it about AI instead of the bigger problem. Focus your attention and you might actually get something done. But it is a distraction to focus on AI more than it is to focus on the fact that, like, why are we, because when you say fuck AI, nobody knows what you're saying unless the people in your bubble already hear you. So say like, oh my God, do you know it's impacting this? It's really bad. You know what I mean? And I'm saying communicate your feelings better because I hear you, but I don't think other people are going to understand what you're saying because it's very confusing. Because especially if you're disabled, a lot of AI tools have been very helpful for disabled people. Myself included, right? Or they've just been really fun. Or like when I was a kid, oh my God, anything like AI would have been so cool. So like make sure you talk to people and explain it to them, but also make sure you understand that it's a symptom. You know what I mean? Like focus on the core issue and talk about the symptom of the issue. Because I agree, there's a lot to be concerned about AI.
Intended to attack the dignity and integrity of the culture into which they were introduced. People knew why they lived. They had answers to the fundamental questions. Where do we come from? What are we here for? How should we live? Obviously, some of the answers were questionable, but technology served those answers. It didn't replace them. Theology or metaphysics set limits on what technology could claim. You could invent a new machine, but you couldn't invent a new meaning for existence, or else the church would probably not like that very much. That was not technology's job. Until technology started to get a little... People love to bring up that hypothetical about going back in time to kill baby Hitler or whatever, but I'd go back in time to kill the fuck-ass monk that invented the clock, because it was all downhill from there, bro. The clock is the clearest example of a technology arising which bends culture instead of the other way around. Monks invented mechanical clocks to regulate prayer. 7 devotions a day, marked by bells, a tool in the service of God. Something, something, something. Now I have crippling time anxiety about being on time to functions I don't even want to go to. The clock carried an idea that time was divisible and measurable. And once that idea escaped the monastery, it reorganized everything. Work became measured in hours, efficiency became possible to calculate, the accursed phrase, time is money, was born into existence. The mechanical clock, as Lewis Mumford wrote, made possible the idea of regular production, regular working hours, and a standardized product. The monks wanted to serve God more precisely. They accidentally invented the operating system for capitalism. This is technocracy. The ideological bias inset in the tools started to win. They began overriding tradition, religion, ethics. Technology stole authority. It started to redefine what counted as truth, as knowledge, as progress. The printing press did it to religious authority. Suddenly, everybody could read the Bible and interpret it themselves. The telescope did it to cosmology, and after some quabbling and a few stake burnings here and there, the Earth wasn't at the center of the universe anymore. Important thing to mention, though, is that in a technocracy, the old worldview is still present. It's wounded, it's challenged, it's losing ground, but it is functional. Two systems of meaning coexisting in intense tension. People still had holy men and sin, regional pride, traditional notions of family life, ritual, and myth. One could marvel at the steam engine and still believe your life had meaning that the steam engine couldn't provide. However, you can only fight for so long until someone wins. Goddamn. This and the Crunchwrap Supreme really give fire and sliced bread runs for their money. Technopoly is what Neil Postman calls a totalitarian technocracy. All other lenses of viewing the world are snuffed out, and technology is the only one that remains. It's the submission of all forms of cultural life to the sovereignty of technique. There's no longer an external value system capable of checking technology's biases. Technology becomes the source of meaning, the framework for truth, the answer to every question. Technopoly eliminates alternatives to itself in precisely the way Aldous Huxley outlined in Brave New World. It does not make them illegal. It does not make them immoral. It does not even make them unpopular. It makes them invisible and therefore irrelevant. How does it do this? Language is a technology, so it redefines everything. What we mean by religion, art, family, politics, history, truth, privacy, intelligence, so that our definitions fit these new requirements. Education becomes skill acquisition, community becomes a platform, intelligence becomes a number. All of these words remain, but they...
If you found out the paint industry was polluting the earth to such a degree that we no longer would be able to use traditional paints, would you support dismantling the painting system? Like, I mean, like paints. Like, you buy paint from the store and they say don't eat it because it's toxic. Okay, what if that paint became so fucked for the environment in the same way AI would be? Would you advocate for us to get rid of painting in that way? For me, when I tried to figure out, yeah, Chess says there was lead in paint. When we try to think about like what we would give up, we make it personal. So you're projecting your personal morality onto people and claiming it's objective. You should hate AI. I hate AI. Why should I hate AI? Because you hate AI. Right? Why is your form of harm reduction more valuable than someone else's form of harm reduction? When you decide to say, hey, you shouldn't use AI, and if you're going to use AI, I'm not going to trust you, that's okay. You get to do that. You don't have any reason, though, to project it onto other people. And I need to know, do you know that? AI is not like rape. It is not the same thing. AI use is not like racism. It's not the same thing. AI use is very different. It's very specific. It's almost more adjacent or similar to taking an airplane somewhere. It's much more similar to building factories in places. It is not the same thing like rape or racism, right? And so this is not one of those moral standings that you would expect a future to say, like, I would like an ideal world where no rape, no racism. I think an ideal future could also have AI, right? So again, when we have these conversations, we have to understand, like, you know, what is the thing about AI that really bothers us? What's the thing about the phones that really bothers us? Like, what is the thing? Unless I'm severely missing something and AI is like racism. Is AI like racism? You know what I mean? Like, is the harm of AI this, you know, am I missing something? You know, again, I could be missing something, and I agree there's a problem with it. I just think the problem is us and not the AI. Versus I think the problem with racism is the racism, not just the us. Or the problem is the rape, not just the us. Like, I don't know that AI is specifically the problem. Like, I don't think meth is specifically the problem. I kind of think it's like what we do with the meth, you know? So there's something here that like confuses me, I think, with people where like I can't see the benefits of racism or rape. I can see the benefits of AI and meth. Could you know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of conversation, okay? Chad said there's a lot of racism in AI because it's made by people with the most power. Yeah, but that doesn't matter, right? Because that's not the AI's fault. That's the people's fault. That's people. That means racism is the problem in that sentence, not AI, right? So then we have to talk about like, okay, what are we going to do with this information? And then we have to contend with the reality that we en masse cannot be trusted. We learned that with guns. I would love to live in a world where I could give everybody a gun and they would be responsible. But I can't because you guys are not responsible. And it's not the elites, it's you. You are not responsible with your weapons. You are giving it to your angry teenagers to shoot up schools. So again, we keep blaming everybody but ourselves. We won't take accountability. We won't take accountability for how we show up in the world because we feel like it's too hard to be accountable, and I don't blame you. It is really hard. But I really just cannot emphasize how strongly I believe people are the problem. Because I think the responsibility, again, it's like the men who come to you and say, the porn is the problem. But you don't think that's true, do you? You think those men are stupid, right? Oh, those men are always blaming porn for the problem. It's not the porn. It's the men. But it's the way the men utilize the porn. It's the way the relationship they have with the porn, right? Because it sounds stupid for a man to be like, oh, I had to cheat. I watched porn. I had to do things. Porn made me rape that baby. Did porn make you rape the baby? Did it make you rape the baby? You know what I mean? Like, it's not the porn. The porn is a part of the symptom of your relationship with things, but it's not the porn. And so when we get on this like churchy, boomer, weird Catholic guilt of like, it's the masturbation, it's the porn, you know, porn's the problem, you know, you take away any of the responsibility from the people, right? And so that's the dilemma I'm going to have with all of this, okay? But I agree. There are things to do. There are huge consequences of it. You know, AI is very Kaido, you know, with the way that it's ruining water. You know what I mean? It's very like killing the environment. I hear you. But I want your argument to be better. I want your argument to be specific. I want it to be more than, you know, misunderstanding. Like, it's so much more than. And also, in a perfect world, I think we could figure out how to have AI because we wouldn't be busy ruining the planet in 100 other ways. It's not the AI. AI is not the thing that's going to put us over the edge. We're already over the edge. We just watched that the climate video. We're already there. It's already there. You know what I'm saying? So like you're doing this thing, humans are doing this thing where like, it wasn't AI that put us over the edge. And it doesn't matter because it was just the straw that broke the camel's back if it was. And it wasn't. We have a huge problem ahead of us and we're not going to solve it if we keep focusing on, like, in my opinion, like the non-core issue. There's a core issue here to be solved.
Have been hollowed out and rebuilt before we even knew what happened. This is where all those invisible technologies become truly dangerous. In a tool-using culture, a grading system would have been questioned. Does it serve God? Does it coexist with tradition? Does it respect the dignity of the student? But in Technopoly, those questions aren't even an afterthought. The origins and effects of those technologies aren't even considered. A grading system just is. BMI just is. IQ just is. Screen time just is. We no longer have a framework from which to ask whether these questions serve human purposes because we no longer have a shared sense of what human purposes are. When a method of doing things becomes so deeply associated with an institution that we no longer know which came first, the method or the institution, then it is difficult to change the institution or even to imagine alternative methods for achieving its purposes. This is where we are, surrounded by techniques we don't recognize as techniques, shaped by invisible technologies, living inside a system that has redefined the words we use to think so that we are unable to articulate what's been lost. But Hank Green made a gamified focus app where you can take care of a little bean man in your phone to trick yourself into being productive. Isn't that so fucking cool?
Oh man, that's funny, bro. You know what? It was the #1 app on the store for a while.
The big question, obviously, is why did technology win? Why did Technopoly become the invisible walls that contain us? Why did alternative thought worlds lose to this one? Well, it's because over the last couple centuries, we have systematically dismantled every previous framework of meaning and technology was the only one left standing. Nietzsche announced that God was dead. Darwin made it clear that we had come to be through a longer and less dignified route that we had.
And guys, I do support your harm reduction perspectives, by the way. Obviously, I heavily believe in it myself. So like I said, you know, I've accepted that I will end up utilizing AI, but I'm also not, AI is the best thing. I use it every day. Oh my God, I use ChatGPT as Google. Like, oh my God, I make new photos of using AI. I don't do any of that. So like, okay, Like, do I use AI on occasion purposely? Yes. Do I know I'm using AI in the background of the stuff that I use? Yes. Do I go out of my way to talk about, oh my God, AI is the next best thing? It is the best. No, I don't care about it like that. Because so you're talking to somebody who doesn't care. So you're not even talking to somebody who cares about AI. I don't care about it. I'm saying it looks like another thing I've seen 1,000 times in my life that is worse, in a worse direction for the world, because it's going to be exploited and utilized in the wrong way, but it's not unique and it's the same thing. And again, I'm at a different stage of my life where I just see life in cycles. It's the same shit every fucking day. Same shit, different day. Okay? So for me, you're not talking to someone who's like pro AI. You're talking to somebody who's just like human's gonna human. Here's another thing to worry about. Put it on the pile. I'll get to it when I get to it. Because I don't know if you know, there's like 1,000 other things going on, but you deal with it if you want to deal with it. But if you're going to make me have to pay attention to it, give it to me in a package I can digest, because we're fucking busy right now. There's a lot of shit happening. Okay? You know you're overstimulated as it is. Don't put one more thing on our pile and not give me a solution that's easy to fucking focus on. Okay? It's too much. And AI, genuinely, as frustrating as it seems, just doesn't feel like a good focus for a lot of people. So convince them by giving it to them in a package they can digest, right?
Imagine. Marx argued that history had its own agenda.
Chet said, what do you use AI for and what for AI? When I Google, AI is on the function and I like it. I use ChatGPT to help me with my descriptions and title ideas because I struggle, and SEO tags. And I use AI technology in my editing software for text, for audio translation, for like script effects and stuff like that. That's all AI. It's called AI. So I know you guys keep saying it's not the AI I'm talking about. Well, then use different words. Because all I see is the word AI and I go, that's AI. And that's why people don't understand why you're being so weird about AI, because AI is everywhere. Do you want the AI subtitles? Do you want the AI this? Do you want the AI this? AI. Filters, Snapchat filters, AI. Like, that's what that is to people. So if you know what I mean? So when you say, do you use AI? I'm like, don't you? Don't you? You know?
Freud thought that we had no understanding of our deepest minds. John Watson showed that free will was an illusion. Einstein told us there was no means of judging anything. What was left? What survived? Technology. Amid the conceptual debris, there remained one thing to believe in: technology. Whatever else may be denied or compromised, it's clear that airplanes do fly, antibiotics do cure, radios do speak, and computers do calculate and never make mistakes. Only faulty humans do. And so we turned to technology not just for solutions, but for meaning. And technology cannot provide meaning. It can only provide technique. But we have reached a point where almost no one can differentiate between the two. That's why the war on screen time is a moral panic dressed up as self-improvement, and the endless solutions being offered are just more of the same disease. As Postman warned, when a culture tries to employ technology itself as a means of providing clear direction and humane purpose, it is an effort mostly doomed to failure. The greatest invention of the 19th century was the idea of the invention itself. We had learned how to invent things, and the question of why we invent things had become completely irrelevant. Because why would it? Why should we even need it? We have all the new guiding principles we need: objectivity, efficiency, expertise, standardization, measurement, and progress. And this engine of technological progress worked at peak performance when people were no longer seen as real human people, but as consumers, as markets. That's why I said at the beginning, the problem isn't the social media box you put in your ass after you turn on Vibrate and post Asmongold was right on Twitter.
No!
Social media, smartphones, the internet, not the disease. It's a symptom of technopoly's triumph in making technology the only thing we believe in without even realizing it. We use the light of our screens to foolishly guide us through the void left by the collapse of these old thought worlds. It's why I said I'm not here to tell you to find meaning, because how can I? We've done such an incredible job of shooting every traditional Sherpa of meaning in the back of the head. And these solutions being sold, they're technopoly's answer to a problem technopoly created. More technique, more technology, more tools promising to do your thinking for you, to divine your answers from numbers, to sell you technique disguised as meaning when you're none the wiser but more the poorer. And this continues to endure because of one very simple reason. It's very profitable. Nietzsche's God is dead quote, it is something loved by internet nihilists as well as people who want to disprove internet nihilists. But have you ever actually heard the full quote? God is dead, God remains dead, and we have killed him. Yet his shadow still looms. How shall we comfort ourselves, the murderers of all murderers? What was holiest and mightiest of all that the world has yet owned is bled to death under our knives? Who will wipe the blood off us? What water is there for us to clean ourselves? What festivals of atonement? What sacred games shall we have to invent? Is not the greatness of this deed too great for us? Must we ourselves not become gods simply to appear worthy of it? Oh, and you read my citation right, by the way. The book that quote is from is called The Gay Science. Outstanding. Since you're so smart and handsome, I'm sure you know that this is specifically talking about the dismantling of Christian authority, a decentering of the idea of absolute truth and meaning, just like I hinted at earlier in the beginning. Christianity's regard for truth as the highest value gave birth to the conditions of the possibility for the Enlightenment, a movement which would end up destroying the Christian mythos, its system for truth, morality, and one of many limiting forces on technological bias. Free will. Yay! Now we have an infinite number of ways to exist, none of which approach a truth greater or lesser than any other. Sounds pretty neat, right? Well, our angsty little boy Nietzsche saw some problems. He found that concept to be somewhat horrifying, primarily because most people will never actually be able to reckon with it. I mean, it's probably too frightening for people formerly devoted to God to see themselves as God's murderers. And even for those who do recognize what happened, the emergence of a grounded human freedom inherently implies a limit, a horizon, as opposed to an infinitely vast divine. So they'll be too afraid to create their own conditions for meaning independent of a larger governing authority. Very cool. So what do? They scavenge. They pick through the remains of the dead in the crypts of old moral systems. Nietzsche was right about the impulse. He even saw the shape of what was coming, the way people would erect new gods in secular drag without recognizing them as gods. But I don't think even he predicted how seamless that transition would be. People didn't just scavenge the old, they adapted to the new one without even noticing the swap. The solely technological-oriented truths of technopoly became how things are. The ultimate truth delivered not through biblical recitation, but through numbers and technique. That is how we ended up here. Not because technology got more powerful, even though it did, the Crunchwrap Supreme goes absolutely crazy mode, but because—
Okay, this is how my brain works. Because you guys, you know the data centers that are being opened up in town and the people have to pay, like it's impacting their electricity bill? And those families, like, it's ruining their water systems or electricity bill. I heard one woman say her electricity bill went up to like $800 because of the data centers, right? Okay, we know those things are happening. The focus should not be on hating AI. In my mind, the strategy is, oh, you can have AI, you just can't build here. Oh yeah, you can have AI, but you can't build here. The rule should be about them not being able to build there, not about them not being able to do AI. Because you cannot convince people not to do AI when everyone is using AI in such a fun way. You are taking away people's fun. You are ruining people's fun. World War III is around the brink and I need to make an AI meme is what they're thinking. They are not understanding the data centers. So instead of making it about this thing that they associate with fun, you need to convince people in the same way I understand. I was like, oh yeah, her electricity bill was $800 because they built this big factory. Fuck this factory. No factories. No, you can't build here. Like, I don't care what it's for. You can do it somewhere else. Figure it out. Make it harder for the companies to establish than it is for, like, who cares if people use AI? That's like not the focus. The focus is you have to make it harder for these companies to even move into your town. But we don't do that. That's not how we sell it. That's not how you stand on your moral high ground, right? Everything is psychology. Everything is psychology. You, the meat companies, everything, you are a biological creature who is psychologically being manipulated at every point, okay? And even me, who's so open-minded, is telling you right now, you are triggering my defense mechanisms in my brain that says you're wrong because it cannot possibly be the AI. Because I know it can't be the AI that's the problem. It is these facilities. And yes, I could live without the AI if it means not having these facilities. But I cannot live without the AI if you don't explain the facilities. But the facilities and the AI are not the same thing to my brain. So I'm telling you right now, for somebody who is so open-minded, I'm telling you right now, the way you're communicating your hate for AI triggers in my brain, no. Whatever this is, no. It's not a good enough reason. World War III is around the corner. You're telling me people aren't even having kids. I can't afford rent. And now you're taking away my AI. And I don't even use AI like that. So I'm giving you guys just like, I don't even use AI like that. I don't. But I'm telling you, if you can explain it. So when people tell me, what do you think about AI? I'm like, oh, I don't care about AI. But you know what I really fucking hate? Are those fucking data centers in people's neighborhoods. You know, some woman got her electricity bill up to $800. How fucked is that? Like, ew, what the fuck? I'm like, isn't that stupid? Like, have your AI, bro, but go somewhere else. It's like, my anger comes from the disadvantage of the people, not from like, I'm not trying to take away your fucking toys. If you can figure out how to have AI without this lady's electricity going to $800, we'll talk about it. But I'm not anti-AI, right? That's the thing. Like, that's the thing that I think is confusing people, because you really, like, that's why I always tell people, like, I am not trying to take away your drugs. I'm not trying to take away your orgies. I'm not a Christian. I'm not a fucking white nationalist. I'm not trying to take away your fucking life. But that's what it sounds like. It sounds like you're trying to take away people's fun. It sounds like your mom, your nun, your local priest who's like, you shouldn't have sex before marriage. These damn phones. And I'm saying we have got to rework what our actual gripe is. If you want to be, you don't have to be though. You're not an activist. You don't have to be. It's not your job to convince people. But if you would like to, you get to decide what role you play. You know what I mean? So that's really like, that's really why I think because I agree. Like, I think you guys are right, but I think you're wrong, but I think you're right. You know what I mean? But these AI companies, they are fucking evil. This whole like crypto shit is evil, bro. All this shit is evil. But it's evil not because crypto, not because of AI, but because what these companies are doing and who's it coming at the expense of, right? But it's not the fact that it exists. Crypto wouldn't be that big of a deal if people didn't lose their life savings thinking it would make them millionaires. Like, nothing would be a big deal. Gambling wouldn't even be that big of a deal if companies didn't spend all of their money figuring out ways to get you fucking in the habit of pulling on that boom, 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 boom. You know what I mean? So we all fucking need to get our shit together and say absolutely not. But we're not going to, because people don't have any idea of what you mean when you say AI. They just don't know what you're talking about. I barely know what you're talking about. But I will never forget that woman's face. I'll never forget her saying $800 for electricity. Because I know what that feels like. I know what it feels like to get an electricity bill that's so expensive. You think, holy fuck, how am I going to pay rent if I pay this electricity bill? I know that feeling. And so it becomes really important to me all of a sudden, right? It makes a lot of sense. The only thing about AI I know about is funny memes, funny videos my family sends me. And like when I was younger, you know those videos, like, you know how on Snapchat you can put your siblings' faces or your friends' faces on the bodies and they move like this? That's what my brain thinks AI is. I don't even know if that is AI, but that's what I think it is. And I use that all the time. And I've been using it for 20 years. You know what I mean? You guys didn't care then. Oh, but you care now? Because the translation is wrong. I don't get what you mean. You know what I mean? So again, I don't know if you know exactly what you mean either. But you got to explain it in a way that even my brain can understand, because I don't get it. You know? I don't, yeah. Chet says that wasn't AI back then, but some people are saying it was AI. I don't know. I'm saying you know what I'm trying to say? Okay, I believe in you. There's something here that it can't help. It just, you know, I saw this vegan. I don't like him. He's the one who always has his shirt off and he has long hair. I don't like him. He's kind of a little narcissist to me. But he goes, if you're vegan or if you're anti-AI, but you're not vegan, you're a hypocrite, which we've talked about that debate here. Again, I think it's about harm reduction, which is why I don't call myself a vegan, right? Another reason I don't call myself a vegan, because I don't get it. Like, I get it, but I'm not there yet. I'm not having the embodied experience of truly understanding veganism. So I only logically understand it, so I'm plant-based. Same thing with AI. I logically see where you guys are coming from, but I'm not having that embodied reaction. Like, AI doesn't turn me off. Like, if I'm watching a YouTuber and they use AI, I do not care. It's not the reason I'm going to stop watching you. But for some people, you're having that reaction, which is so fine. I'm not there yet. I'm not having that embodied experience. To be honest with you, I'm guilty of it. There's even I really have some favorite AI TikTokers that I'm like, I love this AI TikTok, or it makes me feel so good. It hits my brain so perfect. Or sometimes I even find music that I'm like, and then someone's like, it's AI. And I was like, oh, shit, that's crazy. Like, you know what I mean? I don't have it. I don't have that embodied ick reaction. So, you know, and I'm me. So I'm just telling you. Okay?
Because everything capable of resisting it got weaker. Like me, incapable of resisting a Crunchwrap Supreme. We built school systems to produce workers for Technopoly and made the most profitable workspaces the equivalent to churches for this new god of efficiency and objectivity. And those biases swelled into a great void of desperation for a thing we don't even know how to name anymore. And then we did the only thing we know how to do with that void. We institutionalized it.
Okay, can I say something though? Chat says, you mean the facial filters that make AI better at IDing people that people sell for free? Guys, you know how conservatives won't get on airplanes because of that face scan thing and they don't want the government to know anything about them? That's what everyone sounds like to me. I'm definitely that girl in the airport that like scan my face. I don't care. Look, with peace and love, I'm going to die and humans are not going to change overnight. So like picking and choosing these battles where you're like, oh, I'm not going to use a Snapchat filter because the government will know my face. Girl, the government knows what's inside your vagina. The girlfriend knows, the government knows everything about you. It literally is tracking you everywhere. You have phones, you have cameras, like this whole idea of like, so when we have these conversations about like, you know, again, you sound kind of like, you know, it's crunchy. It's giving crunchy. Are you crunchy, girl? You know what I mean? I don't want to be like super sellout technology girl, but I don't want to be crunchy either. You know what I mean? I'm just not interested. I want something in the middle, please. The right amount of technology to help the right amount of people and the right amount of balance. You know? Okay? And again, I think I'm coming from a different place, which you don't have to listen to me about, where I don't think I own anything. So I think like if it's really hard. It's really hard because I don't have any attachment to anything that I barely have an attachment to the fact that I exist. You know what I mean? Like I'm already dead as far as I'm concerned. So when I exist on the planet, I do my best with having the experience of doing better and like harm reduction and stuff. But like I'm already dead. I've already died. I'm here and then I won't be. Do you know what I mean? People are, I think, so worried about being alive that they're making the world a worse place. I think I do less harm in some ways because I know that I'm already dead, philosophically, that it allows me to not care about having 7 cars to show off to my friends or new wardrobes every month. Like, you know what I mean? Like Temu alone is destroying so much of the planet. Like fast fashion, I feel like I agree with the AI stuff, but the AI stuff just feels like don't shop at H&M. You can't tell people not to shop at H&M. You know what I mean? It's like people are making minimum wage out here. So like you need to figure out the overall message of, if possible, individually, don't use AI. If possible, individually, don't shop at H&M. You know? Right? Just as Brittany, you're already amazing, and I think AI will ruin your magical essence. What does that mean? Wait, AI will ruin my magical essence? Is the AI inside me? Wait, what does that mean? I don't know what that means. Wait, explain it. Is it my magical essence? They're being cute? Yeah, but like, what does that mean? I don't know. Harm reduction is understanding that people want to use AI, so we need the next best step. That's what it is. You know what I mean? Like, we already know. So like, let's focus. You know what I mean? It's like the tsunami is coming. You keep trying to stop the tsunami. You can't. You know what I mean? Oh, I think they're saying the AI me, like the AI me. I don't know what that means. I don't know what it means. But I will just say, like, I already think it's too late. So let's do something about it. In the same way that it's you know what it is? Sometimes you guys sound like the Christians, or sometimes I feel like people sound like the Christians that are like, kids shouldn't be having sex, so they don't need sex education. Kids are gonna have sex, focus. Yes, ideally, kids wouldn't have sex. Yes, ideally, XYZ. It's too late, it's gonna happen, focus. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like you're, like, you can't, to be like I'm anti-AI is like saying you're anti-premarital sex. I don't know what's happening. You know what? I don't know what's happening. Like, what are we talking about here? That's what it kind of sounds like. But then I'm not the person who's saying go get 100 bodies. You know what I mean? Like, everybody relax. I mean, if you want, you know what I mean? But like, it kind of feels similar.
Philosophers may agonize over the questions, what is truth? What is intelligence? What is the good life? But in Technopoly, there is no need for such intellectual struggle. Machines eliminate complexity, doubt, and ambiguity. They work swiftly, they are standardized, and they provide us with—
Wait, Discord said they're already selling AI butt plugs? I've been using those for years. You mean the ones with the apps? I've been using those for years. Your partner gets an app and then they can control the butt plug? I've been using those for years. Is that what you're talking about? Is that AI? Fuck yeah, I've used those for years. I've recommended them to people. Wait, is that what you're talking about?
numbers that you can see and calculate with. Screen time, 4 hours and 23 minutes. Steps today, 8,247. Followers, 12.4 thousand. Engagement.
Oh, it's Bluetooth. It's Bluetooth. You're right. It's more like Bluetooth. It's not AI, right? But does the butt plug vibrate on its own? Well, I don't know what that means. You have the vibrator, the butt plug. It can do it manually, but it can also do it remotely with Bluetooth. And then you put the Bluetooth in your phone. And then, you know what I mean? Let's see. There are AI sex toys that will adjust based off movement and stuff. Waste of money, though. Oh, definitely. Probably not good enough yet. Interesting. Okay, interesting. So there is toys that apparently are coming. I haven't heard about these ones yet. I'm still learning. Oh my God, I never heard about those ones. Oh.
Rate 3.2%, sleep score 78, BMI 32, IQ 107, performance review 3 out of 5, adequate, but room for improvement. You're going on a PPI. These numbers become the measure of life, not because they capture anything meaningful, but because they're there. They're objective, they're precise. They give us something solid to hold on to amidst the rampant conceptual debris we find ourselves surrounded by. And we just believe it. We yearn for wonder for them like they're magic, modern expressions of the arcane, which flabbergast us with their accuracy. Literally astrology for tech bros, like straight up, that's what this is. We're so busy tracking and documenting these numbers that we forget to ask whether they measure.
Who told me? Someone told me on chat, if I'm just getting help with descriptions and hashtags, to use another source of AI that isn't ChatGPT. Does anyone remember what that source was? Because I do have to switch over. You know, transitions are hard for me. I don't care about ChatGPT. I don't care about it. I don't care. I'm not married to it. I don't care about it. I just use it because it helps me. If you have something else that will help me and I can use, I will use it. Local AI, Claude. That's what I'm saying. Don't mishear me. I'm not an AI person. I don't care. I'm not married to any of these things. I just want help. This was a solution. I'm willing to use it. If you have another way to help me, I will use that one. Okay, let me see. So Claude, look up Claude and look up local AI. I don't know what any of that means, but I will look it up. Perplexity is the best for references. Okay, I will look this up. Okay, I will put it on my notes app. That means I will look at it eventually. Okay, thank you.
Anything at all that matters. Until Technopoly's profits decide that for us. Enter Jonathan Haidt, the modern face of the social media panic. He's made books and articles about how phones are destroying the children. Social media is rewiring their brains and turning them gay. Oh, Lord, have mercy. He has so much data to back it up. He must be right. Right? Wrong. People way smarter than me have pointed out that his studies have errors, the effect sizes are too small, or they—
This is that fucking author. Everyone was like, Brittany, read his book, read his book. It was so fucking boring. Everyone's like, oh my God, his book is so good. It's stupid. What was the book? What was that book everybody was reading from Jonathan? It was so boring. Oh my God. I hate centrist. It was very centristy. It read very centrist. Jonathan Haidt. Do you guys know who I'm talking about? Oh, what was this book? I'll tell you. Hold on. It was so fucking boring. Just like, I swear he's a centrist. That's what it is. He's a centrist. And so people think he's fucking smart. Hold on. Books. This one. Was it this one? The Righteous Mind? Was it The Righteous Mind? I think it was this one. Yeah, I think it was this one. Is there another cover? Why Good People Are Divided by Politics and Religion. I think it was that one. Ugh. Boring.
either don't support or straight up say the opposite of what he's claimed, finding that depression occurs before social media use, not the other way around. This, of course, isn't to say that screens have no effect
Oh, maybe, yeah.
on how we've come to think and move through the world. Of course they do. It's changed us just as the printing press and the telegram and the photograph have before them. But the apocalyptic framing isn't science. It's what Postman calls
They're conservative. They're centristy conservatives. They're people who sound liberal, but they're actually conservatives. And so a bunch of liberals will recommend Jonathan Haidt. They're like, oh, he's so like, he's kind of liberally, he's a conservative, but like, his writing sometimes sounds not like Tucker Carlson wrote it. So people are like, oh, he's like a liberal. He's not.
scientism. The belief that the study of human behavior, when conducted according to the rigorous principles established by
Remember to read all books, even bad books, by the way. You should read all books, even bad books.
the physical and biological sciences, will produce objective facts, testable theories, and profound understandings of the human condition. Haidt and people like them who probably want to fuck bar charts believe that these analyses and numbers and social sciences can unlock the secrets of the human heart and tell us how to optimize society. But as Postman observed, social science theories like these disappear because they're boring, not because they're refuted. Like, you can't falsify Haidt's claims in this environment that we live in. You can't point out that his data is correlation meets causation cranked to the extreme. You can only decide if his story is compelling. And his story is compelling to a culture that worships data, distrusts human judgment, and believes that the right technique will fix everything. That's why we're rushing to bans and restrictions. Oh, think of the poor children, but not the ones who are being bombed in Palestine. We don't care about those. Oh, or the ones who are abused in the Epstein files pass.
Exactly.
Or the ones who live in rampant child poverty every day. No. Mass surveillance and censorship from anti-trans, anti-woke nut jobs is exactly what we need instead of making, universal healthcare a thing. But Haidt offers so many numbers, so many studies, so many graphs that appeal to our natural sensibilities. And we love it when people do that. We just love it. In Technopoly, the machinery of scientific authority is enough. And we don't ask whether the numbers measure anything that matters. We don't ask whether correlation implies causation. We see data and assume absolute verisimilitude is present without batting an eye. And to be clear, data isn't inherently bad. It's just wildly misused. Like W.E. Du Bois' infamous charts using beautiful graphs and data to highlight racial disparities are an incredible use of properly cited data, also made into some of the most beautiful charts you will ever see in your life. But that isn't what we're fucking doing now. I found one of those I stopped using my phone for 30 days videos, and the dude who did the challenge actually got his brain scanned before and after he stopped using his phone and made an effort to go outside and travel and do different things in the world.
I met John and Tara, who would be administering my scan, which consisted of an attention test, cognitive function tests like how well I can remember patterns, and a QEEG brain map, where 19 electrodes would monitor my brain and determine where I have too much or too little brain activity. I would get the results of this part in a week, but the results from the first two tests were ready instantly, and...
Okay, not so horrible, seen better, but not so horrible. Accuracy is where you got killed. Sustained attention. So keeping your attention on the task at hand is really the struggle for you. You're in the 1 percentile.
Oh, that's bad.
That's bad.
And you want to know something fucking crazy? At the end of that time, it went up.
These results are remarkable. You have 3 very potent pieces of quantitative measurements that show dramatic change in 30 days. It's like the phone itself, that thing, that experience you were having with it was a draw, bringing your performance down.
It's almost like if you put effort into making meaningful tasks and actively engaging with the world around you and not only doing one thing, like scrolling your fucking phone all day, your brain activity is gonna go up. Fucking riveting, insane discovery. A true modern Einstein. Give this man a fucking Nobel Prize or whatever. The most irritating thing about this whole kerfuffle that we have ourselves in is there are legitimate concerns about technology. So many, all of the time, but they're not the ones who are getting airtime. One example of Postman tracing this human detachment from technology is throughout the history of medicine. In 1816, a French physician named René Laennec? French guy invented the stethoscope. A simple device, really, a wooden tube that lets doctors hear the heart and lungs of patients more clearly. Seems like a pure step towards progress, right? Wrong. Doctors at the time raised an objection that now sounds almost prophetic. Interposing an instrument between patient and doctor would transform the practice of medicine. These traditional methods, questioning patients, taking their report seriously, making careful observations, would become increasingly irrelevant. Doctors would lose their ability to conduct skillful examinations and rely more on the machinery rather than their own experience or insight. I know some people are thinking right now about the shitty dismissive doctor's appointments that they've had, especially if you're a woman or a person of color.
I was just thinking about medication where, or even therapy. Guys, I've never gotten more pushback on my content about therapy than now. And it's because people don't know how to go to therapy. People don't know how to do medications. Like, you don't know how to do anything. This week has been so, I don't want to get famous. I can't deal with the amount of stupidity in these comments. Oh my God, you guys, it's you. It's literally you. I'm so sick. I'm really, honestly exhausted at people being like, this is what it, hold on. I feel like I'm in fucking Idiocracy. What is that? Idiocracy or whatever. I haven't even seen that whole movie. This, it feels like, okay, I'm like, here's your lipstick. I was like, okay, just put the lid back on. And they're like, and I'm like, no, just put it on top. And they're like, and I'm like, no. Hey, like this lid works. They're like, it doesn't work. I've tried it. It doesn't work. And I'm like, no, it works. Just try it. They're like, it doesn't, see, it doesn't go. It doesn't work. And I'm like, no, the lid works. It's made specifically for this lipstick. It works. Just turn it around. And they're like, no, I can't get it. And I'm like, it fits, it works. And they're just like, it must be the lipstick. I'm like, okay. I feel like, listen, okay. Yes, eat the cupcake. Exactly, chat. I'm just like, I just want you to eat the cupcake. I need you to understand nothing will be handed to you. I sound like a fucking conservative, but for real, you can't just go to therapy. You cannot just go to the gym. You cannot just read a book. When people say read a book, we mean read it, digest it, take notes, sit with it, deconstruct, meditate, talk to friends about it. We do not mean read a book. Okay, so I'm gonna have to use full sentences apparently, okay, which I understand. I just went on a whole rant about AI about this. I get it, okay? Go to the gym, see what you need. Start learning how machines work. See what muscle groups you wanna work out. Make a schedule, focus on body goals. What's your ultimate goal here? Like, yes, you're not just doing it to do it. There's a reason. And so like, the whole like, I really feel like, so that's why I'm sorry. Like, I'm so sick of everyone blaming everybody else but themselves. They're like, why doesn't this work? Because you don't know what you're doing. It's you. You're stupid. Like, you think you're smart. You think the world, you think your life would just be so easy if elites and billionaires didn't exist. But like, you still have to go home and live with yourself. You know what I mean? Like, you still have to deal with you. And you're stupid. This is what I'm saying. Like, you have to accept you are the problem. And the world is the problem. Because billionaires fucking suck. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, billionaires fucking suck. Again, I don't care that you're struggling. I care more that you don't care that you're struggling. It's a little annoying. But like, I want people to struggle less by becoming introspective. Because I think that's the only solution. Okay? You have to know there is this way to solve things, but it's going to take effort on your end. Okay? The effort on your end is key. And the reason the billionaires win every time, okay, is literally because they know you're not going to do anything about it. How do you yell at conservatives every day? Like, how are you yelling at MAGA people every day about how stupid they are? And you don't know how to go to therapy. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying you're bad for not knowing how to go to therapy. I'm saying you're either entitled or something is happening, because like, they will hear me. They will talk to me. They'll be like, I just disagree. I like your video, but I disagree that therapy is the only solution. When did I say that? When would Brittany Simon ever say that therapy is the end all be all of your life? When did I ever say that? And then I'll be like, hey, just to be clear, like, therapy is not the only solution. Obviously, it's just one of the solutions. They're like, no, I totally get that. But, and I'm like, then why'd you leave the comment? Then why'd you say the only solution when I never said it was the only solution? Like, this is like talking to my mom and she's like, what do you care about morals? You're an atheist. And I'm like, and this is why I say, this was my number 4 stage. Guys, when I realized, like, oh, the world, like, humans are not going to change. Like, humans are not going to change. They have been this way since day fucking 1. I don't even know what that means. But all of this is the way it is because of people. It is us. It's not one group. It's not rich versus poor. It's all of us as a collective. You know, everyone's always talking about collective consciousness. Oh, I think we're already kind of there, but in the negative, you know? It is not AI. It is not billionaires. It is not technology. It is not the phone. It is not gay marriage. It's not trans people. It's us as a whole. Okay? It's us as a whole. Literally, people start to sound, everybody just sounds the same, and no one's actually looking for a solution, and the solution is staring us in the mirror every day before we go to work. It's us. Okay? It's absolutely us.
Physician in the last 2 centuries has gradually relinquished his unsatisfactory attachment to subjective evidence, what the patient says, only to substitute a devotion to technological evidence, what the machine says. He has thus exchanged one partial view of disease for another. 2 ideas took hold as a result of this: that medicine is about the disease and not the patient, and what the patient knows is untrustworthy. What the machine knows is reliable. Sound familiar? Today, doctors order CAT scans they know are unnecessary because patients expect them.
Chad said it's human greed. It's human nature. Greed is a part of that nature, but I don't think you even have to be greedy to be a bad person. I don't think I've ever been a greedy person in my whole fucking life. And I've absolutely been I've been in my philosophical evil. I don't think most people are greedy. I think most people are worse than greedy. They are tired and exhausted and raised with, you know, bad families, and there's too much to worry about, and they're exhausted. Like, it's too hard. And so we keep thinking if the system can just make it where, okay, this feels like, you know what it is? It feels similar to the psychology around get rich quick. People want to get rich quick so they can retire and go on vacation. You know, the FIRE movement, how everyone's like, I want to work till I'm 50 and then retire to live out the rest of my life. It feels like people are doing that with like the system. Oh, we're going to change the system and then I can finally have a normal life. No, that's never going to happen. You're never going to have a normal life unless you can have it right now. Normal is the expectation. You can have a normal life if you would move. You could immigrate. You could leave your country. You know, people do that all the time. You could be one of those people, but you don't want that, right? Because like, you're not really seeking a normal life. What you're seeking is a sense of meaning and purpose in this already chaotic world, you know? Okay, just as the systems are built to cause mental health issues, and therapy is about how we are affected by them, and it gives us a tool to endure the systems. I don't know that the systems are built to cause mental health. I think the systems are built not worried about your mental health. I don't think they're built to cause mental health. I think they don't care. They don't care about the consequence or the expense of your mental health, which is different. Because I really think if the system was smarter and the system was better and the system was more thoughtful, it would actually definitely be thinking about mental health a little bit better. But I don't think they care about your mental health, right? Okay. That says, I want that. I'm too poor to move. Well, you know, insert immigration family here who's leaving a war-torn country, who has $0 in their pocket, who found a way to move countries. Again, you are not the exception. We are all the rule. None of us are the exception. Okay? It's very rare that you're a rule. Nobody is too poor to do anything, and everyone is too poor to do anything. You're both things. Okay? I'm definitely too poor to have my ideal life, and I'm definitely not too poor enough to have my real life. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm saying if you really were meant to immigrate, to move to a new country, to have a brand new life, there would be a way on this planet of 8 billion people to make that happen. But you want it the way you want it, in the way that it looks like, in the country you want, with the feelings you want it to look a particular way, right? Which is why people are like, never mind. Okay, and I'm not blaming anybody. I'm saying the world cannot be different until we stop dreaming. We're all dreamers. Everything feels like a dream to everybody else. I just want to dream my way to the, well, okay. Or let's do, let's figure it out. And also, again, this goes back to the TikTok I showed you at the beginning, right? Were you guys all here for that? Should I show it again? It was about a man talking about how he had just celebrated his 40th wedding anniversary with his husband. And on the same day of just renewing their vows, his husband drops dead from a heart attack. And then his best friend dies, contracts, she has Alzheimer's, and then she goes and does assisted unaliving with help from the government. And they sing, his friend into the afterlife, right? The idea is like, even if the systems were perfect, right? You would still have to come home to your ailing father and your sick brother and your pedophile uncle and your struggling alcoholic mother and all of the other things, because we didn't just pop into existence. We've been here forever. There's 8 billion people alive, all with wants and desires and needs and dreams and hopes and favorite fruits and favorite TV shows and favorite sex positions. And all of this exists at the same exact time. And then every day, millions of people, there's I think, was it 1 million people die or are birthed or whatever? Like millions of people's lives are just in rotation every day. Billions of people's lives are in movement. Okay. And then we're sitting here dreaming like children in a basement, like, oh, if the system changes, if my mom stops drinking, if the whole universe, we're talking about billions and billions of creatures on the planet. We're talking about non-human animal life or non-human animal life. We're talking about everything in the ocean and the mountains, every little speck of living creature you can't even see with your eye. Like, we are talking about something so much bigger, like so much bigger than you can comprehend, which is why, because we can't comprehend it, we sit here and dream about the system's going to change and things are going to work out and we're going to have all these things. Like, the world has been the way it has been forever. The only thing that changes people are people. Okay? If you want the world to be different, then the world has to be a reflection of that as a whole. It cannot be different until the whole of us, the most of us, are different. And how could the most of us be different if the singular you has already decided you're not going to be different? Because you're not going to be different until they're different, and they're not going to be different until you're different. And that's the philosophical quandary of what is the life, like, what is the meaning of life if nothing ever changes because people never change? Again, I strongly believe people are obviously changing. I also strongly believe that they're never going to change. And those two things, I live in that contradiction all the time. Because we are, at the end of the day, just people. We're not gods. We're not superheroes. We are just people. And we only have so many, like, we're only so capable, right? We're only so capable realistically. All right, great rant. Thank you for being here. On to the video.
Because if you don't use all the available technology, you're seen as negligent. Because we've been trained to trust machines over human judgment, including our own. Looking at you people who look at WebMD to check what might be wrong with them and think they might have cancer, that's me. That's me, I'm people. This is a real concern. Not screen time is destroying our children's brains. We've lost the ability to trust human judgment. We defer to machines even when they tell us nothing useful. And we've built systems to punish people for not using technology indiscriminately. We're seeing in real time technopoly's mindless worshippers build AI doctors that do fucking everything and are also unbelievably wrong. Goodbye, brave soldier. You served me well. This mindset is the exact mentality that gives us the infinite vials of snake oil that people peddle while complaining about the fucking problem. I swear to fucking God, if I see one more influencer making a video warning about social media while peddling fucking Headspace, bro.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Thank you, my bro. That's what I'm saying. I'm so sick of these YouTubers who are like, get off the internet. It's rotting your brain. Also sign up for my Patreon. Also use my sponsorship. And it's like, what? What are you talking about?
Goddamn mind. I'm gonna lose all flavor of dorks online, from productivity pilled gurus to horribly naive crunchy moms, endlessly call upon screen time restrictors, dumb phones, gadgets to apps, so many apps, dude. Elevate, The Humane Space, Brick, Motion, Timo, Hero Assistant, Heirloom, Unhooked, Pigment, Headspace,
Jesus
Opal, Focus
fuck.
Friend. I would be here for 10 hours if I listed off all the ones that I have seen. Have you considered that maybe you're just a dumb, stupid baby? Do you want to read books in 15 minutes? Better get smart as efficiently as possible. So try these apps for micro-learning that all have self-improvement scam books like Atomic.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, listen to a girly who has read 2,000 books. Listen to me who watches 1,000 YouTube videos a week. I'm telling you right now, everything is about the relationship you have with self and the relationship you have with everything outside of yourself. Do you actually understand you're on a floating rock in space? Do you actually understand you are a biological creature evolved over time? Do you actually understand that you don't know anything about the universe? Do you actually understand that you know some things about the universe? Like, do you understand how little we know as a species? And how people literally have their thumbs up their butts, holding it up to the wind and going, I guess I'll go this direction. I'm telling you right now, okay, we have problems, and the problem is us. It doesn't matter how many self-help books you read. It doesn't matter how many videos you watch. It doesn't matter how many you do nothing. What matters is if you actually fucking face yourself in the mirror and realize it's you. It's you. Without beating yourself up, without bullying yourself, without talking badly to yourself, it's you. It's you. Free yourself, because the you is them, it's us. There is no you. There is only us, and yet there is a you in the us. Okay? It's you. It's your relationship with self. It's your relationship with everything outside of yourself. And if it's you, then it's all of us. It's not just singular you narcissist. Makes me make a little joke. It's you, the collective you. It's all of us. Me, you, them, they, all of us. There is no elite. There is no crazy rich people who aren't doing anything more than being them. They are also not looking in the mirror. But they are not the reason your life is miserable alone. They might be contributing to it, but they're not the only reason. You are also the reason. And I don't mean this like some conservative parent you've had, because you know our conservative parents are also really fucked up. Our conservative parents are fucked up because it's them, right? Our toxic boyfriends are fucked up because it's them, right? You don't let a rapist get away with raping people because the system is against him, do you? Like, no, it's us, it's them, it's the system, it's all things. Those rapes were probably preventable. If we didn't raise boys in a rape culture, they probably wouldn't all grow up to be rapists. They don't all grow up to be rapists, but yet they're still responsible for the them, just like you're responsible for the you. We have to be accountable, and we have to recognize how the system is fucking us up, because it is, but it's not the only thing that's fucking us up. It's also our relationship with ourselves. Everything inside of yourself, everything outside of yourself. How do I feel about existence? Where do I belong? Who am I? How do I feel? How does this thing have a relationship to everything outside of itself? Okay? Chat says social media is making it hard to be a human being, and it's created by humans to make profit and trap people to do the same. I think social media is good if we consider how systems are built, but could have been different. Well, it couldn't have been different because it is what it is. Right? It's like when you're dating a guy, you know what I mean? You think, oh, he could have been different if only this, that, but he couldn't have because he wasn't and he isn't. You have to accept that it couldn't have been different. It was never going to be different. It was always going to be this. And it always is exactly what it is. Okay? This is social media. You're on it right now, right? And I love having you here, but this is social media. Is this the thing you want to get rid of? Should I quit my job? Is it unethical for me to be a YouTuber? Is this the thing your kids shouldn't be watching? Is this the thing adults shouldn't be engaging in? Is this the thing that's ruining people's lives, my live stream? I'm social media. That is really my job. I'm an influencer, even though I don't consider myself an influencer, right? What about art? What about predatory artists? Everyone always talks about how much they love artists. What about predatory artists? What about artists that use unethical means to create art in the name of it's art? Okay, what about toxic people that stay in toxic cycles so they can stay funny? You know? That's the point. The point is all of us are constantly the solution and the problem. We have the ability as a collective to definitely do something in either direction. And right now as a collective, we're choosing to be evil, right? Like as a collective, we're definitely choosing to be evil. And the businesses don't care because they know you're going to do it anyway. So they're like, might as well make some money because they're evil. I couldn't do it. You can do it, right? We could never get rich the way other people get rich because it's against our values. But you have to remember the reason a lot of like 2As are nihilistic is because they kind of figure like, oh yeah, nothing matters. We're on a floating rock in space and we're all going to die. So I might as well build an app that makes other kids addicted, but my kids aren't going to use that app, right? Like, I'm obviously going to, make food that your kids are going to eat, but my kids would never eat, And you guys know this. They've told you 1,000 times they don't let their kids on the phones. They don't let their kids eat the food. They've told you 1,000 times, but you still put your kids on the iPad. They literally will tell you in interviews, oh yeah, no, we have pretty strict screen time for our kids. And they know they can tell you and you won't matter. Like, it won't matter to you. You'll still do it. You know what I mean? So I'm saying, like, you have so many options here. But you only have the options that your toolbox allows you to understand that you have. Not to bring it back to Pal World, but I was trying to craft an item and I realized I couldn't craft an item because I wasn't at the level I needed to be at to gather the item that I needed to build the item I wanted to craft. And I never felt more like philosophy work in my life. That is philosophy. Philosophy is wanting to do the thing that you know you're supposed to do. Introspection is knowing you want to do this thing you want to do, but you can't do it because you have to go on this journey to reach this level, to craft this thing. And then it's so frustrating because you're like, why can't I just get there? You can't. You got to put in the time. That's how real life is. You got to put in the time, but introspectively, extrospectively. And people don't want to put in that time. So they figure if I read this book, maybe that will be it. If I listen to this podcast, that's going to be it. If I learn how to drop ship, that's going to be it. If I just find the right lottery ticket, I won't ever have to do the work. And I'm saying that's why these industries target the most struggling communities, because they know you're looking for the quickest way out. And I'm saying, stop looking for the quickest way out. It's a trap. There is no quick way out. You're not the exception. Okay? Start putting your head down and focusing on your life goals and the life you want to create for yourself and others, and do your best. And then die like the rest of us. Okay?
Habits for some reason. Seriously, they all have atomic habits. I fucking hate atomic habits. What about Candy Crush for geniuses? What about Tinder for productivity? What about Duolingo for emotions? Words don't mean anything anymore. What about an app about some dumb, stupid guy in your phone you get rewards for ignoring to trick you into actually doing stuff you want to do? God, I hate Hank Green's stupid fucking Bean app. Notice?
Ooh, that's a lot. I will say, as a neurodivergent person, and Hank is ADHD, it can help you to engage in things if it helps. I give myself little rewards. I don't use the app. I'm not that girl, but I don't think the app is inherently evil. I do think there is a difference between neurodivergent and neurotypical people, though. And I do think it can be helpful, but only if it is. If it's not, it's not. For me, it wouldn't be helpful. I do incentives for myself instead. Like, if I want to do something, like this workout goal I have, like, nothing's going to matter if I do this workout goal. I need you to understand, nothing's going to matter. Nothing is on the line if I work out or don't work out. So the way I work out is I give myself incentives to work out. So I did my workout this morning, and the incentive I gave myself today was that I didn't have to do it later. Sometimes it's just telling myself, hey, if you do it now, you don't have to do it later. And I was like, great idea, me. I'm going to do it now. I didn't even give myself anything more than that. And that was enough. My brain was like, I'm ready. That was all I needed. So, like, it was like, I just told sometimes it's that, or sometimes it's like, if you work out, you can have a protein brownie. And I'm like, ooh, protein brownie. And then I work out. You have to do whatever it needs in the moment to get yourself to do something, especially if something isn't important. Like, it's much easier for me to go to work every day. I got to pay my rent. Like, that doesn't need much incentivizing. I got to pay rent. You know what I mean? That's like the biggest incentive. Like, the biggest goal is like, hey, this funds my life. I like it, all the other stuff. But things like working out that have no, like, that are good for me. It's good for my fibro, but it's not like the end of the world. You know what I mean? So I'm not exactly anti-Hank Green in this regard, but I do think that sometimes people just like the app, but they don't actually use it to help them. And that's life. And I think that's what he's trying to say is, like, overall, most people are going to use this app and it's not going to matter. The 2 or 3 people I know who were using it, it didn't really help them, but it was fun.
What all of these have in common, they are techniques. They are technologies in the expanded sense that we have been discussing. They promise to do your thinking for you. I'm not saying things like these cannot be useful, even though many of them are straight up scam garbage and you should entirely ignore them. But just putting a screen time limit ain't gonna fucking matter if you don't even know what your next move is going to be. This is a core principle of technopoly, the idea that technique of any kind can do our thinking for us. You don't have to understand your relationship with technology. You don't have to develop judgment or intentionality. You just have to install the app, buy the dumb phone, let the system.
I don't know what this is a reference to. You said, is medication a shortcut in that respect then? I don't know what that's referring to, but did I finish my thought earlier about medication? Guys, I'm getting tired and I'm losing my spoon, so this is going to be our last video today. But I'm telling you, I got to meditate on this, but I am incredibly passionate this week about complainers. If one more person complains to me and does nothing about their life, okay? And listen, I'm feeling very, let's go. Like, you know, I'm feeling very like, just do it, you know? Because I'm sick. Oh my God, if I hear one more person complain, the world is so serious right now. Don't complain to me. Focus. But okay, medication can be a cope or it can be a solution. And that's why it's an experiment, okay? So like some medication is just a cope. We need it for now. It's not the solution, but it helps, okay? Some medication is life-saving. You need your fucking meds, okay? So it just depends. Chess says, when does it become complaining from venting? Complaining is when you complain about your day, but you do nothing about it. Venting is when you're like, I'm so frustrated. I just want to vent. I'm so frustrated, but don't worry. It's going to get done. Like, complaining is like, I don't want to do the dishes and I really have to eat and I don't want to. And it's like, I'm just not going to do the dishes. And then the next day it's like, hey, I got to do the dishes, but I don't want to do the dishes, but I got to eat. And it's like, do the dishes, dude. Third day, hey, I called my friend back and like, hey, I really want to do the dishes, but I don't want to. It's like, hey, stop calling me. Just do the fucking dishes. Seriously. Grow up. Eat your food. Do the dishes. Okay. Venting is like, oh my God, work was so fucking hard. Work was so difficult, but you know what? Fuck it. Tomorrow I'm going to show up, do my fucking job, get it done. But Jesus Christ, Jesus fucking Christ. I'm like, I know, girl. Tell me about it. They're like, oh my God, I fucking hate it. I'm like, I know. Show up tomorrow anyway, 7 a.m., baby. Complaining without doing anything, fucking waste of time. Be quiet. Venting, but doing something about it, beautiful. Vent, girl. Vent. You need to vent to your friends. Can I just vent to you for a second? I'm so frustrated. Da, 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 da. Can I just vent about being a mom for a second? Absolutely, girl. Vent. Can I complain about being a mom? No. Do not complain to me that you brought a person into the universe. You can vent to me about how hard it is being a mom. I will support you. But do not complain to me about being a mom. You did not just bring a whole baby into the universe and then complain about it. But it's hard. So if you need a vent, you vent away.
Handle it. That's what makes all these digital pieces of landfill so insidious. These solutions don't look like technologies. A dumb phone looks like the absence of technology. A screen time limit looks like discipline, not technique. A digital detox looks like an escape from technopoly, not a submission to it. But these are exactly the disguised technologies Postman warned about. Things like a screen time app has an ideological agenda.
Ooh, that's really good, chat. To me, complaining is pollution, putting negative energy out without any good outcome, while venting is self-regulation in order to improve performance. Okay, you should be the YouTuber. That was way smarter than what I said. I mean, that is what I said, but you said it smart. You said it smart. That's exactly it. That's the difference, okay? That right there.
It assumes the problem is quantitative rather than qualitative. It assumes the solution is restriction rather than understanding. It assumes that you cannot be trusted to make judgment. So the technique must make that judgment for you. Just like the CAT scan, just like the stethoscope, we have learned to defer to the machine's reading over our own sense of whether something is wrong. These people buying dumb phones think they have escaped. They have not. They have just adopted a different technique, one that still operates under Technopoly's core assumption, that the right tool will save you. If the screen time apps disappeared tomorrow, your habits would be exactly the same.
Which is why I don't try to sell you on meditation in the same right. Meditation alone will not save you. Philosophy on its own will not save you. You have to be a whole human being. This is my formula. This is what I think will actually save you. Maybe this should be my next video. Who you are in the story. Who are you in the story? Are you the complainer? Are you the complainer? Are you negative Nancy? Okay, are you just coming to complain about your day and you just want people to listen to you yap while the rest of us are trying to fucking fix shit? Okay, are you going to be a yapper or a venter? Thank you. Okay, what's your relationship with money? You must labor. You must make money. Is that it doesn't always come in the form of getting money, but you must labor for financial freedom. You must either have a relationship with your community that actually makes money and you do all the household labor, but you must labor. What's your form of labor to exist in the planet, right? On the planet, okay? Your physical health. What's this relationship with this thing, your body? From a spiritual perspective, from a racist perspective, a gender perspective, a fighting prejudice perspective. What's also your relationship from a health perspective? Do we have, what's this thing doing for you? Okay? Philosophy, your sense of why, knowing, foundational reasoning. You know, what is my reasoning? Why am I here? Why am I on this planet? Your mental health will probably fucking improve significantly if you check with the doctor what's up with it. Hey, I noticed that my brain does this thing when I'm in a certain position. What's that about? Ask a therapist, right? Now go to the good therapists. There are bad therapists, right? The idea is like, you have to do all of these things, and all of these things have a bunch of like, if you opened up Who Are You in the Story, there's like 10 tabs to go through. If you opened up the labor part, there's like 10 tabs. If you opened up the like spiritual philosophy part, there's like 10 tabs. You have to open up each of these things and do all of the work for all of them until it's complete. And then you will know yourself as it relates to yourself inner introspection and as it relates to yourself outer extrospection. You will start to actually understand yourself in both capacities. Me, Brittany, when I'm alone. Me, Brittany, when I community member. These are two very different people, you know? Right? Chad said, I think we use the word complaining in a different way. I've chosen to only say venting because of ableism. I don't mean you're not right. It's how we express ourselves. Wait, what do you mean? I've never heard this argument before. Venting because of ableism. Ableism. I don't mean you're not right. It's how we express ourselves. I think I use the word complaining in a different way. Like when someone says I'm not complaining, I'm venting, it's not how I see it. And I think most people are only venting. I mean, these words have definitions. Complaining. The act of expressing dissatisfaction, pain, grief, or fault regarding a situation. It is common, often habitual behavior used to vent frustrations and seek validation or initiate change. Reducing chronic complaining can improve mental well-being through gratitude practices. That's an AI response. Venting. Venting is the expression of strong, often negative emotions or frustration, acting as a form of emotion-focused coping to feel understood. While it can be temporarily reduce stress through social connection, research suggests that unbridled venting often increases anger. Oh, do you mean it that way? Maybe I switch them. Because in my bubble, we always said don't be such a complainer. Interesting. Wait, you might want to vent your rage when your brother once again gets out of doing his chores. Yeah, but you see how venting is more about you, but not about them? I feel like complaining, maybe it's just the bubble. In my bubble, the way that I was raised, it was like, you ever just have that person? I have so many people like this. They come to you and they just like, they're constantly talking about the problem, but they don't want any solutions. They don't want any suggestions. They're never going to do anything about it. It's like, you're such a complainer. Don't be a complainer. If you have something to say, say it. If you have, like, I can see how it can be weaponized against people. Like, oh, you're just complaining because you're uncomfortable. Or, oh, you're just complaining because you're entitled. That's just people weaponizing it. But what about when people weaponize the complaining, right? So I understand why, like, if you have a bubble that like punishes you for speaking up, they'll call it complaining. But I'm talking about when your girlfriend calls you for the 20th time about a problem, and you're like, no, we're done. Okay, or what about your friends that are like, that girl at McDonald's did not get me my fries fast enough. And you know what? When she came to me, she looked at me funny. And I'm like, girl, she did not look at you funny. And she's like, she looked at me funny. And honestly, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of these. And I'm like, stop complaining. You know what I mean? Stop complaining. Stop. You're being like, you're complaining for no reason. Stop complaining. Okay? Versus if they vent to me, oh my God, I was so frustrated today. I know it's nobody's fault, but man, I was at the drive-thru and I just felt like my fries took forever and then I was late to work and I felt so stupid for going through the drive-thru and I just felt like, man, I wish like I had just done it different. It's like, oh man, I get it, bro. Like, yeah, I get it. That's hard. And they're like, is it okay that I vent? Is it okay that I'm like, you know, putting this on you? I'm like, yeah, you were late to work. That sucks. Like, you kind of wish things went different. You know, that's different. Right? I just feel like there's complaining and there's like, bro, I just need to vent. I just need to fucking get it out. Cause I get it out. When my partner, like yesterday, when I went to my partner, I was like, I need to get it out. I need to vent. I vented all my frustration at the wall, but he was listening. And he was like, valid. I was like, valid. I needed to be validated in my venting. Versus if I'm complaining, one time I was going through a situation and I talked to my partner about it too much, but I was kind of looping on it. And he's like, I love you. I can't hear you talk about this anymore. And I was like, fuck. And he's like, it's been too many months. I get it. I think you get it. I think you're just not accepting that you haven't embodied the acceptance, and you keep thinking you'll talk your way to acceptance. But like, I think we don't need to talk about this anymore. And I was like, you're right. And then I woke up one day and it was finally that time. And I was like, okay, I need to stop complaining, because I was complaining. I was really like, it was a hard situation with somebody else. And, you know, I was like accepting that like things were changing. And I was just like, fuck, like there's the end of that, I guess. You know, it's like, it's kind of hard. And then you complain. And then you're just like, and then you realize like, oh, I am complaining. You're right. And I'm making our conversations bad. You know what I mean? I'm not like engaging with you because I'm thinking about this thing. So that's what I mean. The difference of when I vent, I don't suck the energy out of the room. When I vent, I don't steal the conversation. When I vent, you know what I mean? Right? Because when you go to a therapist, are you not venting? Maybe you couldn't talk to someone else because you think you're complaining. No, when I went to a therapist, I did not vent or complain. I worked on my mental health problems. I mean, I trauma dumped on my therapist. I cried to my therapist, but like I was there to solve a problem. Right? So, but I think you're right that you said maybe you couldn't talk to anyone else because they think you're complaining. If you have nobody in your life that you can talk to and they think you're complaining, I do think that's horrible. And I think that's a really bad position to be in. But it doesn't that mean that you just don't have any close friends to vent to? Isn't that like more of a problem of friendship than the problem of venting versus complaining? But no, I am not about to pay $145 to complain to somebody. I was there to solve my mental health problems. Therapy to me is it's a doctor. I went to a doctor. My therapist was a doctor, to be fair. And I went to her. My first therapist was not a doctor. My second therapist was a doctor. And I was like, fix my mental health. My brain is broken, fix it. And I said, give me the tools. And I was like, I cried. I was fully upset. But like I was there to solve a problem because my life was like a mess, right? Versus like, I'm not about to pay $145 to complain to, I talked to, at that point, talk to ChatGPT. That's a joke. Don't do that. But so I would say the bigger problem here is more devastating. Like you don't have friends who hear and see you. And I think that happens. I think a lot of people probably feel that way, you know? So you feel validated and heard. I think a lot of people are in that position where there's no one you can go to in your social bubble where you genuinely get to be heard and validated, and it's not seen as complaining when it's truly venting. Like, yeah, I think that's devastating, you know? Yeah, I think that's really hard. And I definitely think that's why people seek out friendships online or Reddit forums or ChatGPT. And I think there's a whole cycle here. There's definitely stuff here. If going to a therapist helps, that's great. But yeah, I think that's more or less the bigger issue. Yeah. But I just know you're not alone in that, you know? No one's alone in that. A lot of people have that problem, right? Okay, let's go back to the video, but I can answer more questions, of course, as we continue.
If you lost your dumb phone and had to use your smartphone again, you would be back exactly where you started. Postman put it this way: though it is sometimes possible to use a disease as a cure for itself, this only occurs when we are fully aware of the processes by which the disease is normally held in check. The condition for technology solving technology's problems is understanding. These solutions skip that step entirely. They're not teaching you to relate to technology differently. They are just swapping one technique for another and hoping that the substitution sticks. Consider the genre of I quit my phone for X amount of days videos. The creator goes offline, discovers presents, touches grass, has meaningful conversations, watches sunsets. So many of these end in, wow, it really was the phone. The world is so beautiful. And people seem to neglect to realize that they had purpose during those 30 days. They were making a video. They had a project, a goal, a drive in pursuit of something. The problem wasn't the phone. The phone wasn't the variable. The purpose was. Just don't use your phone is advice that only works if you have something else to do with your life. If you have somewhere to be, someone to become, something to build, then the phone becomes a tool to pick up and put down. If you don't, then no matter of restriction will save you. You will find another void to fall into. The variable reward psychology is real. The slot machine mechanics are real. The companies are culpable and should be burned to the fucking ground. But the hooks only work in you because you have nothing else pulling you in the opposite direction. And that aimlessness isn't a personal failing. It's
Yeah.
a cultural condition.
Definitely.
Economic precarity, collapsed community, alienation, no
I agree with this. You are not a failure because you were raised in a fucked up family or a fucked up society. You are accountable as you get to a certain age and reconfiguring your life and your relationship to existence if you want to. But we are raised in a fucked up area, in a fucked up world. Like, that's why it's interesting. We live in such a funny world. Do you remember who was that TikToker who got canceled for tweeting like build the wall? And I kind of laughed about it because that's such a basic conservative take in conservative bubbles that like saying build the wall is like saying you shouldn't commit fraud. It's such a basic tweet, but I understand that in progressive bubbles it's like very racist as it is racist. But I also understand that when you grow up, they grew up conservative. And I was kind of laughing at that idea because like that's such a normal thing conservative kids are taught. But people were like, how could you say that? And they're like, dude, I was like 17. And I was like, honestly though, like it takes a lot of work to deconstruct why build the wall is racist. It's really hard to explain to people that think build the wall is literally a good faith argument against like following the rules. Like it's really, really hard to explain it to people. So we live in this world, right? That says like, so I understand, no one can do anything for themselves. If the overall message is, I got to figure out what's wrong with me, it must be everything but my relationship to everything else. That's why conservatives, guys, if you took the good things from conservative philosophy and the good things from progressive philosophy and put them together, it would be a whole philosophy. It would like be a whole picture. But because it's so destructively tied to like so much bigotry, everything conservatives say is trash. But if they weren't trash, what they were saying could make a lot of sense, right? Like, hey, you're responsible. At some point, you got to stop blaming your parents. True. At some point, you do have to stop blaming your parents. But even more than that, at some point, you got to stop blaming the gays too, you fucking losers. My dad blames the gays. So he goes, you got to stop blaming me for your problems. Oh, but you can still blame homosexuals? That's what I'm saying. It would be really good advice if you took it yourself. It'd be really good advice if you fucking were consistent. But because you're not consistent, it's stupid. And now you're stupid. But it was good advice. He's right. We gotta stop blaming everybody. And we gotta do some shit about it. But. And that's it. That's everybody, everywhere, always.
Future to believe in, climate doom, political helplessness, the sense that nothing you do matters, that systems are too big for change, that the best you can hope for is distraction. Blaming individuals for phone addiction is like blaming individuals for obesity while ignoring food deserts, corn subsidies, and BMI being a bullshit measure of health anyway.
I mean, I kind of feel like blaming people for being conservative is the same thing, though. Trump is president. Most of the world is conservative. People are religious. Like, how can you even blame people for being bigoted? That's why I say I don't blame anyone for being anything. But you are accountable. So I don't blame you. I'm not blaming you. I'm not blaming you for being a conservative. I'm not blaming you for being a Nazi. I know you were raised in a bubble and you were conditioned and this is what you believe and this is what you think is right. Okay, you're still accountable for racism. You're still accountable for stabbing that guy. You know, you're still accountable for raping that girl. You're still accountable for hitting that gay person with a rock. You're still accountable, bros. Like, I get it. I'm not blaming you. I'm not blaming anybody. That's why I say stop blaming people and start doing something about it. We got to stop blaming people and actually start figuring out how we individually are contributing to the overall harm of the universe and do less bad every day. I know so many well-intentioned people, myself included, we have all contributed some level of bad to the universe. And all we can do is try to mitigate and minimize the amount of bad we are contributing. Stop trying to be more good and start trying to be less bad.
The shitty companies designing addictive products are culpable, but they're exploiting a vulnerability that was already there. They didn't create this void. They simply monetized it. The serene peacefulness of a digital detox is a mirage, an artificial avoidance of real problems, not a solution to them. If you shut off completely...
You know, at this point, I think they might be watching my content. Is this not what I say all the fucking time? I do agree with this very wholly, that it was always there. The void of meaning is always inside of us, and business people in business are just willing to exploit it. I'm not willing to exploit it in you. I think they're willing to exploit it in us because I think they're two A's. I put a framework to the categorization of people that are willing to exploit people, but also those people exist on all spectrums. You can be a 1, 2, 3, 4 and absolutely exploit people. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. You could be a 1, 2, 3 and exploit people. I guess you could be a 4, but why would you exploit people at that point? Because you just had the realization that the universe is this way always. So I don't know why you would do that. And I don't think you would as a 4 or 5. But 1, 2, 3. Absolutely. There are different types of people in those categories who'd be willing to. Not everybody in those bubbles, but some of those people in some of those bubbles. And that's what I'm saying. Like, the void is us. We are biologically, naturally seeking creatures. But the problem is that reductionists will say, oh, we just seek to procreate. That's what we're supposed to do, make more babies. And I'm saying, this thing inside of us, whatever it is, whether it's free will or not free will or our choice or not our choice, is we're obviously seeking some sense of safety, consistency, structure, community, and we're doing it in all kinds of ways. But the problem is we're also born into communities that aren't good for us. So all these people that are like, I can't believe you're just giving up on your family over politics. We're not giving up on our families over politics. We need to create distance with our bigoted family because it's a threat to our life. We're surviving. We're actually doing the thing that our biology allegedly has kind of ingrained in us, which is survive. How am I going to survive to make a baby if I kill myself in a conservative home? Can't have a baby then. But also, what if my version of survival also had the choice of not having a baby? Because I knew if I had a baby, it would also be a threat to my life. Right? It's like they're not taking into consideration the nuances of it. And also, like, it doesn't matter. That's why I'm saying, guys, these billionaire companies are 100% the worst people on the planet. But they cannot be the only reason the world is the way that it is, because we've always existed. We've always existed. And so it's like, well, what is the we? You know, I can't believe the world thought a man shooting a man in the street behind his back, okay, would be the collective consciousness we were all waiting for. I can't believe you guys leaned so hard into patriarchy and violence and thought, oh yeah, this is going to liberate us. Luigi, our liberator, you yearn for the white man. You yearn for him. You want him so deeply down your pretty. You yearn.
You're not practicing a form of self-love and discipline. You're abandoning the world and depriving it of all you can offer. The goal isn't serenity here. The goal is engagement, but on your terms, for your purposes. So obviously, the last big question, what does that look like? You ever meet someone and realize that they're a true force of nature? Like, not in a thunderous, violent way, like an earthquake or a
what is
thunderstorm,
this?
but
Oh my God.
like standing in front of a calm ocean, like watching leafless trees sway during the winter, knowing that they'll be full in a few months' time. I got a random message from someone almost 6 months ago now that invited me into a community, and I quickly realized that they were such a pillar of it. Everyone loved them. I thought that they must have been 8 people in one for how much they did. Always organizing, always doing community action, always offering to help with anything, anybody, all while somehow casually talking to me and exchanging the absolute worst memes you've ever seen every single day. It's really selfish of me to say this, but when I found out they were gone, I was angry that I couldn't learn from them anymore. Adnan, a proud Syrian disability advocate, Sopranos lover, they moved through the world with a level of constraint I can't know and did so much that I wish I...
Wait, what did he say?
They moved through on a proud Syrian disability...
Syrian? Who's Syrian? He's Syrian? They're Syrian? Or they're Syrian? Who's Syrian? Syrian? Assyrian? Who's Syrian?
Disability advocate, Sopranos lover. They moved through the world with a level of constraint I can't know and did so much that I wish I could do. They had used these tools that I had been fumbling around with.
Oh, the friend that passed away is Syrian. Oh, no.
Like a child with blocks to help so many people, to bring like-minded folks together, learning and sharing and building this perpetual motion engine of action and change that I am genuinely humbled to be a part of, let alone to be able to call someone capable of that my friend. Really made me realize that I had a long way to go to do something like that. And it cemented my belief that fighting and running away from this technology and everything it can do instead of using it to break free from the constraints around it is cowardice and ignorance, not freedom. I was always terrible at finding meaning and purpose for myself. I get tired and confused and deflated all the time, but whenever I see somebody like them, it just centers me. It's in the action. It's that movement in the pursuit of something better beyond yourself, regardless of what barriers might be there, even if you feel stuck or slip backwards from time to time. It's about balancing that eagle-eyed cautiousness combined with blinding optimism, being a true, loving resistance fighter. That kind of bad with the good will always be there, just like the inevitable grief of losing somebody is inseparable from the joy of knowing them. And I think that meaning blooms when you don't let one stop you from experiencing the other. And I'm forever grateful that Adnan reminded me of that again. Thank you so much, friend. I'll make sure to tell you that in person next time around.
Wow. Rest in peace.
Hello, I'm
Hi.
editing right now, and I realized that I fucked up the audio for the Patreon scroll, that I'm sitting here because I didn't have my fucking microphone even on, like a dumb idiot baby. Anyways, that's what we're doing now here spontaneously as I'm editing this. Yeah, this video was hard and fun, and thank you to patrons. You're all very cool. This video probably won't be monetized because of the music and some of the
I
footage
hate
in
that for
it.
them.
So if you like my stuff and you're not on the Patreon, you're not
Damn, I just know this video took so long to make too.
giving me your hard-earned dollars to entertain you in the most ridiculous way. If you want to do that, you can. That would be pretty cool. I'm just saying, you don't have to, but that would be pretty cool. Anyways, yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Okay, I want to, obviously I'll share the video again in the chat. So this is Crimes New Roman. Yeah, that, God, you just know that video took so fucking long to make. It really sucks because like they probably would have made, how many views does it have? 36,000? I mean, I don't know how much that makes for every channel, but at least a couple $100. And like now it's going to make fuck all. Man, I hate that for them. That really sucks. Yeah, I think I agree with a lot of this. I agree with the premise. I don't know the ultimate like direction. I can't vouch for this person directly, like every direction they'll go with in regards to their content, if we would completely agree. But I do think the answer to the answer to all of our problems is accepting that we are the problem, and accepting that being the problem doesn't mean there's not a solution. That quite the contrary, when there is a problem, that means there is a solution. And that the one form of comfort you should take in life is that if there's a problem, you can fix it. It doesn't mean it will look the way you think it does. And I think that's the part that you have to let go of, is thinking that the solution only looks one way. Example, when you're a conservative, they'll say, we have a problem with abortion and abortion rates are too high. What should we do as the solution? Oh, I know. Let's throw women in jail and give them life with no parole and / maybe even the death penalty for having an abortion. Yeah, maybe fucking not, losers. Okay, did you see that? Did you see they tried to do that? Hold on. Or maybe conservatives will say, hey, teen pregnancy is way up. What should we do about that? And instead of getting people birth control, condoms, and sex education, they're like, no, that's not it. Listen, there are solutions to problems. You have to accept it's not going to look the way you think it's going to look. A bill that... Whoa, can you not yell at me? You're yelling at me a bit. Let me show you this video. This is crazy. Thank goodness it did not work. This is, I think, in Tennessee or Kentucky. Tennessee.
Would allow prosecutors to seek the death penalty for women who get abortions in the state of Tennessee is not moving forward. That bill was sponsored by Jody Barrett, a House Republican from Dixon. Now, this would have amended Tennessee criminal law, allowing women who have an abortion to be punished with life in prison or death. It wouldn't only just punish a woman getting one, but any doctor or spouse who knew about this and helped. A bill that
but it failed, girl. Can I ask you guys a serious question? For those of you that are frustrated with copyright being the way that it is, what's the difference between that and AI? Like when it comes to stealing artists' art, because I don't see a difference. Like if I'm an artist and I know AI is training using my art, like I do not care. In the same way, I do not care if a YouTuber features my video in their videos. I do not care. But some people care. Some people are like React content creators are the worst ones. They think I am slop because I am watching someone's whole video in my stream. They think I'm a piece of shit. They're like Brittany, like people like Brittany, or not, they wouldn't say my name, but they're like people like who like Brittany make the worst content on YouTube. It's not original. It's stealing other people's content. Like that's why they hated Hassan for so long, right? Because he would like eat food and walk away. But I'm like, so? Like, I don't care. As long as he's not taking credit and pretending he's the artist, what does it matter? You know what I mean? Like, why does that feel different to you than somebody training AI models on people's art that exists? Like, why does that feel different? Like no one who cares about the original artist is going to care about the AI in the same way. Like I buy original artist art. You've seen it. I've featured it on the stream. I go directly to the artist and I buy their art. You know what I'm saying? Chess says AI art doesn't give credit. Well, neither does YouTube. That's a gesture we make from the community. Neither does YouTubers. Did he give credit? Did you guys see any names on the screen when he was showing other people's content? I didn't see it in the beginning. I make an effort in my editing to show people's names on screen so I don't have to link videos in the description because it's too much work, right? So I'm just saying, like, when we talk about why we're upset with something and we would go, oh, we care about artists, we care about artists. Do you know there are people who think I shouldn't exist on the internet? Because they consider me a thief. You know what I'm saying? When they copyright their streams and I try to get around it, right? Am I stealing because I'm trying to get around it? What about when I share, like, one time someone tried to like say I was a thief because they were like, oh, you pirate stuff. I'm like, so? They're like, you're pirating stuff. And I'm like, and? How do you guys feel about pirating? Do you pirate anime? Do you watch shows? How do you feel about using other people's Netflix accounts? You know? I think it's interesting. There's something to be said about it, but I don't know what it is yet, you know? Just says, hey, Brett, I'm an artist and I'm currently at uni doing an art degree. Love that. This is different depending on the situation, but AI doesn't add anything new in your case. I find you transform the media. There's more than, there's a chat limit, LOL. Oh, I wrote my dissertation on AI art. I love that. Well, doesn't AI art though, doesn't it just take a portion of your art and make it into a new painting? So it wouldn't even be like your art? Isn't that why it like, it's different, right? Like, yeah, like, I don't know. Cause people fucking, some of the biggest reaction creators, even Hassan don't add meaningful commentary. I don't know that it matters though. I think that's the problem is like, I think the issue is like, you know how people were making fun of, why can't I remember her name right now? What? We just watched her on stream. What's that? Gabby Hanna. You know how Gabby Hanna is doing like a cover album with her partner? And they're not even her original songs. And people are like, why aren't you doing your own music? What about Weird Al? What about Weird Al making parodies of people's songs? And people are like, that's not original art. You're stealing from people. What about people who write fan fiction? You know, I used to be very anti-fan fiction for this reason. I was like, you're pathetic. Fan fiction is pathetic. I used to have such a strong stance on it. Now I don't care. But I used to say like, making fan fiction is so pathetic. Like, make your own fucking story. Stop stealing from J.K. Rowling. I used to say that. I used to say, stop stealing from J.K. Rowling. And now I'm like, I don't care. Like, steal from her. You know what I mean? But no, like, it's very interesting, right? I don't know. Jess said, Britt, this is random, but are you going to review season 4 of Secret Lives of Mormon Wives? I really want to. I really want to. Yeah, I don't have the time or the spoons right now, and the payment is not worth it. Like, the payout is not there, you know? So that's the problem, is like, I just don't make money doing it. And like, I mean, I'm talking about nothing, you know, in comparison to the work that's put into it. So I can't afford it right now, which is kind of crazy to say out loud. but I can't afford it. You know, I just don't make enough money to justify the hours that go into it. I think for every single video example of like Netflix, Love is Blind, or Mormon Wives, so they're like an hour-long episode of the show. Generally, it takes around 3 hours, 4 hours to record, and then takes another like 6 to 10 to edit the parts and do the thumbnails and upload it. And I make like $20 to maybe $50 a video. So I get like $100 maybe for like, you know, up to 20 hours of just like, depending on how the editing goes and depending on how many clips I'm making, depending like, it's just like, it's so bad. It's so bad. And so, you know, I can't justify the cost and it sucks. And also because it gets copyrighted, a lot of the media I lose out on. Let me see. Let me check. I like to check how much I make doing things because I'm always curious. And it really sucks though, because I love doing it, but I just don't know. And also what time of the day am I going to do it? I really work 6 days a week as it is. I just can't pull everything off. I'm trying to think. Let me see. Playlists. Let me see. How did last review go? What did I do? What's an example of what I did? I did the Diddy doc, but that's not that interesting. Let me go to Love is Blind. Let me see. Okay, Queer Ultimatum was a bad example because nobody watched Queer Ultimatum. The Ultimatum. Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. Okay, let me show you. Let's see how much I made. So this one got a pretty good amount of views.
Pretty, Simon.
I don't usually review. This was 5,000 views on a video. That's pretty good for a TV show video. Let's see how much I made. Fingers crossed. How much I make? La la la. Ooh, $58. That's pretty good. $58. Woo woo. And then 30% of it goes to tax. So 58, what's 30% on $60? 20? No. How much? Like 20 something. Okay. So, you know, that's not too shabby. But yeah, 30% of it goes to tax. But yeah, I made $58. That's pretty good. But yeah, that's a good viewership though. So it's just like that video probably took me like how many hours? You know what I mean? Just to make it. That's the only problem. That's the only problem with it, truly. Yeah, it's okay though. Like again, I try not to make you guys feel bad about something, or I don't want you to feel bad about it. I just want you to, I just want you to know I'm not doing it because I'm lazy. I'm just doing it because like, hello, it's fucking hard over here. Like figuring out what to make. This one made $8. This one got 3.5 thousand views and it made $8.47. Damn. Hello, everyone. This one got 2,000 views. Same series, Mormon Wives. Same series, Mormon Wives got $18.66. Damn, son. That's better. This one that got 2,000 views did $18. And this one that did 3,000 views got $8. You just never know. You just never know why a certain video gets more views than another video. Yeah. That's why I say, like, I'm a middle-class YouTuber, girl. I'm out here hustling. So let's see. So yeah, like in total, I don't even know how much I made doing this.
Hello, everyone. Welcome.
I don't even know how much I made doing this whole thing. But I bet if I added it together, what it would be, like less than a couple $100 for like 40 hours of work or something. Maybe more, maybe less. I don't even know. $8. So this got 2,000 views for $8. Yeah, I mean, hey, what are you going to do? Look. On. La 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 la. La 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 la. Hey yo, $8 whole baby. Let's go. So just so you know, I'm really not trying to escape work. I'm not trying to like, you know, not do it. I'm just telling you right now, how am I supposed to justify 3 hours of work for $8? You know what I mean? Like, how am I supposed to justify that? So again, I love, yeah, truly for the love of the game. I am truly, if I wasn't here for the love of the game, I would have given up. Like, I really love YouTube. Like, I have to accept that when I make a video, how much it's going to make. Like, I just have to accept it. When it hits big and actually makes money, it's so exciting. Or even recently, let's see. Hold on. Okay, the guilt of taking GLP-1s. That was like a longer video. It was the singular video. Let's see. That video got 3,000 views and made $41. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Minus 30%. That's not too shabby. You know? Yeah. But that's why I can see why people get out of this game. I really do hate when people say YouTube is easy, because you are setting children up for failure when you tell them it's easy to be a YouTuber. Because unless those kids sell out and do deeply unethical things, no, it is very hard to make money being a YouTuber. You have to work all of the time and a lot of the time for free in hopes to get paid. So I really think it's really bad to tell kids that YouTube is easy. You should tell them it's a dime a dozen. It's very hard, like Hollywood. Yes, people can make it, but it's really hard. You know, you have to remember that, because kids they really think they're just going to get out here and make a video go viral. Not unless they're rude, not unless they're like being bigoted, you know? That's the problem. But yeah, Chad said, I just realized taxes must be hard to figure out. It's not the worst. I've had the same accountant for years. You know, you just take 30% and guesstimate that that's your taxes, and then you hope for the best. A lot of us are 1099 workers, so we're also taxed at a higher rate because we don't own a business or we're not getting a W-2. So that's the other part of it, is like, there are so many layers to this thing that we call creative work. I am a creative. Just at the end of the day, remember that. I am a creative, and creative get paid like creatives get paid. But I love it. I'm very grateful. I can still live within my income. I tell you right now, we are so disciplined with money. We're like beans and rice and beans, you know, as Dave Ramsey says, but better, because Dave Ramsey can't cook and I can cook. So joke's on you. But like, we are living very humbly. And like I said, most of this money is going to our rent. Our apartment's so nice. Our apartment is really nice. And that's it. Like, we accept it, but we live within our means, you know? Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you so much. Wait, is your name Armageddon Taco? Armageddon Taco? First of all, love a taco. I love a taco, you know? Love a taco, you know? Yeah, Chad said being taxed higher rates for being an independent contractor is insanity. That's Amazon. Amazon tricks people to be 1099 workers, so the tax and the responsibilities fall on the worker. I get charged, I forget the exact amount, and I don't want to misspeak, but I get charged a penalty. Basically, it's like, I'm calling it a penalty, but it's a tax at a higher rate because I'm a 1099 worker. So one of my goals is to figure out if I can start a real company that doesn't also like give away my address, give away my stuff. Like, is there, the reason I never started a real business before, like an actual business is because I needed a home address and I just refused to put my home address on the business. Because you know what happens? What's that guy that lady showed up to his house because his business was public? What's that guy? What's that YouTuber? Jacksepticeye? No, the other one. You know that girl? She showed up to his house because when you Google his business, Jack's Films, his address comes up, you know? Chad says you can create an LLC with a P.O. box. Okay, but I've heard that, but where's the P.O. box? Where's the P.O. box? Who's in charge of the P.O. box? What P.O. box? Where? Where's the P.O. box located? Is it in my hometown? Is it in my city? Is it in America? Is it where I don't live? Where's this P.O. box? No, I know you can get one at the post office. You guys are just fucking with me today, aren't you? I know you can get one at the post office. I mean, where? Who? What post office? Can I get a business where I don't belong? I don't live there. You know what I mean? And even if I live there, does that mean people now know where I live? Oh, Chad said, yeah, I'm pretty sure you can incorporate in Delaware. I've heard stuff like this. That's my goal this year. My goal this year is to do the research and figure out where I can, if I can make this happen, just to save that money on extra tax. But yeah, isn't that bullshit? So be careful if you dream about becoming an artist, and make sure you remember, right? Right? Chad said, possible, too personal question, but feel free to ignore it. Do you pay 30% tax because most of your viewers are from the US? Well, it's 30% tax in Croatia too. I pay 30% is just the basic percentage 1099 workers are suggesting you suggest to take out. You know, that's just the number they tell everybody to take out and save. But Croatia is also 30% tax. And by the way, I still have to report taxes to both countries. And that whole thing is a whole thing because, it's been a whole thing, not to overshare. But we're waiting to see about that as well. We're still like in limbo with the countries because they're both like, they have a tax treaty, but they're like confused about my job. And so it's like very interesting. So we'll see, fingers crossed. But the idea is like you put money aside and when you need it, you give it to them. But yeah, we'll see what happens, but yeah, just make sure that everybody, if you start a business, go into making money, you have to report it to the IRS, one, if you're in the US, and two, just make sure you get an accountant because I'm not doing any of it. I have paid people to take care of it. I don't know what's going on. Okay. I'm doing my best. Okay. With that said, thank you for being here. That's all we're doing today. I will see you on Saturday for the Discord. Every Saturday. And then I will see you for Monday for stream. And just a reminder, I think Anthony's already announced it. Do Not Worry Podcast is doing a fundraiser for Lebanon. Devastating what's happening over there. I'm just like so devastated. And, I almost can't believe it. Like it's just so surreal. So Anthony's streaming right now. You should go check him out. I will be there on Monday. So if you're a YouTube member, I'll stream and we're just going to hop over to Anthony's stream. And then for people that are non-members, you guys can hop over to Anthony's stream and go watch us there on Monday. I'll put out a YouTube post so you guys know what's happening. And he's going to have great guests. I don't think he's announced them yet, so I don't want to announce them for him. But great guests. It won't just be me. There's a lot of people throughout the day. He's going to have a bunch of guests on to raise money for Lebanon. So I'll see you guys Monday for that. All right. Treat yourselves well. Be kind to each other. And I'll see you soon. Bye.